effortless, romantic all my life, surrounded by couples all the time. I guess I should take it as a sign. I'm feeling lonely. Now when we should find him later, they could harm me. Now I'm crying in my room, so skeptic and live. But still I wanted more. I gave a second chance of Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. Oh, the way he makes me feel that love isn't real. You're so down. I look for his arrows every day. I guess they got lost or flew away, waiting around his ways and counting that this is November. Loving is good as to say. Now it's so lonely. Oh, I wish you'll find him later, they could harm me. Now I'm crying in my room, so skeptic I'm live. But still I wanted more. I give a second chance to kill me, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. Oh, the way he makes me feel that love isn't real. You're getting so down. Score is aching, someone who will share his feeling. Helpful for love. I gave a second chance to kill that, but now I'm left here feeling still bad. Oh, the way he makes me feel that love is never real. I give a second chance to kill a face, but now I'm left here feeling still bad. That's how the way you make me feel the love is now real.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Pike, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny California, Los Angeles. Today's a weird day. It's not very sunny here in California, Los Angeles, but we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one regardless. Because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is yet another day, another stream. That's right, folks. It's 83 degrees and mostly cloudy here in California, Los Angeles. A bit overcast. Don't know what to make of that. It feels a little humid. Don't know what to make of that either, but we're live and we're alive. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It is Sunday, July 23rd, 2023, 3 p.m. And of course, I have a lot to reckon for here. I'm very late, and I apologize. This is hours and hours and hours later than I normally would be live, and I am afraid that I have some good reasons for it. I can't tell you what all of the reasons are, but we shot a very secret, very special episode of the Fear and podcast because it was, this is a very secret, very special episode of the Fear and podcast because it was the 1 year anniversary. That's right. That's a big deal. 52 episodes. Well, technically 53 episodes in. You know what I mean? Or you know what it is? Trump got me. Or time blindness got me. I don't know why I said Trump. Time blindness. Yeah. I wish I got Trump on the fucking pod. That would be fire. That would be absolutely nutty. I like going nutty with it in that regard, but no. You probably know, but new I Did a Thing video dropped. Yes, that is true. We are going to look at that.
How you going?
There you go. And can a Mudcrab cut over your finger? We're going to be fucking doing that as well, mate. We're going to be doing it as well, mate. Don't fucking worry about it. This is really good. You should watch on stream. Oh, yeah. Chris Tyson. Pronouns she, her. Went on friend of the show, Anthony Padilla's podcast / YouTube show, I guess. And we could watch that. That's like a good, chill, low-key Sunday thing to do. But before we do that, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life. And yesterday, I ended the stream after the AOC stuff. I was kind of dying a little bit physically because of the cutie. The cutie Cinderella. The Cutie Cinderella Dorothy special that I engaged in kind of took a lot out of me. But she is the queen, so of course, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. But after that, we did the AOC stream. My stream spectacularly failed. So many fucking moments. We'll look at some of the highlights, though. You know what I mean? But yeah, I am the Pico Park legend. That's what they call me. But we did all of that. And then I ended the broadcast. I was really, really, really tired. But woke up this morning, went to my grandmother's apartment for like a double matinee, double birthday situation between me and Maroc, because we're only a week apart, 2 years apart, but also 2 years minus 1 week. So yeah. Ooh, there's a second part to the Appalachia video. Love that. That's great too. Anyway, we'll do that as well. 5th generation coal miners in the United States. We'll take a look at that. Fear not. Anyway, as I was stating though, where is this little lady going? Where are you going? Kaya, come here. Kaya, out of there. She just ate, so I'm probably gonna need to take her out again quickly. But yeah, I started late. I'm sorry for starting late. Hey, come here, baby, come here. No, don't go there. Over there. 2-3 years and a week apart, so my parents wait for his birthday to celebrate mine. Jarvis did a video on that subreddit, awful subreddit that rated women. Love that. So yeah, we got some fun shit lined up. Anyway, I went to the OG. No. What's happening? I brought Kaya with me to the secret Fearan taping, and she was so great. But she just ate, so she's probably gonna be a little unruly now. She's probably gonna have a lot of energy. Anyway, regardless, what the fuck is this? I filmed real life superhero safety patrol Mega Strange 69. I don't know what this is, but I'm probably not gonna watch it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Parasocial relationships in East Asia, like that. I like that a lot. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I went to my old hood, Brentwood. I used to live there. I lived there for most of my experience in Los Angeles. I moved a couple blocks away from my first ever apartment in Brentwood, and then going back to that was great. I went to Fish's old dog park that I used to take him to every single day. I used to walk to this dog park that was like right by my apartment at the time, and it was a wonderful experience. It was You know, I wanted to show Kaya the ropes. I wanted to show Kaya the important things. You know what I mean? I don't think she appreciated it as much because there were no dogs there, but it doesn't really matter. And then afterwards, I shot the pod, and here we are. Before you banned me, you told me to reconsider vamp life, and I wanted to let you know I have not changed at all. This opium shit for life. 0-0 shit. Got it. But what? National Thoughtish Behavior Prevention? Torta Patrol? This is fake, right? Department of Hose and Insecurity? Yeah, there was a new DeSantis ad with a Nazi symbol in it. We'll do it. That's kind of a wild one. I always am shocked when, like, DeSantis... I always am shocked whenever I see, like, random ass fucking DeSantis ads. Like, he has like some groiped up shouties in his fucking in his payroll, and I'm always weirded out. I'm always weirded out by it because, oh yeah, we got Margaritaville, Ted's version, obviously. Before I forget, how could I forget? And it's like so weird to me. Like, why aren't they Trump fans? Like, what do they think? What do these Nazis get from working with Ron DeSantis that they don't get from Donald Trump? You know? But yeah, on that note, I think it's a good time to fucking blast off, because I don't really have too much else going on in my life. I'm very tired. I'm very, very tired. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't really know why. I feel like I sleep enough, but I'm very tired. Oh, by that I mean x.com. Wait, let me try it right now. Is it x.com? Oh shit. Yeah. Look, x.com. I mean, fuck. I don't know what'll happen. Yeah, Twitter has changed. I'm blasting off now. What was I gonna say? Oh, with the AOC stream, I'll give you guys my thoughts on it after. Every time I put X, a porn site shows up. Yeah, I mean, it's like very odd. It's very odd to want to name your website after what people usually name it after: porn. Daily Dose's opinion on Hasan.
Yeah, do you know who Hasan is?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah. Do you like that guy?
He's fine. Yes, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's a very interesting person.
Wait, why did he say it
he's
like
gonna
that?
He's gonna be the leader of America one day.
You think so?
Yeah, and we're all gonna. Have you heard about my idea?
What's your idea?
Oh my god. Is he like he hates you? No, I talk to Daily Dose all the time. I think he's just like worried that people are gonna shit on him if he says like, yeah, I like Hasan. You know what I mean? Wasn't he on your podcast? Yeah, I've had him on. He gets hate if he says he likes you, gets hate if he says he doesn't. Yeah. I know. It's like it's a shitty ass situation to be in, you know what I mean? Exactly. He knows YouTube better than anyone else. Exactly. He knows how the algo works. If a good enough X logo is posted tonight, we'll make it go live worldwide tomorrow. That's pretty funny. I like that. That's a funny ass fucking joke. Still, bro has no backbone. Guys, it's not that serious. It's not that big. Okay, calm down. Could he be selling the rights to the name or something? Social media sites would kill that for that brand name and verbiage, like sending a tweet. I mean, look, here's the thing. I know what Elon Musk's dumbass is trying to do. Okay? It's actually not a it's actually a very smart idea. It's not Elon's idea. It's a Chinese idea. Okay? I've said this before. It's just he's not going to be able to do it. The concept of like Twitter changing to X is stupid. Keep the same branding, but still try to fucking do the same shit. He wants to make it Weibo. He wants to make it Douyin. He wants to make it basically a one-stop shop, not just for content, but for e-commerce, but also for a WeChat. Yeah, he wants to just make it so that, not Weibo, sorry. It's not going to happen. He just said that to get people excited about the idea of an everything app, he's hoping to trick someone into thinking it's worth anywhere near what he paid for it. Yeah. No, exactly. It's someone else who is like smarter than Elon Musk could be able to do it potentially. Wait, let me blast off before we get into this. Does anyone have a good blast off tweet? Capitalists are so fucking dog shit at business. Blast off pig. Oh my god, this is incredible. Oh my god, Reagan, this is phenomenal. I'm gonna use this as a blast off tweet. Hold on, I'm not gonna show it to you yet. I'm gonna blast off with it and then you'll see it. On. All right, why can't I find the person? Garuni. Oh, I can't tag you in this. Oh, I retweeted it anyway. All right. Vids lined up. Get in now for a super special secret stream. Okay. Problem is sometimes I can't. A lot of people on Twitter won't let you fucking tag. I retweeted it though. I retweeted her art as well. This is incredible. When is your birthday / what are you doing for it? I'm probably gonna have some friends over. It's on Tuesday. I'm gonna have some friends over. Most likely just like, you know, do dinner. The number of deaths in Pico Park. Hasan, individual deaths 44, button presses 6. Corpse, individual deaths 32, button presses 0. Overall amount of deaths 283. Overall button presses 23. AOC 38, button presses 9. Individual deaths 33, button presses 1. Toast 26. Quarter J 32 individual deaths. Pokey 42 individual deaths. Valkyrie 36 individual. Wait, Pokey had 42? That's like literally 2 less than me. That's kind of crazy. Okay, anyway, here, we blasted off, folks. Go like it. Go react to it. Go exit. Okay. She was on my ass for only having 2 fucking less deaths than me. That's crazy. Plus, she caused me to die a bunch. That's all I'm gonna say. You two were Pathfinders, had to throw yourselves in. Yeah, we're Xing it. We're X-videosing it. We all know your deaths were all for content. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't like just throwing for content, but I certainly was a little bit. Anyway, I can't get over the AOC eating a pizza drawing. Like, there was a lot of funny moments on that stream. I'll be honest though, I'm not very happy. I have too high of an expectation from the content that I make. I don't think I put in enough time or effort to make sure that it was like perfectly done to my vision. And also, I literally had my shit blown up 3 times when we first started. Like, I effed 3 times in the beginning of the stream. Like, that's so crazy. And I was so tired. Like, we were at 35K and numbers were picking up. We were at 35K, numbers were picking up. Getting an assistant is not going to change anything in that regard. And then the not Gartic phone, sorry. The game Pico Park, I guess, is like not super well optimized or something. I don't know what it was really. Like, I don't know what the real reason was. But for some incredible reason, it just kept effing. Like, it kept bricking my PC, where in a weird way, I could actually hear everything on the Discord, but I couldn't speak back on Discord. Obviously, it's not because of like, but yeah, we just like, we lost 20K viewers, which I don't even fault people. We went from like 40K to 20K. Which again, like I said, I don't fault people for not wanting to stick around. I know how that stuff works. But yeah, it was because of full screen. But yeah, I think like that was a lot of fun. I want to work on more collaborative efforts in the future. Streams of that nature should probably have different vibes, different attitudes in the future. You know what I mean? Alex? What'd you do all day? Nice. Yeah, I am. I just started. No, I don't expect you to. Uh-huh. Hell yeah. Her stream peaked at 20K and slowly did into 14K. Honestly, it was just 1, not COVID times where everyone's inside. 2, not riding a game's hype wave like Among Us. 3, no big political topic at the forefront of the stream. And 4, it's not going to have the same hype as the first stream. Yeah, I mean, there were a bunch of different reasons, right? I'm just saying that, like, it could have been executed a little bit better. It certainly could have been executed better on my end. I take full responsibility for that. Game wise, I think like next time AOC's out here, I'm gonna probably have her on board for like either an IRL stream or maybe something of that sort. Maybe have her here for like something in person. I think that could be a little bit more fun. I thought the 40K to 25K thing was a Twitch shit doubling. No, it was picking up. Like, last thing I saw was around like 35 to 36K, I think, and then it just was crazy. Do you think the lower viewer count for AOC compared to last time is a sign of how the changes at Twitter have reduced their engagement? I think there's some of that as well. I think we didn't also like promote it the way we promoted last time. I was watching from other POVs to other streams. Donate links in chat. Anyway. But I mean, we kept it basically a secret. But also, I think like Twitch is just, it does feel empty. Like it's weird. It's a weird downturn for all Twitch channels. You know what I mean? Everyone's having like diminished results, but it's all good. I still very much enjoy it. I still very much enjoy streaming, you know? AOC Rose, non-gaming, Hasan, lol, uh-oh. What is this? All right, let's look at some highlights, though.
What's up?
What is frozen?
PC.
Oh, no.
Froze on Pico Park. I don't know what's happening. I don't know how that happened. I have to restart.
Don't worry. Frankly, we don't need him, if you know what I
Okay.
mean. Like, I think this skill-wise, we're gonna be just
good. It's gonna take like 5 seconds for me to restart my streaming PC, but I'll be there in a second. Hopefully it doesn't brick my entire thing again when I restart it.
Hurry up, go!
Yeah, it seems like Pico Park was too CPU.
Your PC's not used to gaming.
I don't know. Isn't this like 5 pixels? How does
No,
that?
literally, this has never happened before, but of course it would happen now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's lucky.
Wait, are you on a dial setup? What do you mean? I mean, guys, it just, all of the worst things that could have happened. You know what I'm saying? I thought this was Charlie Day from the fucking, I literally just saw this and I thought it was Charlie Day from the Thumbo and only later realized it's me. I was like, why is Charlie Day wearing like an outfit that I would wear? And then I realized it's me. You got that Hot Wheels PC. What game are you and Hasan gonna play? League? Okay, we're not doing that. Anyway. What? Kick Talent Scout. Hey Hasan, I feel like I can call you Hasan because you and me are so alike. I'd like to meet you one day. It would be great to have a catch. I know I can't throw as fast as you, but I think you'd be impressed with my speed. I love your hair. You run fast. Did you have a good relationship with your father? Me either. These are all things we can talk about and more. I mean, I had a great relationship with my father. I still do. You know? Getting Iron Mouse, Connor, maybe even Felix could bring in a huge audience. You guys are so funny. Like, those are just the content creators you watch. The content creators we had on were also very big in their own way. Bigger than a lot of the content creators that you're mentioning. The only person, the only audience we could have tapped into that we didn't was literally just like Kai and Your Rage and everyone else. Other than that, it was like, that's it. It would have been explosive and massive if we did that. But you guys are so funny. Yeah. Anyway, regardless, it's a copy from from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Yeah. Gartic recap? No, we don't even have to do that much of a recap. I just wanted to give you guys my thoughts on it. You know what I mean? The W community is not interested in politics, little bro. Yeah, I know. I don't really care. Why is the only circle Hasan wants to link up with people who don't like him like that? I'm talking about it from the perspective of what do you call it? From the perspective of like pure. If you're looking at it purely from a viewership perspective, the only thing that would have boosted it more, like purely from a cloud perspective, it would have been W streamers 100%. That's it. If the goal is outreach. Also, they were doing something fucking super sick yesterday instead. So they couldn't have done it regardless. Look at this shit, dude. I mean, this is the new wave, like 100%. These guys are the new they're the new big dogs in town, you know what I mean? Like Twitch in and of itself might be dying, but the cultural relevance of Twitch streamers is absolutely being carried by people like Kai, Rage, Phantom, and AMP boys and the W community in general. I mean, look at that. Look at how much people were excited for that. Like it's great. Why does this chat keep trying to force bad interactions with you and the W streamers? I don't know. Partially because they want to be protective, but it's mostly all parasocial. That's what it is. They threatened to let DDG perform there. Hip hop and Twitch are tied together thanks to Kai and Aiden having these rappers on. Now both cultures are connected in multiple ways. Yeah, Ski Mask is also, like, I've literally seen him at the NRG Castle. You know what I mean? Like, he performed at the NRG Castle. And also, Ski Mask is like he's always been tapped into. He's always been tapped into this kind of shit. Like, I think he literally had Miskiff come to Rolling Loud and hang out with him. Like, he's been on his stream. Post Malone is another another musician, rapper, singer. Who is like tapped into Twitch and internet culture pretty aggressively. I think he like literally had Curtis Connor come on. Chaz right, crowd's more white if anything. Yeah, it's fucking Rolling Loud. What do you mean? I have watched Linus roasting my setup yesterday, chatter. It's Rolling Loud. Like, it's so funny when it's funny to me that like motherfuckers are like, bro, I can't believe how white Rolling Loud is. Yeah, bro, it's Rolling Loud.
Man, I gotta show love to AMP and your Rage. Kai and your Rage has always been fucking with me. This is a good guy. Make some noise for Kai and your Rage and Phantom, y'all here.
Yeah, also, chat, if you think you're old and you're saying like, oh, I'm old, I don't know what this is. This song is fucking like 8 years old, brother. The person who's singing the song is dead and has been and was murdered like 5 years ago. You know what I mean? So like, like this is an old ass song at this point. All the people at that point are just like, all the people that you know, I mean, fun fact, I've talked about this before. I used to be a very big Ski Mask fan, so much so that when my friend was, I think he was XXX Tentacion's agent. Yeah, when my friend was XXX Tentacion's agent, I went to one of their concerts where I did feel very old, I'll be honest. But I just wanted to see Ski Mask. That's the reason why I went. it was an interesting experience. XXX being played and this not being problematic in this chat, lol. Fuck do you mean, bro? He's like super dead. What do you want? Like, yeah, I know, but I'm sure there's some people who will now get mad. But like, what do you want? He's dead. Like, what do you want? You want to cancel him? You know what? He got canceled. Okay, by life. So, what are you gonna do? Gonna so funny. Like, what's wrong with you guys? Anyway, man, I remember this chat used to be excited seeing W streamers pop off. What happened? Like, Rage fuck with Hasan. Why is chat shitting on him? They're not. But where was I? What was I talking about? Anyway, I'm happy that these guys are carrying the torch. You know what I mean? And still have like a tremendous amount of cultural capital, even if it like moves away from Twitch in general. I think it's good. It's good for the space in general. I like it. I also, one thing that a lot of people do in this chat for the other chatters is like, you don't get fucking one guide like I do, because you look at like one thing in the chat and you go, wow, everybody fucking hates these people. Okay? Your Wizard of Oz performance is actually incredible. Still not over that Wizard of Oz piece. Damn. Thank you. Imagine the 30+ political community doing it at a concert. I mean, yeah, it'd be odd. Russell Brand absolutely throating Meatball Ron in an interview. Damn.
What?
Sad to see. What do you mean away from Twitch? Don't they stream here? No, they do. I'm saying like they're carrying the torch of Twitch. At a time when Twitch's cultural capital is like diminishing pretty drastically due to circumstances outside of everyone's control, like good reasons. For example, people fucking no longer being indoors all the goddamn time. You know what I mean? Like these are good reasons as to why Twitch is no longer as poppin'. He said, chat deranged, he said he will never integrate with the poggers community again. I don't know what that is, and I don't know saying that, and I don't really give a shit, okay? Like, I'm talking about this outside. All right, what is this? This is from yesterday when I was, like, almost dying, almost killed us.
It's always him. It's
Okay.
There is an imposter. There is an imposter.
I was just testing you guys. Damn. Talking shit. I am the purple man. Listen to me. Did they make you mad yesterday? No. I had a fucking amazing time playing games yesterday because I just heavily leaned into being like, so this game is not very serious. So I heavily leaned into being like a fuck up. You know what I mean? Because I think I thought about it more from the perspective of content rather than I thought about it more from the aspect of content rather than, being sweaty as fuck about it. Right. And I feel like in content, especially on like a comedic setup, you have to have a fall guy. You guys can you guys can throw copium my way all day, every day. I'm just describing to you what my intentions were, and if it translated that way to you, then that's great. That was the goal. Not like I was great at the game anyway, but it doesn't matter. I like leaned in further into just like being more of a fuck up, but I had a great time doing that. You know what I mean?
Right, top right. Go, go, go.
You know when you laugh so hard, your fingers start turning to jelly?
Okay, we can.
Okay.
Yes, AOC. I know.
Jump up, jump up, go, jump. One more time.
Okay.
Okay, we're good. No, where are you going?
I'm laughing so good.
Don't press up again.
Great job. First try.
Well done.
Chad is being silly. You could literally hear on putting your himbo act
What was the
on.
first try?
No one can tell us different. You just said like 5 minutes ago that you didn't throw for content. Now you're saying you did. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm not going to have an autistic debate on whether or not I was fucking throwing for content or not, okay? Please, it's Sunday. Let me fucking live. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy shit. Let me fucking survive. Let me live. You live a little bit too, okay? Jesus, Lord, mercy on my fucking soul. Holy shit, dude. Every fucking day. It's like, you said you fucking, I misunderstood what you said originally, and that's precisely why this is now an interrogation. Debate me. Like, please, I need consistency from y'all. Fuck, dude. This is the worst Twitch chat, hands down. I mean, I swear to fucking God. I can't even fucking be like, I had a great time and I'm not already a good gamer. And because I wasn't being super sweaty and leaning into being a bad gamer, I cared more about the content in and of itself. It made it so much more fun for me without 11 people trying to write like fucking debate pedophile Reddit threads over here. Like, calm the fuck down, dude. Holy shit. Please do not reproduce for the sake of the future societies. This chat switched up so much in 3 years. I hate it. I know. It's like fucking so weird. God damn. Like, think about it, man. I can't say I had fun without people debating me on the boundaries of what fun technically is. Like, guess what, guys? You did it. I'm not having fun anymore, okay? Fuck.
I mean, technically, everyone can.
Oh my god. I was looking at chat too much.
Okay. Guys, we need buttons. We need to push on buttons.
Oh, yay. Okay.
Oh, the button's at time.
How do I get out? I'm trapped. Okay.
Anyway, some of you love to be contrarians for no reason. Yeah, we've already nailed exactly why it happens that way, because they want to be contrarian because they can't be in like the political sphere because they either we agree or I just know more than them, so they like want to debate on grounds where they feel more comfortable, like gaming knowledge or some shit, or whatever the fuck they can grab onto. Like, they just want to have fun with debates, not realizing that I despise that kind of attitude. Like, I'm just not a fan of debating. It just makes you really smarmy and annoying if you want to fucking debate every little thing. Most people need to recognize that one thing, which is that constantly being a fucking guy that debates on every issue, on every boundaries, makes you really, really unlikable. Like, some of you maybe do it without realizing it. I just high-key think it's something you should consider not doing. Please. Anyway. It's just, yeah, it is very insufferable. Okay, so let's talk about Elon Musk. So here's the hilarious situation. Elon Musk, not sure what subtle clues gave it away, but I like the letter X. So Elon Musk is finally rebranding Twitter to X, which he's been trying to do, or he said he wanted to do. It's really fucking stupid. Okay, it is really, really fucking dumb because, like, tweeting, Twitter, it's like a very recognizable brand. So I don't know why you would spend $44 billion, like, burn it to the goddamn ground, and then do a fucking revamp of the brand, like rebranding, so that now Twitter in and of itself is just like something different, and X and all of the feelings associated with this new Twitter will just be X. And everyone will look at that and go, this sucks ass. because this is an absolute fucking bird-brained website. It's always been kind of bad, but at least there was like something funny in the sea of awful content that you got. And now it is officially turned into a website where everybody's like shilling cryptocurrencies, bots are out of fucking control, or real human beings are behaving like bots all the goddamn time as well. Everyone's trying to sell you an NFT project, a cryptocurrency project, a way to fucking make money, or their OnlyFans in the replies of every single goddamn person. And they're doing it in the most contentious, most awful way possible. It's like, at least back in the day, people were like kind of creative with the way that they sold themselves. Nowadays, it's just spam. The entire website is fucking spam. It's a gigantic shithole full of conspiracy, brain-broken, weirdo perverts. It's turning into like Facebook, but with more spam than even Facebook. You know what I mean? What is this? NFTs were no joke, the dumbest bubble in history, dumber than tulips or even Beanie Babies. They were literally digital receipts that say you alone own something that everyone did. It's so embarrassing that Silicon Valley was pushing these so hard. I agree, and I kept saying it, and I felt like I was insane for saying it at the time. And like, just like with every other thing, just like with every other aspect, whenever there is something that is a cultural phenomena, whenever there is a cultural phenomena that everyone is tapping into, whether it be NFTs, whether it be cryptocurrency, whatever the next thing is, right? Every time I shit on it, there's so many people that lose their goddamn lives over it. Not defending Twitter, but this sounds like fascists talking about California. Like, people lose their fucking minds because it's like, oh, how could this guy who I really like and appreciate the opinions of speak so poorly about something else that I'm enjoying, right? And then they just stick to that narrative. They stick to that, and then they just like become a permanent fucking hater. And it's so strange that like I would assume someone would go back and be like, you know what, I lost all my fucking money, so now maybe I'm not wrong. I mean, maybe it's fine. What is this? Gonna be honest, this new widget design looks like an app for a membership-only human trafficking gentlemen's club headquartered in Budapest. I mean, that's not wrong. It's a good tweet. Correct. I don't know. It's because they're stubborn. They think they're always right and refuse to admit when they fucked up. Why'd you say Bebela Chiwi? The problem is that some people think NFTs fails because of people like you calling them out. Yeah. This tweet was going around recently as the perfect NFTs are idiotic from the jump. Yeah. This tweet still exists in the fucking ether, which I love. I've seen this before. And this person still has a fucking NFT profile pic. If you make an NFT of a real diamond and the diamond itself gets destroyed in a fire tomorrow, you still have the same asset because the token still exists and is in limited supply just as before. Nothing has changed. What NFT is doing the concept of an asset, if you understand? No, we all understood it. It's called, if you're dumb enough for that, I got a bridge to sell you. And I made this comparison like when cryptocurrencies were first blowing up. And I was right. And here we fucking are. You know what I mean? Remember back in the day, like I got a bridge to sell you as a that was the concept that meant that you were a mark, a rube, a sucker, someone who could be sold on anything, even something that you did not physically own. Also, the irony of a diamond getting destroyed in a fire is not lost upon me, okay? But that's not even the most important part of this tweet. The most important part, in my opinion, is the concept that this would be Talking in Jersey right now, brother? What do you mean? She did it, sold it for like 2.5 million. Now it's worth 0. Yeah. I saw someone who made a thread on you on Twitter, and it was a clip from you playing the character, and people in the replies were mega comedy saying you had sex with minors and absolutely unhinged stuff. Yeah, I mean, this is just what Twitter is now. It's just people, it's just like actual pedophiles, okay? Like actual out and about pedophiles with like lolly avatars and like talking about how they want to like fuck minors and shit, who are also Nazis, literally just like openly saying other people are pedophiles. And then the irony itself is like you click on their profile and it's literally them being pedophiles in a sea of, it's just 4chan. A real pedophile Nazi with a teen girlfriend posting about you made my morning. Yeah, like actual, this isn't even like a meme, okay? It's just straight up dudes who like advocate for actually it's a phebophilia type shit, unironically saying that kind of stuff. Very unhinged. I'm sure this will have no real life consequences. Like the more people are just so fucking insane. Anyway. X video is trending in the United States. Yeah. Chris Dixon, Mark Andreessen backs 30 million fund exclusively investing in NFT art. Yeah, it was so fucking stupid. Hoping Threads will integrate an actual For You style page in trending algo that isn't dog shit compared to Twitter. I doubt it. It's an exceptionally rare thing in life or in business that you get 1 second chance to make another big impression. Twitter made one massive impression and changed the way we communicate. Now X will go further, transforming the global town square. X is the future state of unlimited interactivity centered in audio, video, messaging, payments, and banking, creating a global marketplace. Yeah, this is literally what they have in China. They want to do WeChat, okay? Now, obviously, that concept would be massively successful if it wasn't run by absolute fucking dumbasses, okay? We already know. I mean, it is massively successful in China, which is entirely different than the American marketplace, okay? It's also not new for America. This is precisely what Meta has been trying to do from the jump. But Meta, Facebook, couldn't fucking do it in America, so they only were able to do it in like secondary markets or places where they basically developed the infrastructure of the internet and created a walled garden style internet. Like in India, they tried to do it. You know what I mean? So they can't even do that. Like, I don't know if, I just don't have any confidence that Elon Musk would be able to do it, especially because Elon Musk is a fucking dumbass. I mean, you're over here talking about making like a payment structure. I'm not comfortable, even if I were to make money off my Twitter impressions. Okay? I'm not comfortable giving my fucking social security number to Elon Musk. Are you crazy? And his like skeleton crew that, keeps breaking the website every day. Get the hell out of here. Yeah, he's just one of the richest men in the world. Yeah, definitely a dumbass. Yeah. He is a dumbass, but you know what's funnier? I'm a dumbass too, but you know who's the biggest dumbass here? You fucking idiot. It's because of idiots like you who are like, yeah, he's the monarch, my lord. How dare you say he's not worthy? I'll tell on you. I'll tell on you to him. You are a peasant. You are a serf. Your brain is like wired in a way to be servile. Okay? You can change that reality. Hopefully, one day you will be able to. But, you know, no, don't try to fucking rewire this to be like, I'm just saying he's obviously doing something right. No, that doesn't mean anything. Okay? Lucking into a tremendous amount of wealth and failing upwards by being a relatively decent con man who markets himself more than anything else and tricking a bunch of people like you into thinking that he is like a brilliant guy who knows how to make money is so viciously stupid. You're being so transparently idiotic. Okay? Do you understand why? We're watching him actually get into a venture very publicly and losing. And oh yeah, wealth is not merit, obviously. That goes without saying. It's so fucking stupid that we're even having that conversation. If that meant something, why are you talking back to me? I'm wealthier than you are. You know what I mean? That's not how this works. It's so dumb. You can fail upwards and be rich and have people kiss your ass? Exactly. It's so fucking stupid. It's so incredibly dumb, but there are plenty of people who are that way because they've been so socially conditioned. Okay? They have been so profoundly conditioned into believing this. I've talked about it so many more in so many different ways. Yeah, by that logic, XQC is smarter than my college professor, infinitely smarter. Anyway, I understood how people thought Elon was smart a couple of years ago because not everyone knows cars are rockets, but I'm shocked at the people who don't realize now after seeing Twitter under him. Yeah, I said this in the beginning, that he's failing in a profoundly public way in front of people while also taking away a treat that people have. I mean, here, I literally just got a reply from Your Rage on this same thing. Look, Your Rage, in many respects, has, he pays attention to a lot of stuff, but he's still closer to being a normie than someone like myself. He said, Elon's getting corny. I said, getting, ? He said, I don't pay attention to these billionaires. Like, there are so many normies who are just like, what the fuck is this, X videos? Like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Grimes proposes a logo for X to former boyfriend Elon Musk. I can't believe all this shit. X video is about to have better video player than Twitter. X videos 100% undoubtedly has a better video player than Twitter because X videos is a pornography website. Of course it has a better video player. They have to. They're not run by a person who can just like rest on the laurels of having other dumbasses even dumber than he is keep beefing up the product by claiming it's actually good when it's not good. Pornography also, the porn industry in general, is always on the forefront of new distribution mechanisms and whatnot. They have to be. So it's not even remotely surprising to me. He's like Art Deco, the aesthetic of the roaring 20s prior to collapse. What could go wrong? I don't know. Like I said, though, Meta tried to do this exact same thing and failed to do it in the United States of America. I don't think that Elon Musk is going to be the guy who can pull it off, especially when, like, for all of his lizard-like qualities, Mark Zuckerberg still objectively is a smarter person than Elon Musk. Okay? That doesn't mean he is like brilliant and deserves billions of dollars or did billions of dollars worth of work or anything. But it's just like he's still smarter than fucking Elon Musk, which isn't really saying much. Now, I don't like the Zuck is half the IQ of Musk. No way. What the fuck are you saying? Not correct. To be fair, I don't really care. One, because I don't really care about IQs as a byproduct of like who's actually making more money. When the person with the highest IQ on the fucking planet famously works at a goddamn bar as a bouncer. I think he died recently, actually, but like, if you are dumb enough to just think that like IQ means you make more money, once again, you're a fucking absolute baboon. But it is expected from Elon Simps to believe this kind of idiotic nonsense, especially when you consider misinformation law. Yeah, he says I'm putting misinformation out there. Do you want to know why that's so dumb? Because wealth does not even if IQ was as important as you think it is, wealth 100% does not translate to IQ because there's no meritocratic approach to generating wealth, because luck still plays a profound role. I myself am a recipient of said luck. Okay? I don't know why you're in here being like, Zuck is half the IQ of Elon. Okay, fine, but it doesn't matter because guess what? You know, he has still seen more success than Elon Musk, with the exception of the VR failure, and he's had plenty of failures. On top of that, obviously, I'm not even saying Zuck is a brilliant either. He sucks as well. Yeah, Elon Musk makes people like Ian Miles Chungus his colleagues. He has the IQ of Airbud, yeah. Just literally look at XQC. XQC recently got a $100 million contract. He eats his toenails. Does XQC have a higher IQ or is smarter than your college professors? And XQC, I think, is pretty smart. And whenever I say that, people get very mad at me. Anyway. Or Aiden Ross. Anyway. Dude literally talks in public about complex issues. He's not smart somehow. No, it is the vibes that is making you feel like he's brilliant or smart. I talk about complex issues in public regularly. Do you think I'm smart? If you're an Elon Musk fan, I doubt that you think I'm smart. You think I'm a fucking idiot, right? And that's fine, because I am a fucking idiot. The difference is so is Elon. Also, the idea that like Elon Musk is brilliantly analyzing complex issues and delivering valuable information is a totally different notion here. But again, it does not matter. Elon Musk is not a smart person in general. Just look to what he has done with Twitter. Elon Musk was forced to purchase Twitter at $44 billion, money that he did not have in liquid cash. Money that he had to basically go to banks and get, and from, Saudi donors to get, and then literally ripped its market share, its valuation in half, even though it's a private corporation now. There is basically 1/10 of the revenue that he's making out of this website. He's made it also objectively unusable, and you're still over here talking about defending this guy. For years, fans and critics alike have pushed Twitter to dream bigger, to innovate faster, to fulfill our great potential. We've already started to see X take shape over the past 8 months through our rapid future launches, but we're just getting started. There's absolutely no limits to transformation. X will deliver everything. Yeah, I mean, Elon is very good at selling you a bridge and then never really following through. And then for some reason, the market that's supposed to behave in a way that is the market that's supposed to behave in a way that is like smart, obviously not behaving in the way that it's supposed to by turning around and never really punishing Elon for not fulfilling his ridiculous promises that anyone with 3.5 fucking brain cells would recognize as ridiculous from a mile away. Elon is suing the lawyers of
buying Twitter might be the worst thing to ever
you know what? Let's get started
happen
on it.
to
Let's
Elon
watch
Musk.
this.
But the best thing to happen to people who love crazy lawsuits. And now Elon is suing the lawyers who forced him to follow through with the sale because he thinks that they charged Twitter too much to beat Elon Musk because now Elon owns Twitter and he's the one that effectively has to pay for it. You really can't make this up. But of course, it's more...
Okay, I love that. That makes me so happy. I didn't even know that this was happening. I didn't even realize he has to like pay for the Twitter lawyers because they were on contract that forced him to purchase Twitter. Oh, that's so awesome.
Complicated than that. Now, apparently Musk is still smarting from the time that he was forced to honor his deal to buy Twitter for $44 billion. So now he has filed a lawsuit against the law firm of Wachtell, Lipton, Rosen, and Katz, the law firm which represented Twitter when the old owners sued Musk to follow through with the sale. Wachtell charged Twitter $90 million to facilitate the deal that eventually led to Musk taking Twitter private. Now, the old Twitter board paid $84 million right as the deal closed, literally 10 minutes before the company turned over to Musk, and now Elon would like all of that money back, please. Money, please. Now, to review, this was a sale between a public company and an individual who intended to take the company private. Musk offered Twitter a share price of $54.20 per share, and Twitter's board accepted the deal. Musk then tried to back out of the deal for reasons relating to him being a huge idiot, and essentially Musk failed to do his due diligence before making the offer and later realized that his offer was way too high. Or maybe it dawned on him that trying to make Twitter profitable was going to require a lot more than just shitposting on Twitter, so he tried to get out of it. Now, Wachtell wasn't Twitter's original law firm for the sale, but when Musk said that the deal was dead and tried to back out, Twitter turned to this law firm, which has a reputation as one of the world's top law firms specializing in mergers and acquisitions.
I'm into, murders and executions mostly.
Wachtell promptly sued Musk in the Delaware Court of Chancery, and he backed down without even getting a discount on the original sale price. Basically, they spanked him. Now, right...
Dude, what? I don't understand. I don't really appreciate legaleagle shitting on a brilliant man. After all, he's a billionaire, so he must be that much smarter than the average person. Even though he basically lucked into his first company and then rode the wave of Silicon Valley and quantitative easing all the way to fucking literally where he is now. I don't really understand why you're undermining what he did here. Really fucked up. Elon Musk has never actually had a venture that doesn't revolve around government subsidies before Twitter, when you think about it, really. Outside of PayPal, which he was forced out of the board of, which we are going to be talking about right now, because honestly, that plays a role in the X.com situation. In 2000, Elon Musk tried to rebrand PayPal as X.com, but was forced out of the board by forced out by the board and replaced as CEO by Peter Thiel. Now he's doing the same to Twitter, but is surrounded by sycophants who can't tell him it's a bad idea. That's right. That's what Elon Musk tried to do. He tried to rebrand PayPal as X.com even back then. And again, he was forced out by the board and replaced by the CEO, replaced as CEO by Peter Thiel, but he still made a massive payday from that. He then took that money and became a viable angel investor, which is what happened to all of the people that were involved in PayPal. They got massive amounts of money, okay? They hit it big and turned around and bought into other companies and routinely were able to become the founders of said companies, Tesla being the company that Elon Musk bought and then claimed he founded, SpaceX being another one. Tesla and SpaceX, and also the co-owned by his brother renewable energy company that he had, which was also a failure in a different respect. All three of these companies, including Solar City was that one, yes, or even the Boring Company, which is supposed to create these fucking tunnels, right, which have been an abject failure as well. Every single one of his companies relies on government subsidies until he was, once again, forced to purchase Twitter because he, stupidly enough, said he was going to do it. So remember that. Remember that. Okay? I can't believe the other cities are going to do Hyperloops, though. It's so sad. What city is doing Hyperloop? Yeah. To all of the gamers who think Elon Musk is an autistic person in a position of power, he's just like me for real. He must be smart because I think I'm a big smarty pants because my mommy told me so. Look at his Elden Ring build, okay? If you're a gamer and you played Elden Ring, look at Elon Musk's Elden Ring build and you will understand exactly what kind of fucking dumbass he really is, okay? My man was fat rolling through that entire goddamn game with not a single person being like, bro, what are you doing? Please don't do that. He Diablo posted today and his shit looked ass too. Not surprising. So, just remember that, okay? Moving on, getting back to the lawsuit, because this is really funny.
Right before the deal closed, Twitter paid the law firm $90 million in success fees. Elon Musk believes that this is unjust enrichment, and the firm should give most of that back to.
He had X.com before as his own company, and PayPal's service merged with them. He then tried to change the name back. Yeah, I know. Yes, I know. But he also tried to rebrand PayPal, like you also said, to X.com, his own company that merged with PayPal.
Twitter, which he now owns. And the timeline breaks down like this. Twitter hired Wachtel on June 21st, 2022. The law firm sent an engagement letter stating it would represent Twitter, quote, on an hourly fee basis in a litigation to compel specific performance of the Musk party's acquisition of Twitter. This engagement letter doesn't contain any language about a success fee. Now, the engagement letter indicates that Wachtel negotiated an exemption from Twitter's usual fee arrangement with outside counsel, which gave Twitter a 15% discount on hourly billing rates. And in the months of work after making this arrangement with Twitter, Wachtel invoiced Twitter for a total of $18 million, including $15.6 million in hourly fees. Musk characterizes that as outrageous because it was only for a few months of work. Now, what the complaint leaves...
Wait, Musk is upset about paying too much for something in a lawsuit where he was forced to pay too much? I think $15.6 million in hourly fees for only a few months of work is fucking worth it when they got your dumbass to pay $44 billion for a company that you immediately halved in market value. Okay? No, it is the most worthwhile $15.6 million in hourly fees, dumbass. There's nothing more valuable than that. They charged however much they charged, and then they got you to fucking purchase it for $44 billion. Why the fuck would that not be worth? It was a demonstrable success. Okay? The real failure here is forgetting to run the top of the hour ad break exactly at 4 and running it 18 minutes in to the top of the hour, 19 minutes in. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay? And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. If you're lucky, here is the 3-minute ad break now. I'm late, I know.
Leaves out is that during those few months, Wachtel filed a lawsuit against Musk that successfully compelled him to go forward with the sale. And the lawsuit was filed on July 12th, 2022. By October 4th, 2022, Musk gave up his fight to back out of the sale, and he agreed to abide by the deal's original terms. And
if you want to think Elon Musk is a smarty pants, go ahead, smart guy, okay? But let me tell you, the Twitter board was not on Twitter tweeting, I need the smartest lawyers in America to come work for me, like Elon was. Okay? Imagine going to fucking Twitter to be like, I need lawyers. Please help me now. You know who's the type of dumbass who would do some shit like that? Me. Okay? I would do some shit like that because I'm a fucking idiot. And it wouldn't be over like a multi-billion-dollar deal that I'm forced into fucking buying because of my big-ass mouth. Okay?
The closing was set for October 28th. Now, according to the complaint on October 27th, with, quote, the firm's work on the merger litigation in the Delaware Chancery Court already concluded, and without any foreseeable need for Twitter to utilize its services again, Wachtell, the law firm, decided to milk the company for $90 million in success fees. Musk says, quote, in other words, Wachtell sought and obtained a success fee that resulted in a total fee nearly 6 times its $15.6 million in invoiced hourly fees for a few months' work, even though, one, it was...
I don't believe you, but sure. What do you mean? You don't believe me that Elon Musk actually begged on Twitter? Well, not even begged. He thought it was a real smart idea to ask for lawyers to defend him. Like, I'm trying to build the best legal team anyone's ever seen. Where do I go for that? Twitter.
Was not called for by any prior agreement with Twitter, and 2, the litigation in which Wachtell represented Twitter had been stayed for weeks in anticipation of dismissal following the closing. Now, you might be asking why a success fee is even a thing, and why a company would agree to pay a success fee over hourly billing. Well, many clients are concerned that outside law firms run up billable hours by overstaffing cases with too many lawyers or generating work that isn't necessary. And the theory goes that if you align the financial incentives of the client and the law firm is less likely to do a bunch of unnecessary work and waste the client's money. And Bloomberg reports that Wachtell was, quote, one of the first law firms to link its fees to the value of successful deals rather than linking them to hourly billing rates like many of its peers. And in this way, the law firms are acting more like banks, which tie their fees to a percentage of the deal when it's completed. And the exhibits attached to the complaint include a memo from Wachtell explaining that, quote, while our fees are not based on the amount involved in a matter, experience indicates that merger and acquisition and takeover fees have typically ranged from 1% or more on matters under $250 million and 0.1% or less on matters over $25 billion. Wachtell argues that the value of its advice can't be demonstrated by a simple hourly rate. It's a classic line from lawyers. Absolutely always the case.
I'm like a god in human clothing. Lightning bolts shoot from my fingertips.
But the difference here is that Wachtell didn't start out the engagement with a success fee specified. And Musk's complaint is that it was improper for Wachtell to switch from an hourly billing arrangement to a success fee structure on the eve of closing.
That's so funny. Oh my God. They cooked him, dude. Elon's like, I'm sorry, but like this was the most winnable case of all time, so they should have hit the success fee from the jump. It's really fucked up. Dude, this is such a double whammy. Elon's like, my case was so fucking stupid from the jump. Like, it's really messed up.
Yeah, this is one of those cases that's going to be really fun to watch because at the end of this case, at least one of these parties is going to lose. Now, Musk's first claim is for unjust enrichment. He claims...
Guys, I'm not gonna lie. This seems like a big and sound business move. The guy who bought Twitter for $44 billion. What a big smart guy, man. What a big smart guy. His argument literally has to be in this situation that it's fucked up when they realized that they were so slam dunking this fucking court case that like they were able to change the fee structure to a win fee. Like, as in, I'm such a fucking idiot that like it was such an obviously winnable court case against me that they knew, so like they changed the fucking fee structure. Like, his argument in this circumstance quite literally has to be, I'm a big dumb idiot with a fucking absolutely unwinnable court case. Like, it was literally the dumbest thing for me to purchase Twitter at $44 billion fucking dollars. That's his argument to try and win this fucking court case.
that the closing day letter agreement between the board of directors and the law firm, quote, called for payment of an unconscionable fee and was an unconscionable agreement. Musk argues that Twitter's board of directors were a bunch of losers who got totally hosed by the law firm. The complaint describes them as, quote, lame duck fiduciaries who, quote, lost their motivation to act in Twitter's best interest during the sale. Though one would argue here the complete opposite, that the board was in fact extremely motivated to close the sale at the original price, which arguably was in the best interest of the shareholders. But Musk's perspective is that it was clearly not in Twitter's best interest to have paid this enormous legal bill. But that misunderstands what their duties actually were between signing and closing. Their legal fiduciary duty was to make sure that the deal maximized the value for Twitter's shareholders. That's all they had to do. And the lame duck fiduciaries executed that responsibility beautifully by forcing Musk to buy Twitter at an extremely high share price. And if they accomplished that, then the shareholders didn't care what else Twitter did with its money because it was no longer theirs. And in fact, because the share price was already set by Elon Musk, it didn't really matter how much they paid out to the lawyers because that wasn't going to change how much the shareholders ultimately got.
This is actually incredible. This is this is so stupid. God, it's so awesome. I have to pee. I don't want to miss a beat on this, but fucking God, everyone is just, I mean, I think this is one of those circumstances where like actually smart people who are also rich and evil end up fucking over a dumbass rich person in a very, very public way. And you can't help but feel great about it a little bit. You know what I mean? This Mr. Show sketch about rich equals better than is pretty great. It's fire.
Though it really made a big dent in Elon Musk's pocket when he had to pick up the pieces of Twitter when he bought it. And yes, $90 million is a lot of money, but were the lawyers' fees beyond the pale in this particular case? Well, in contract law, if the terms of a contract are unfair or oppressive to one party in a way that suggests abuse during its formation, a court can find it unconscionable and refuse to enforce it. But courts rarely find unconscionability in a business dispute between two fairly equal parties. A contract is most likely to be found unconscionable if both unfair bargaining and unfair substantive terms are shown. And generally, courts only void a contract on unconscionability grounds in extreme cases. There's one famous case where a loan interest rate was 800%, or an instance where a warranty expires before a product is even installed. Basically, things that really shock the conscience. Not really things like a relatively high bill for litigation that won billions of dollars, but you know, your mileage may vary. Now, speaking of great lawyers, my firm, the Eagle Team, is now accepting new clients, and we don't charge $90 million. If you've been in a car crash, a data breach, or medical malpractice, or just about anything else, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney who can. Just click on the link in the description for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. The link is down below. And now back to Elon Musk. Now, Wachtell is one of the premier mergers and acquisitions firms, and its partners make serious bank by...
Well, guess what? Technically, didn't skip a beat there. Didn't lose a single moment because he just went directly into an ad segue. What a wonderful piss. What a wonderful way to time that piss, folks. It's great.
By charging success fees. And in the firm's fee arrangement memo, Wachtell outlined its comparables, explaining that its success fees generally range from 67% to 100% of the investment banking fees. And the memo also says that the fee could be a multiplier of its hourly billing or run rate. And during the first 4 months, the lawyers billed $26.6 million, and the success fee is about 2.5 times that amount, which was within comps Wachtell gave to Twitter. And the banks, JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, got $133 million, with $113 million of that as a success fee when the buyout closed. So the $90 million that Musk complains about was around 68% of the banker's fees, which is actually on the lower end of comparables, if you are to believe Wachtell. But Musk argues that the success fee is too much because litigation didn't move forward and Wachtell wasn't the law firm involved in the original negotiation between Musk and Twitter. And that's an argument, but it's probably not particularly strong. To prove his point, Musk states that the work that the lawyers did wasn't particularly hard since it was just a garden variety contract dispute. Quote, there were no...
Oh, that's awesome. Come on, dude. It's the most winnable case. Like, you can't be charging this much on my dumbass. Please. Please don't do this.
No novel or difficult questions of law involved, nor did the litigation require any special skills beyond that which Twitter could have procured by paying hourly rates to many other reputable law firms with the experience litigating in the Delaware Chancery Court, including those hired to work alongside Wachtell. Now, this argument is particularly hilarious because Musk is actually admitting that the legal questions weren't that difficult because he really didn't have any legal basis for backing.
I was right. And I'm not legaleagle. Legaleagle is very smart. I am not a very smart guy. And even my dumbass could see that Elon Musk's only fucking way out of this lawsuit is to admit that he is objectively a fucking idiot. I love that. Where are all of the people? Where are all the people in the chat who are like, dude, you're just fucking shut up, dude. He's smart, actually. Promise. I promise, dude. He's fucking smart, dude. Well, not according to this court case. According to this specific court case, he very clearly is defining that he is a big dummy. A big dummy. So dumb that defeating him was just the easiest of feats. Why would you charge so much to defeat him? It was very obvious that he would have been defeated.
Out of the deal. Basically that his litigation was frivolous. And if Musk had simply done what he was supposed to do by consummating the deal in the first place, Twitter wouldn't have to pay a success fee at all. And of course, Twitter's board was obviously pleased that Wachtell helped it close the deal at the original price. And if Twitter had renegotiated the deal so that Musk had to pay a lower share price, the shareholders would have lost billions of dollars, far more than the $90 million that they paid in the lawyer fees. And the deal, of course, closed at $44 billion, which means that the success fee wound up being about 0.2% of that eventual deal. So yeah, it's arguable that the success fee helped Twitter save a lot of money and that the board probably feels pretty good about it.
It's so good. God, I fucking love this. I love this show, okay? As I said when he chose to go on this completely idiotic venture of purchasing Twitter, I love Elon Musk because he is a walking, talking representative of the very real notion that meritocracy is a lie, and the bigger the number does not necessarily equal the better the person. Okay? He is just like personally showcasing how fucking stupid you can be and be a billionaire and still fail in a spectacular capacity. Okay? It's great. It's great. I love that. I love that. Now, of course, we unfortunately live in a society full of dum-dums, okay, myself included. So clearly there are still people who are going to be blind to that truth, no matter how much Elon bashes them over the head with it. Elon is regularly demonstrating that he's a fucking idiot, okay? Like routinely, regularly, all the time. And yet, there are still always going to be fans of his that are like, no, I don't believe you. You're stupid. He's rich.
And in fact, success fees are so normal with mergers and acquisitions that Musk's own law firm, Reed Collins and Sy, the lawyers handling this case for him, also charge them. But on the other hand, it's possible that Musk has a reasonable argument here. He argues that the success fee is unconscionable in part because the firm's work had already been done. Therefore, there couldn't be an enforceable contract to pay effectively an additional $90 million because, again, the work had already been done. Now, consideration in contracts refers to the benefit that each party receives in exchange.
Oh, there is one still. Heroes take risks and understand sacrifices. He was aware he will lose money to stand what he believes in. Respect, you are disrespecting. It's really funny you say this because you are the example of the dumbass like who still is defending him. And you think it's heroic for him to buy Twitter at $44 billion. For what? For free speech purposes, right? That's what I assume that's what you think, right? Because like that's what his false claim was. If that was the case, then I have two questions for you, okay? Why is free speech equals paid speech? Okay, because he has only done that so far. And two, if he was doing this for free speech purposes, then why did he try to, again, the subject matter of the fucking video that we're watching right now was quite literally Elon Musk failing in court to not buy Twitter. Elon did not want to buy Twitter. He was forced into buying Twitter by a group of lawyers that Twitter fucking hired, that he is now saying was such an objectively slam dunk case because of how fucking stupid Elon Musk is personally. That's his argument that he's making in this fucking court case right now in an effort to not pay these lawyers that forced him to purchase Twitter. Like how can you look at this situation and still go, no, he did it for heroic reasons? Please explain it to me. What is the heroic risk that he was taking? What was the sacrifice? What was the real purpose as to why he wanted to buy Twitter? Like, yeah, I heroically bought a Porsche. Guys, you don't understand. I heroically bought the Porsche. Except I've gotten much better use out of my Porsche than Elon has out of his motherfucking Twitter company.
For what it gives up for a contract. Gratuitous promises, aka gifts, are not enforceable. So a promise to let someone borrow your car is not enforceable. But a promise to let someone borrow your car in exchange for $100 absolutely is. And similarly,
wait, what is this? Bro, he didn't want to buy Twitter at the price. He wanted to buy it at a lower stock price, but him being an idiot fucked himself over. First of all, I don't think he wanted to buy Twitter at all, but he got duped into it. And the only reason why he mentioned that stock price was because it had to be so fucking high. The price that he was putting forward had to be so high that it would literally be, it would straight up be possibly illegal for the board to refuse to sell Twitter. You understand that, right? Because the board has a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders. If there's a dumbass out there who's willing to pay so much more than what the actual company is worth, then they have to they're legally bound into saying yes to that situation for a massive payout for all the shareholders. In the beginning, the board did not want to sell Twitter to Elon Musk. I hope you understand that. Nah, Elon is a hero. Sacrifices need to be made. Wait, this guy also is like weirdly smart about gun control. Nah, Elon is a hero. Sacrifices need to be made. He even mentions he knows he will lose money. That's a hero. Yeah, I mean, it's that famous tweet again. Yeah, slams dick into a car. Masterful gambit, sir. Like, no matter what Elon does, there are people out here who are going to fucking defend him, no matter what. Okay? This is one of those instances. Like, these guys, there's always going to be people like this. If you're wondering what kind of serf in the times of monarchs, what kind of peasant in the times of monarchs and feudal lords would justify the inherently oppressive, unjustifiable circumstances that he was born into, you have him standing next to you in this chat. Okay? Because there were plenty of people back then who would do this kind of thing. And we make fun of them throughout history. These guys probably even make fun of them as well, not realizing that they are playing the modern role of that.
Similarly, if you want to modify an existing contract, you need some new consideration, generally speaking, in order for that modification of the contract to stick. Consideration can be big or small as long as the parties mutually agree to exchange something between themselves. And right now, all the lawyers watching this video are shouting the word peppercorn at the screen. Because in law school, you learn that consideration can be something as small and insignificant as an actual peppercorn. Though these days that is a metaphor for just something that is very small that you're giving up. Now, this could be a good argument for Musk. In the original fee agreement, Twitter agreed to pay the law firm for services that would be billed hourly. And at the last minute, Twitter agreed to pay $90 million for a success fee.
I will agree with you that Elon Musk has a multitude of flaws and says a lot of stupid things, but I also think you lack objectivity as far as analyzing him. What is the one objective? What would be a more objective analysis of Elon Musk being an absolute fucking failure, like an abysmal failure, especially with Twitter? Like, where is the both sides in this situation? I mean, for the record, I think I am being pretty fair when I talk about Elon Musk because, you know, I've been at the ground floor of being an Elon Musk hater for many, many years. And let me tell you, the ground floor was very lonely. Oh my God, imagine being a guy who just fucking hated Elon Musk when all people talked about was SpaceX. No, I'm not a SpaceX hater. Shut the fuck up. No, I do not ignore SpaceX. I do not. You are too dumb to understand what I am saying about SpaceX. I even have to regularly duke it out with my aerospace and mechanical engineer brother about the concept of continuing this kind of production and continuing this kind of scientific endeavor and leaving it in the hands of publicly funded facilities. No, SpaceX does not blow. That's not true. It is probably Elon Musk's greatest venture. The only thing I can think of is that he's heavily tied to the security state through DoD contracts and Thiel, and it might be in the best interest to destroy Twitter. No, the problem with SpaceX is, or not the problem necessarily, but like, the thing that SpaceX does well, if you ask any fucking engineer, is like, well, they do not have to abide by the volatility of having a bunch of absolute fucking idiots in government deal with the funding vehicle for space exploration. Okay? So that's what they say. Engineers will also tell you that they forego a lot of bureaucratic red tape that would exist in a government program. And there is, I guess, some truth to that. The problem is, it doesn't need to be that way. Plenty of profoundly successful space exploration initiatives, including in the United States of America, have almost always been owned by the government. Okay? Elon Musk is also not personally building these goddamn rockets. He's just, once again, as the CEO, just kind of marketing it. Thiel doesn't have some grand design either. He listens to Red Scare. Remember, Peter Thiel's another guy who has lost his mind because he doesn't get any good chemicals in his brain anymore. Yeah. Anyway.
And it's possible that this was improper. A fee agreement needs to spell out the services that a lawyer is performing.
Oh, yeah, this is, oh, God, Cramburglar. God, this is why I still keep coming back to this stupid fucking website, because a person by the name of Cramburglar can so poetically and succinctly put the exact problem that I've been trying to fucking explain with a sea of chatters yelling at me, okay? Here it is. SpaceX benefits from the efficiency of tyranny, which is how the private corporate structure works. But that's not always a good thing. Like when Elon launched without a proper launch pad and destroyed the launch site. Brilliantly put. Remember when Elon Musk had a failure to launch, or at least like a launch pad that ended up blowing concrete everywhere, like fucking massive chunks of concrete everywhere, possibly destroying an ecosystem as well in the process. And then we later found out that was due to Elon Musk's own personal idiotic assumption that it's fine to not have any other way of displacing all the heat and energy that's coming out of underneath this fucking rocket, and that the concrete will be fine enough. That's a thing that happened. That was Entirely. No, Launchpad is part of the design. You Dumby talk to Marat. They won't be a Launchpad on Mars. No, Launchpad is part of the design. You Dumby talk to Marat. I have talked to Marat about this. That's the only reason why I know about the Launchpad thing. I don't know what you're doing there. I think you're just like trying to make a joke or something, but that is... No, he is a complete micromanager, and the debris blast from SpaceX's own rocket launch, which was Elon Musk's decision, okay? Another, like, no bureaucratic red tape shit, right? We watched Elon relearn every single step of social media. Yeah, I mean... Wait, did he literally do the Roman Roy Chinese rocket launch? Yes. The launch pad thing was a massive failure for Musk. He needed to have a proper launch pad. The rocket blew up, if I remember correctly, because a chunk of the launch pad damaged the rocket. Yes, that is precisely what happened. It not only destroyed the debris blast, not only destroyed like the surrounding area, but the debris blast also blew back into the fucking rocket and destroyed the rocket, which ended up exploding. And he tried to say it was like a controlled explosion. Now, just, you know, having said all that, he did end up putting Viasat successfully in space, even though another company that was also involved in that may have fucked their part of the bargain. But we're not going to talk about all of that. Let's get back to LegaleAgle.
Performing for the client, outline the type of fees that it will charge, and give the client an idea of how much they can expect to pay. And in this case, Musk has a point that Wachtell can't change the original terms of the agreement without consideration. So how might Wachtell defend itself? Well, Joe Patrice over at Above the Law suggested that from Wachtell's point of view, this wasn't changing the terms of the original agreement per se. He suggested the firm might have been, quote, opening new talks on the comprehensive fees involved in both litigating and advising on a deal. And under this theory, Wachtell concluded that its role in litigation was complete, as Musk said, but that they needed a new arrangement to compensate the firm for its role in advising Twitter during closing. And that's definitely a possibility, but so far we don't know if that's what Wachtell and the old Twitter owners were actually thinking. And we certainly don't know Wachtell's side of the story or the old Twitter board's side of the story. Wachtell could legitimately argue that it had to advise the company on any last-minute maneuverings by Musk, and that work, providing advice to Twitter before the deal closed, could constitute consideration. And again, getting $90 million for providing a little bit of advice seems exorbitant, but legally the consideration can be almost anything of value. And consideration will only be considered inadequate if it's really worthless. But right now we're only privy to the allegations of the complaint and the exhibit, so it's very likely that there's a lot more relevant communications here than what was attached to the complaint. Though additionally, Elon Musk says that the fee violated the ordinary course covenant that was found in the merger agreement. He suggests that Twitter employees, including the outgoing board of directors, were up to corporate sabotage. The complaint says that, quote, fully aware that nobody with an economic interest in Twitter's financial well-being was minding the store, Wachtell arranged to effectively line his pockets with funds from the company cash register while the keys were being handed over to the Musk parties. But remember, Twitter had to hire Wachtell because Elon was trying to get out of the merger agreement.
Yeah, the irony is like there's no Wachtell hiring if Elon just went through in good faith and fulfilled his end of the bargain.
The first place. And Musk complains that right before the deal closed, these stupid people met to approve the fee request despite a Musk directive to halt all payments. Quote, the closing day directive was an unequivocal statement on behalf of Twitter's residual claimants of the corporation's preference to pause outbound payments pending that day's closing so that the company's new owner could have a reasonable opportunity to review such payments. So Musk is arguing that they shouldn't have approved the fee in part because he had no intention of paying the bills that Twitter already owed. But the company didn't have to follow follow Elon's directive until he actually owned the company and not a moment before. So Twitter paid the fee right before the deal closed, like literally minutes before the deal closed. And Musk thinks that this timing is nefarious and that they intended to keep the payment secret. And now it's true that Twitter executives didn't have much incentive to pay the lawyers the lowest fees that they could get away with, but on the other hand, they also weren't sure that the deal would close until the day that it actually did. So if the Twitter executives made too many crazy decisions that cost the company tons of money, they'd be screwing themselves over if Musk decided to litigate instead of closing, because they'd need to run a company that was seriously hampered by all the bad deals that they did. But there's also the fact that Musk has a long history of stiffing people he owes money to, and relying on your personal history of breaking contracts seems like a weak argument. So Musk would have been in a much better spot if he claimed that the $90 million in fees was outside the ordinary course of business and refused to move forward with the sale with that payment in place. But of course, he famously moved forward with the deal and paid $44 billion and now proudly owns a company that's worth a fraction of that. So maybe instead of hiring yet more lawyers, Elon should sit back and enjoy a delicious meal delivered straight to his door, which you can get with today's sponsor, Factor. Because Factor...
Nice.
makes me...
God. Great. Okay, I stopped it. Everybody chill out. All right, let's talk about Little Rhonda, and then we'll talk about stan culture, and then we'll... Oh, God, there's so much good stuff to watch today. Fuck me. Elon Musk did everything right, and they still indicted him. New Jubilee feminist video I'm in. Uh-oh.
I'm a feminist.
Oh, God. Last time I watched a Jubilee feminist video, I wanted to literally... I don't know how to say this in a kind way. I don't know if I have the mentality. I don't know if I have the right mentality. I feel like we got some immaculate Sunday vibes going. You wanted to not watch much longer. I wanted to not watch anything ever again. Yeah, I wanted to cease to watch things or cease to have the capability of watching things, analyzing things. I wanted to find a blunt object to bludgeon myself with. I felt like they very successfully put together the absolute worst casting crew last time. Why are you working on the Lord's Day? Every day is the Lord's Day. Yeah, we can do it on Monday. We'll watch it on Monday. Because we got a lot of fun shit to watch today. Here's the brain-breaking content from Russell Brand, though.
What is evident, even after just this limited amount of time in your company, is that you are a competent orator, that you are a successful politician, that you are very appealing, that you've succeeded in...
Russell Brand went from, like, an outspoken leftist who used to say, who is famous for the quote, "When I was rich and I defended the poor and I defended socialism, they said I was jealous of the rich. And then I became rich and I still defended socialism. Then they said I was a hypocrite. Later I found out they just don't want me defending socialism." That's the guy who came up with that, which is a brilliant quote, really. And now he's the guy who's just glazing, just fucking soft serving, num 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 num, eating up everything. Everything that this motherfucker Ron DeSantis is selling him. It's unimaginable. The turn, the change of pace. He's doing 360 backflips on it. True. He is. He's no scoping that dick. He's doing tricks on it in every way. Money talks? No, I don't think it's money because he was already rich when he was like an outspoken leftist person. You know what I mean? So, no, I think it's literally... I think it's... he just got brain rotted by COVID shit, maybe? Anyway, the guy he's glazing up, of course, is Little Rhonda. Let's talk... Yeah, true vaccine injury. Little Rhonda. Here is another incredible video from the Little Rhonda campaign. I mean, he's so good. This campaign is so fucking good. This image appeared in a video that was retweeted by DeSantis' campaign, then quickly deleted. Let's take a look at the video.
It doesn't hurt me. Do you want to feel how it feels? Do you want to know that it doesn't?
I just need to explain something. The vibes that he's trying to hit here are abysmal because he's trying to do the whole like Trump failed you, edgy 4chan soy lords. Like, I'll tell you this much, okay? I've seen a lot of these memes in my time. It's giving person who legitimately believes Trump was elected by memes energy, which is very stupid. I've seen a lot of these doomer memes. A lot of them don't just talk about the border or whatever, but usually most of them are Trump's allegiance to the state of Israel. Like, so this is one step removed from that. Like, the guy who made this 100% in other circumstances probably had like, oh, Trump went in the pocket of Big Jew type of thing. You know what I mean? To disrespect the Kate Bush is unforgivable. True. Ew. Yeah, dude. Ron DeSantis is launching rockets and bringing... Oh, God, these guys are so dumb. Ugh. The people that long for a time that never was and then point to it by fucking pointing to what? Not like a real mode of existence, but just ads from like the 60s and 70s. You are such a pathetic fucking failure, dude. Holy shit. It's an ad, man. It's an ad. You're pointing at an ad. You're thinking that at the top of the hour, the things that you see for 3 minutes are real, okay? They're not real. They are trapped in that time and space, the perfect representation of society or what society could look like. But they're not real. That's not a real thing. That's just an ad. Now, of course, a lot of you probably don't even know what happens at the top of the hour because you're subscribed. Okay? For $5 or for free, you can subscribe with a Twitch Prime. Okay? And no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. As he crumbles his donors' wallets and bank accounts. I mean, he doesn't really have much of that, so it doesn't even matter. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. They're like, Ron DeSantis is doing a new College of Florida is DeSantis' launchpad for attack on higher education. He's so sick, man. He's just owning the lib super hard. You know what I mean? He's got a new college. Like, doors open. I feel like Ron is literally running the worst campaign I've ever seen. Conservative money and media are trying to force him on everyone, and he fails in the polls and keeps doubling down on what's making him fail. Yeah, my man needs a genuine, straight-up, full-blown restructure, rebrand. He needs something. But wait, there's more. Oh, there it is. The dude who made this meme 100p was like, "Ooh, I'll just sneak this in here," not thinking that people wouldn't fucking catch it, idiot. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so fucking good. It's so good. Oh. And of course, because Ron DeSantis, here's why this would be brilliant. Trump used to do shit like this all the time. Except Trump would never delete that video. He would just double down and be like, "Oh, this is like some fan. We didn't know what it was. He's not affiliated with us." This person, one, most likely is affiliated with Ron DeSantis. This is an account that they've retweeted over and over again. And actually, the person deleted the tweet. So that's number one. Okay? Number two, they deleted it. You want to know why? Because Ron DeSantis can't go around with a fucking Sonnenrad, okay? Or however the fuck you say it. Because his real selling point is that he's not Trump. His real selling point to the actual constituents, the people in positions of power, people with access to capital, people who have capital, people who really run the Republican Party, they want him as a substitute to Trump because he won't do shit like this, right? Part of it is that. Part of it is that problem. He's supposed to be electable. So, the irony is, the black sun. The irony here is Ron DeSantis is going to keep losing in the polls because he fucking flashes shit like this, and then instead of doubling down, he has to delete it and apologize. Now, for the record, if he doubled down, then he's still not as good as Trump. And then he loses the institutional backing. Because this happened a million times with Donald Trump throughout the 2016 campaign. And then another million times with Donald Trump in the 2020 campaign. This happened all the time. All the fucking time. Because there's a lot of these like weirdo fucking Nazis who just can't stop themselves from like sneaking this shit in. Oh, it didn't even flash. Oh, I thought it just flashed. Oh my God, the entire, oh. Oh my God, that was fucking, hey, bitch, I did not pre-watch. You know what I mean? This is how you know I'm not pre-watch Piker. Holy fuck. It's there for so long. Oh, he is so cooked. Oh my Lord. All right. The True Rape Me subreddit. We're going to watch this from friend of the show, Jarvis Johnson, and his Jarvis Johnson Gold account. This is one of my favorite subreddits, as you guys know. I've covered it extensively. What does that symbol mean? I'm not a white supremacist. It's the black sun. Yes, it is a Nazi symbol. It's a neo-Nazi symbol. It's a Nazi symbol. You know. Anyway, let's watch this video. He's just telegraphing that he's a fucking Nazi, whoever the fuck that made that video.
And welcome back to Jarvis Johnson Gold, the premium.
I gotta grab my food, and I gotta take Kaya out to pee.
It is free, but if you're watching this, you're premium. And today I need to talk about the worst subreddit that I have ever seen in my life. My friend sent this to me. I think some people have reacted to this for sure. My friend sent this to me and she said, you have to look at this. She didn't know I was going to make a video about it, but it ruined my day. So shout out to Emerome. I'll link to her channel. She's been on my stream and stuff before, but the subreddit in question is r/truerateme. The purpose of this sub is to provide accurate and objective ratings for individuals based on their facial aesthetics. The ratings follow a rating system developed by people who are very interested in human appearance and attraction. I love how it's not even developed by experts. The system is developed by people who really care about faces and are also intense Redditors. So I'm expecting a little pseudoscience, and by a little I mean a lot. There's women and men here. I've also heard that the mods of the subreddit are very extreme. 22F, what do you guys think? Clearly, very attractive person. I don't know why they're posting on the subreddit. Please do anything else. I'm so sorry for what they're about to do in the in the comments. 5.9, beautifully humble. 6, very cute. It's a 10-point scale, by the way. 5.5, by maxillary surgical advancement would probably bring you up to a soft 7 or 6.5 if you wanted to go that route. This is from a trusted rater. 5.3, I feel like I do like your eyes in isolation, but unfortunately, one obviously has more PCT than the other. The philtrum is a bit longer and flatter. What is going on, dude? I feel like everyone has to rate a 5 because if someone says anything higher, then they get piled on. Don't overrate. And then someone wrote an essay. While I wouldn't call you exceptionally beautiful, you are very cute. 6.7, I would rate higher, but I fear that subjectivity speaking. As if there's an objectivity to beauty. I feel like beauty standards have changed so much over the years, over generations, over hundreds of years. This person said 9, and then the mod said overrating, rule 1, 3 strikes, you're out. Let's look at the guidelines. God tier, basically no one meets this standard. So 10 is impossible. No examples because this level is unattainable. Extremely rare. This range will consist of the best looking women of all time. This is so subjective. With virtually every facial feature being top tier, these women have great bone structure, strong projected draw, high set, prominent zygomatic process. I don't know what any of this means. Excellent facial symmetry and harmony.
Yeah, you would get
large
banned in a
almond
second,
eyes,
Jarvis.
This is so weird. Supermodels and some actresses can be found in this category. So first of all these people are beautiful. The idea that like the standard for supermodels is like an objective standard, which it isn't, because there's no objectivity to any of this. It's so funny to put.
Pretty sure Boy made a video on this. No, I made a video on this alongside Boy here at the HasanAbi broadcast, where we sat together and looked at all of this together. And then one of my fan accounts probably posted it. And then you watched that video, and in your mind, you thought Boy made it. Oh, he did? Wait, really? Okay, I'm literally getting gaslit about my own fucking fan base. I hate this.
Put a bunch of like pseudoscientific words behind the thing that society already agrees upon is objectively correct. Also, yeah, supermodels have unhealthy standards of beauty put on them. It's like disgusting what like people in this industry have to go through in terms of like objectifying them. 8.0, uncommonly seen, these women are attractive with and without makeup and have high facial aesthetics. Face consists of attractive and feminine features. It's so nothing, including 1 or 2 less attractive or more masculine features. Like, what's wrong with a masculine feature? But it's clear that they have a preference of type, right? It's literally like someone has a type and they're projecting their type as objectivity. They always add so much fake science to this. Like, based on what? Top 1 out of 50,000? Where did you get that number? They put Emily Ratajkowski 7.5. Come on. What? And the most attractive women seen on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, just every day I kind of see Emily Ratajkowski running around. Like, she's not really a rare.
I forget who said this one time. It might have been like Liz Franzak from TrueRateme. I don't remember who said it, but I remember someone saying very vividly that if you saw Emily Ratajkowski in the real world, like they had seen, you would legitimately like I forget who it was. Fuck. No. Someone literally said they saw Emily Ratajkowski in the real world and they couldn't speak. Like they literally were just like, was it Tom Segura? Oh, it was in his special. You're right. Just give the credit to Liz. No, it was Tom Segura. Where in his new special, he was just like, you can't fucking comprehend it. He's like, you can't understand like how beautiful someone can be. You're like, what the fuck is happening here?
Pokemon, so to speak.
It's
'Cause,
like
you know,
weird.
they're a dime a dozen. Emily Ratajkowski basically is everywhere. I just see a million Yara Shahidis every day. A few flaws. Bulbous nasal tip. That's not a flaw. 6. Get out of town. There's no difference because they're all beautiful. It feels like a way to like put women down. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see their dudes. We all know Chris Hemsworth and Daniel Day Kim are just 8.5s. Dude, Daniel Day Kim is so hot. Square jaw, hunter eyes. Hunter eyes? The heck is a hunter eye? That sounds so fake. Basically, it's just like if you're a Chad. Ronaldo is a 7. Get out of town. Okay. They did Bryce Hall, Sanjaya. Why'd they bring Sanjaya into this? How did DaBaby get here? Oh my God, poor Ed Sheeran. So weird, dude. This is so weird. No, don't ask for help from these people. You don't want their approval. Oh, I'm going to lose it. 5 from a facial technical point of view, but would say your overall look would put you higher. Have you tried r/rate my boobs?
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Reddit has to die. Reddit has to die. Spez, kill it. End it. Turn off not just the API, but the entire website. This is so awful. This is just not true.
I mean, this literally happens on Twitter too. It's just that the way you analyze Twitter, you can't always go back to it and find it with the same level of accessibility that you can with a subreddit. That basically this is all of our social media is turning into this. Okay. It's all just like a tentacle of 4chan. You know what I mean? The only difference between this and Twitter, which had like the same discourse on Margot Robbie for like a week, being like, Margot Robbie is mid as fuck. That's the reason why Barbie, that's the reason why they used her in Barbie, because she's fucking mid. It's like, what are you saying? If you saw someone like Margot Robbie in the real world, you would perish, okay? You would turn into fucking dust. Shut the fuck up. Like, there's a reason why these people are to a certain degree in the positions that they are, because they are so fucking, like, insanely stunning.
Really attract them in her second picture. I didn't factor
and
the
rich.
Boobs. Scouts honor. Your Honor, mods, I did not factor the boobs in my rating. I was not swayed by the boobie. As someone who like has body image and self-image issues, I would steer clear of this. If you're a teenager, please don't be on the subreddit. Can people please stop posting pics of their bodies? I feel like it's often a grab for a higher score. Attractiveness is only based on this part. Nothing else. But before we get into that, let's talk about today's sponsor, Aura. Aura is an app that helps you control what private QR code. Thanks again to Aura for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video. Oh yeah, someone said there were leaked screenshots. At truerateme, high scores, particularly for women, are deleted by moderators, such as myself, and people who give high ratings are permanently banned, while no ratings are ever deleted for being too low, too insulting, or too crude. This gives us the capabilities to gaslight women and control how they see themselves. Yeah! That's like what it seems like they're trying to do. Because when you see somebody rate high, I couldn't even find the comment because it was like deleted. I feel like this should not be on Reddit. You know what I mean? Like coordinating to like kind of put women down. It feels gross. One moderator of the sub is presently being investigated by police for encouraging someone who, oh my God, oh God. Most girls who post on truerateme are guys with alt accounts who steal pictures of friends or from other rating subs and pretend to be them to make it seem like a legitimate sub. This practice is encouraged by moderators.
I was wondering, like, there's a lot of normies on there, or normie seeming accounts. Like, normie looking girls, you know what I mean? And let's be fucking real, like, on Reddit, it's just like, oh, the only women on Reddit are sex workers. Okay? And why the fuck would they ever be on Reddit? Unless they're selling sex work to a certain degree, right? So seeing those people who weren't sex workers like post photos like that, it always weirded me out. What? Question. Oh yeah, that's not true. There's women that are into like really weird shit too. But Reddit is a male dominant space. It fucking sucks. I love people throwing up question marks like, I can't believe you said that. Like, what, you think I'm saying, like, you're a sex worker and that's a bad thing if you're on Reddit? Don't be on Reddit. This is Reddit. This is the most Reddit. This is as Reddit gets.
Yo, it's the only post on the account and it was created 2 hours ago. It's a fake person, probably stolen photo. This is the worst place. Men need to understand that the bar is on the floor. If you just do not participate in this garbage, you're already normal. You're already more normal. It's not as hard as people are making it out to be. Just don't surround yourself with people who believe that women are the problem. Be friends with more women. Hear about their experiences. If you surround yourself with a balance of like good male and female friendships and non-binary friendships, like just across the spectrum, like you will be a more well-rounded person. You will also learn a lot more, and you will have friends who think highly of you and want to set you up with their friends, because people want to know that people are cool and not creepy and have, good people around them. It's just so much simpler. People make it so scientific and so complicated. Take care of yourself. Don't live in an echo chamber. I don't know. It's just, I understand that it's easier said than done, but there's nothing scientific about this. There's nothing objective about this. There's no mathematical equation or psychological trick to trick women into being into you. Like I grew up a very insecure person, and I had a lot of stuff that I wanted to prove to myself. And I needed to have a lot of lived experience to convince me that like the negative thoughts and feelings that I had about myself weren't true. Sometimes you have to fake it till you make it, but it is so much brighter on that end of the spectrum.
I love when chat, which is normally insanely fucking mean to me for no reason, then somehow redirects that insane meanness to fucking Jarvis for some reason. Okay, advising men to befriend women just to find someone to date is maybe not a good idea, lol. That's not what he said. He said, if you actually befriend women and see them not as like fuck dolls, but instead humans, okay, you will understand their desires a little bit better. Just treat women like normal human beings, befriend them, and you will understand what their wants and desires are a little bit better, and you will treat them like human beings, okay? Treat them like human beings. He didn't say befriend women so you can fuck them. You are just like brain broken and want to find something bad about every single thing that you consume.
Than the
alternative. Be normal.
There's a part of me that wishes that I could, and I'm trying to figure out how to do this, appeal to more young men in my content, because I think that young men who are on this like pipeline are turned off by the type of content that I do, or write it off as like an echo chamber or whatever, or that I'm just pandering to women or non-binary folk. And I think it's an oversimplification. Truly, I do. And like, I'm lucky that when I was a young boy, was a late bloomer and felt ugly, and that I was like, quote unquote, one of the good guys, and why don't women like me? I had the right influences to like steer me in the right direction so that I didn't turn to like villainizing women. It's just so disheartening, because I know that there's like help out there and there's just another way. And I wish these people kind of understood that. And I don't really know how to get through to them. There's so many like out of body experiences whenever I'm like on a date with somebody who I think is like really attractive or something like that, where I'm like, oh, in my brain, this person is like out of my league because I used to think so lowly of myself. I used to think so poorly of myself. And all of that stuff is just in your head. Like, you can't manufacture confidence out of nothing, but the fake it till you make it stuff really does work. And you will slowly but surely find yourself in situations that you didn't think you had.
This motherfucker giving Chad advice.
Access to, if you just surround yourself with the right people, believe in yourself, and try to like love yourself, as hard as that is as easy as
Where's all the fucking chatter shitting on him now? Confidence is like a muscle.
it is to kind of let that negative self-talk in. Or for me, I think I lucked out. I went internal, like negative self-talk was like my way of coping. But I do think that some people go external and then they blame and shame and other the people that they see as the problem. And I say lucky because the only person I felt like I was hurting was myself and the people who were supporting me around me, but I wasn't like broadcasting horrible things and trying to put like women down or something like that. But still, like, it's never too late to sort of turn that corner. And if I can help you, you know, if there are any young men who feel like they just don't get it, feel free to DM me. I try to respond to stuff. Yeah, I'll keep thinking of ways to kind of provide those examples in my content that don't like scare those people off. As a cis, like straight male, I'm very proud of the fact that women, non-binary folk, and people from all walks of life can find comfort in my community. But at the same time, I do.
What if the women you befriend like men who are racist? I don't know. Befriend other women then. What the fuck? Wait, what do you mean? Find new friends, dude. This is like destroying this man internally. Like his moral compass is leading him down this like weird direction. It's like, how fucking horny are you? Be normal, dude.
Find a way to speak to like the younger version of myself. Yeah. So anyway, diatribe, 1.3K comments. Dang, I'd say 9 to 10. Warning for overrating. And then they got -14. No shot, dude. People who were saying 7.8 to this woman. I would never put a number on it, obviously, because I don't think that that's a good game to play. Clearly gorgeous. If someone thinks they're a 7.8, okay. Overrate? Third strike equals permaban? What do you mean? If this girl isn't a 9, truly, I can't stand this sub. Then you're free to leave because you don't understand the scale if you think OP is a 9. A 9 is like 1 in millions. Is it now, Mr. Mod? Because if I recall, a 9 is 1 out of 20,000. Like, stay consistent in your fake numbers, dude. It's almost like the numbers are made up. The psychology here is so interesting. The sub should just be called Guess What Number I'm Thinking Of. They're also a mod of this sub, True Rate Celebrities. Please leave Halle Bailey alone. Please leave her alone. What's with all the overrates? There's no way this girl is an 8. Are you serious? You seem more attractive women. I'm going to become the Joker. Okay, well, we looked into it and it's definitely the worst place on the internet. Get rid of it.
Insane. Absolute fucking insanity, dude. All right, let's watch. I drove to every Margaritaville.
I did something really stupid again. Do you want?
Yes, I like Jarvis on Chad Vice. I think I'm going to have him on Chad Vice. The next Chad Vice will feature Jarvis.
Want to know what it is? This is Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville. It's a restaurant started by singer-songwriter Jimmy Buffett based on his 1977 song Margaritaville. They've got fried food, Jimmy Buffett's music blasting 24/7, and of course, margaritas. It is a ridiculous restaurant and one of the strangest reasons that an entire business empire could exist. And for that reason, I drove almost 10,000 miles to go to all 22 locations in the United States and Canada. Here we go again.
Yeah, we watched the Eddie version of this. But we're not going to disrespect friend of the show, Ted Nivision, and not watch his version as well. This is
our first Margaritaville was located right.
Listen, this is like double feature Barbenheimer, but except an actual double feature. Okay? What do I mean by this? What I mean by this is, like, you're supposed to watch both of these, okay?
In the center of Hollywood, California at Universal City Walk Mall. When I arrived here, there was an entire premiere going on for the new Fast and Furious movie, which was interesting, but I'm here to go to Margaritaville. And you may be wondering to yourself, Ted, after everything you went through on the Rainforest Cafe trip, why would you go on a trip like this again? Here's what happened. Last year when we were finishing our final Rainforest Cafe, we noticed that there was a Margaritaville in Las Vegas as well. So a joke between us became that next year we would go to every Margaritaville in the United States. And we laughed and we laughed at the thought, and then that concept ate away at us for the next 6 months. So Eddie and I joined forces again, ready to learn about this new restaurant. We were sat with our send-off crew in a boat-designed booth where I got to take in our first stop. It had a very clear tropical motif going on, with palm trees and a painted blue sky. But my concern began when I noticed that the animals were not moving. Do they not have animatronics here? Our booth even had a TV that was playing what I could only assume to be Jimmy Buffett propaganda, I guess. Not only that, there was a noticeable lack of thunderstorms in this restaurant.
It's been 20 minutes. Where's the... There should be like a thunderstorm right now.
I don't do that here, bud.
Why are we here?
So we ordered our very first margaritas of this journey, and I was feeling a culture shock, to say the least. And strangest of all, it seemed like Eddie was having a good time. Well, I guess I'll try to stay positive then. After finishing our first Margaritaville, we went to bed to prepare to drive to every single other location of this restaurant. God help us all. And we'd be doing that driving in my 2002 Toyota Tacoma. Just kidding, we got a rental. Listen, last time we had some bumps along the road, like my Tacoma breaking.
I guess this is another moment of choosing to not watch the stream because I don't personally like what the streamer is watching in his stream. Like, no, this is the moment where you just do that on your own without fucking announcing that you're leaving. Like it's a fucking goddamn airport, dude. Do not announce your departures, okay? You can announce your arrivals like it's an airport, but not your departures.
Down twice, and we had to consider what would be more reasonable. I had to break the news to the old girl, though.
Nothing's gonna happen, okay? What do you mean? It's a rental. I don't even know its license plate number. Okay, language.
The moment of truth. There was no question whether or not it was going to work.
Yeah, with the old Tacoma, it was like, we'll see.
Our next Margaritaville was located all the way in San Antonio, Texas, so we had a lot of ground to cover before that. So we drove 373 miles from Los Angeles to Phoenix, Arizona.
We made it to Phoenix.
You know what they say? What happens in Phoenix? I don't know, because I've never spent time here.
And on day 2, we had to drive 430 miles to El Paso, Texas. This drive was pretty boring. That is, of course, until we started seeing billboards for something referred to as The Thing.
We're on our way right now to see The Thing. We're thinking it might be like just a man that they found.
Just some kind of funny guy.
I'm looking for a goblin or a gremlin.
I want to see something fucked up.
We're in the middle of nowhere in Arizona. We're about to figure out what The Thing is.
The interior of this place was like your average roadside gift shop for tourists until we found the museum. This museum was absolutely ridiculous. They would ask important questions like, what if dinosaurs were ruled by aliens from another planet? We had stumbled upon the greatest and the dumbest museum in the middle of nowhere. They had entire lore on these aliens. They had life-size sculptures of these guys too. And I don't know who designed these alien sculptures, but they made them kind of sexy, which was distracting. God, oh my God, getting turned on in this museum. Turns out the aliens were secretly controlling all of human history. Great. Cool. Oh, jeez. Then they just started pulling connections from everywhere. The Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, Illuminati, the Easter Island heads, a picture of the Twin Towers. I hope this isn't implying what I think it is. And at the end of the museum, we finally got to figure out what the thing was. And that was this.
I mean, it's a paper mache doll, essentially.
Cool.
You want to get out of here?
Yes.
So we finished our drive to El Paso, admittedly slightly more confused than when we started.
I'm so confused by why we watched 2 videos on the subject matter now, and neither of them were horrified about the very nature of the thing that basically explains pretty much every inexplicable thing on the planet. Like they stared at it. Very weird. A bit odd. A bit too weird.
On day 3, we finally made it to the location of our second Margaritaville in San Antonio, Texas. This Margaritaville was located at the coolest and only place that I've been to in San Antonio, the Riverwalk. And we'd be joined here by a friend.
How the hell are you?
Are you excited?
Do you want to go?
That's right, Schlatt's joining us for our second Jimmy Buffett experience. The first thing I noticed was the massive blender they had right when you walked in.
$10, you can't finish that. 10? Is it drinkable?
We got sat down in the far corner of this restaurant, and I don't know what happened here, but I am suspicious that this is where Jimmy Buffett waterboards people. Also, our table was decorated with multiple iterations of the same photo of Jimmy Buffett on a paddleboard, which was kind of funny. Then it was time for our next margarita. I got the Beach Club, which was a massive sandwich, and I kind of had a hard time determining where the sandwich actually split. Eddie ordered fish and chips, and they unfortunately did not look very good.
Eddie, I
Not smart.
Up in my microwave the other night.
We even got a cute little family photo taken of us. Look at that. Still so full of joy I was. So we said our goodbyes to this Margaritaville. Then we strolled along the Riverwalk, and along the way, we actually stumbled upon an old friend, the Rainforest Cafe.
Oh, hey, look, it's the Rainforest Cafe. You remember that one from San Antonio? Hey, there was a tiger, I think, in that. Hey.
We gotta go.
We left San Antonio to drive to Austin, Texas to crash at Schlatt's place because tomorrow we had to keep heading east.
Bye, Schlatt.
Bye, Schlatt.
Bye, Schlatt.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You guys gotta get the fuck out of here.
No, we can stick around and be like it'll be like a fun day. Oh, okay. Yep. All right.
So we departed from Austin on our way to New Orleans where we'd be staying the night. Wait. Oh my God, he's back. We were passing by my favorite beaver-themed gas station, Buc-ee's, and you know we had to stop. I was almost losing my mind with excitement rolling up to this paradise. And walking in, it was just as glorious as I remember. It was a madhouse in here. And they still had everything. Fresh fruit, tote bags, jerky. It was overwhelming. Party supplies, river tubes, delicious brisket. I was losing my mind. A sausage on a stick? The beaver owns the banks? What the fuck is a beaver nugget? My love for mascots. My love for theme. Oh God, it's happening again.
You got a problem, dude.
What are you talking about?
You're buying party hats and party napkins?
This is a real.
I see nothing wrong with. It is kind of funny. It is kind of funny watching such different experiences of the same exact story.
Really clean napkin. Would you like to try?
So most napkins are clean when you buy it.
This is a Buc-ee certified napkin, as in it's certified to clean the mess you make when you eat a delicious Buc-ee sandwich.
Oh, so like what any napkin would be.
I don't know about the other napkin, okay? I haven't heard about the other napkin.
There's a huge market of other napkins.
Name one brand of napkins other than Buc-ee's napkins.
I don't know a single napkin brand name.
We traveled about 90 miles to Biloxi, Mississippi for our next location. And you're about to learn I wasn't lying when I said that Jimmy Buffett had created an entire business empire from this single song. Because in addition to Margaritaville, you've got Cheeseburger in Paradise Restaurant, Land Shark Bars, a beer of the same name, frozen drink machines, portable tailgate grills, apparel, drinkware, and as we're seeing for the first time in Biloxi, Margaritaville resorts. For the purpose of this trip, as long as these resorts contain or are close to a Margaritaville, we'll be staying at them. Arriving here, we were confronted with the true scale of this empire that Jimmy had built. Everything in this resort was Margaritaville. They even had a Margaritaville coffee shop in the lobby, and upon entering our room, we were assaulted with more island vibes. There was even quotes from Jimmy Buffett in the elevators.
Quite the poet, this guy.
He really just knows how to say something that like doesn't really mean anything, but also means everything.
We had to travel through a massive arcade as well, but we eventually found our way to Margaritaville number 3. We were sat next to this volcano-type structure that doubled as a rock wall people could climb on, which was interesting. This time I ordered a tropical fruit margarita, which I did not expect to be a slushie. And just when we thought this would be another average dinner, without any warning, alarm bells rang, and the volcano began to expel smoke. I could feel myself having flashbacks to the thunderstorms from the Rainforest Cafe. But all of that changed and reality set in when the volcano played this sound effect.
What the fuck was that?
And then immediately after, the restaurant begins blasting the song Margaritaville as we sit in a green haze of confusion. Okay then. Another perk we got when booking this resort was some preloaded arcade credits for downstairs. But since the arcade was about to close, we only each had time to play a single game. Needless to say, it wasn't very hard for me to figure out which game I'd be playing. Minions.
Dude, I wrecked this shit in Japan, bro. Straight up.
We are about to hit a storm, and I don't know how it's going to affect me, because we are getting closer to what I would call the Jimmy Buffett Florida Margaritaville Tropical Supercluster. What does that mean, Wow? There is a total of 6 Margaritavilles in Florida. One might consider this to be the base of Jimmy Buffett's power. I don't know what's going to happen to me. I'm already struggling a little bit. There's no animatronic animal. There's no thunderstorms. I don't understand what I'm supposed to like about this place. What, Jimmy Buffett? He's just a guy. Either way, we're hitting the road again. Wish me luck. So I held my breath as we drove into the storm for our first Margaritaville of this supercluster in Destin, Florida. This Margaritaville was different than any of the previous ones we'd seen, as it had the most tropical feeling location.
That doesn't even look like it should operate as a boat.
In terms of being considered a themed restaurant, though, I was not impressed. It was basically just a beach bar. But hey, another margarita and things hadn't gotten too bad yet.
You know it could be fun for the video? Smashing 10 of these and then driving.
That sounds like a really, really bad idea.
Yeah.
I wonder why Eddie didn't feature that in his video. It's interesting. Would be interesting to know that that's what he wanted to do. Also, drunk driving legal in Florida. So if you're gonna try it somewhere, especially if you want to one day become like a congressperson or something, got to do it in Florida.
Not all my ideas are good. You're gonna have to get used to it, sweetheart.
I don't know what came over me, but I ended up ordering chicken tenders while Eddie ordered salmon, which resulted in our meals looking like Eddie was my well-adjusted father and I was his son that refused to eat anything that was not orange.
We got in the car at just the right moment because it immediately started just like pouring.
We did it. We're out of the rain.
Eddie's very similar to a witch. It'll start to melt.
Sometimes I ride around on a broom and I go.
You can't fly, so it's just kind of like you basically hobby horsing around.
Yeah, but you have to bring that up to everybody. You gotta just fucking tell the world that I can't fly. I can't fucking believe you.
I'm sorry.
Start the
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Stop.
Next up was the Margaritaville in Panama City Beach, Florida. This location was maybe 5 times as busy as the previous one. So to get seated, we sat at the bar. At this point, I was already
Of course it was 5 times busier because Panama City Beach is so fucking nasty. And to them, this is like high fucking dining. You know, this is like deluxe dining. They're like, yeah, I can't wait to go to the luxury dining experience at Margaritaville.
getting exhausted. There were so many animals in this Margaritaville.
People don't understand. This part of Florida is like somehow more fucking like it's somehow more awful than the rest of Florida, which is pretty fucking awful. Okay? It's like it's Florabama. It's the Alabama part of Florida, which is somehow worse.
And none of them were animatronics. And then, even though I was full, I ordered more food. I don't know what was going through my head. I think I thought it would give me more energy, but I just regretted it after.
I continued to eat. I ate more artichoke dip. I don't know why I did that.
Then we drove to our hotel for the night and got to enjoy maybe the most beautiful sunset.
I wonder why, I'm going to ask Ted this, or Eddie, why they don't do like a two-parter where the first half is on Eddie's channel and the second half is on Ted's channel, or vice versa. Because I feel like wouldn't that make better sense from maximizing on the view count standpoint?
I had ever seen. You know, my problems with the Margaritavilles were growing already, but I'm not gonna lie and say that this wasn't a really nice moment. It was so pretty, I don't even know how else to explain it. It was just gorgeous. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. Tomorrow we'd continue.
Second part always gets less views though. Not necessarily, especially if you leave it on like a fat cliffhanger. And the thing is, like, yeah, with how long each video is, you could have made like 4 parts. Especially because like Nico Omalana and Gideon did this, remember? And they did a really good job with it.
Continue into Florida Supercluster, but at this point, we now officially had
5 done.
On day 7, we had to drive the entire length of Florida in a single day to our next Margaritaville in Hollywood, Florida. And we had an increasing worry that, judging by the rain clouds, Florida was not going to make it easy for us.
Oh my God. Man.
This rain came down on us as if it was a message from the rainforest gods that we were committing high treason.
This is ridiculous.
In all of my years of driving, I had not dealt with rain like this. Whenever it was pelting down on us, we dropped to like 50 feet of visibility in seconds. It also made me a bit nervous because I had packed most of my clothing in the back of the truck, which was only protected by a tarp. Hope that doesn't go badly.
I don't understand the decision to go in a truck. Like, I get why they did it the first time because he has that Tacoma, which I think is sick, by the way. But, like, I don't know why they went with a truck again when they're not using his truck. Trucks are sick. Why? What are you, fucking insane? They're covering long distances. A truck is absolutely the worst vehicle to cover long ass fucking distances. I love people going, what the fuck are you talking about? Trucks are shit for cross country. What the fuck are y'all talking about? All right, people are like, Hasan, what do you mean? Why are you shitting on trucks? He's literally describing why the truck was a bad idea right now. Explain semi-trucks? Yeah. I wonder why it's not Priuses that are currently lugging tons of fucking weight, dude. How is it? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. How is it that I have a community that personally like fancies themselves to be way, way fucking smarter than every other community because you watch politics? And it turns out it's just like, it's not necessarily that anyone here is smarter than anybody else. It's just that you like appearing as though you're smarter by being super smarmy. That's it. A lot of people mistake smarts for smarmy.
This rain would haunt us all the way until we reached our destination, the Hollywood, Florida Margaritaville Resort. Now, I was expecting this resort to be the same island-themed kitsch as Biloxi, but then we walked into the lobby. This was the fanciest hotel I'd ever been to, and also giant flip-flop.
It's you, Bigfoot-looking ass Sasquatch
motherfucker. This hotel was so massive that they gave us a map, which we had to use to find our 6th Margaritaville.
It's a labyrinth in here, and Jimmy Buffett might be the Minotaur.
We eventually found the restaurant, and I could feel this one weighing down on me. More boats, Jimmy Buffett music, this plane again. I keep seeing this plane. We opened up our meal with yet another margarita, and it turns out this Margaritaville was the first fancy Margaritaville we would run into. And I know that sounds like weird and contradictory, but the menu was significantly different than what we were used to. We got ceviche, which was honestly really good, and also these poke nachos. And I know that I'm suspicious of Jimmy Buffett, but these were
Jesus Christ, Ted, what's wrong with you? Oh my God, my man. Those are words that you can't get out of me at gunpoint, okay?
Good. And not good in the sense of them being like merely acceptable. These were really good.
Which was emotionally and logically confusing for me, so I continued to drink.
Eddie was beginning to show some interesting symptoms at this point. He was dancing. He was sipping on the margs. He was feeling the, I guess, island vibes? You're telling me that Eddie Rainforest Hater Burback is enjoying himself at Margaritaville? Something was happening to Eddie, a metamorphosis of some kind. What are you doing to my boy, Jimmy? What do you have planned?
I guess we'll figure it out sooner or later.
We woke up that morning to yet another double Margaritaville day, the first of which was in Miami, Florida.
I don't know if I can continue seeing Jimmy Buffett's face.
Yeah, you kind of have to, so.
I'll go like this, I'll say, I don't want to see you, Jimmy. I don't want to see you.
I'm just confused how you have a problem with seeing Jimmy's music videos or concerts, but you like animatronics screaming in your face.
But they're not speaking English.
Is that the problem?
This Margaritaville was a pretty basic location. I got a blueberry pomegranate margarita, which was incredibly sugary. But this Margaritaville was not the most significant location that we'd be hitting today, as we would be heading even further south from Miami. In fact, we'd be heading as far south as anyone could possibly drive in the United States. We were going to Key West, Florida, the southernmost point in the United States.
We're going to have to drive across an entire series of bridges.
It's an ocean highway.
And we were a bit nervous about what the rain situation would be like given the lightning we had seen the night before and the fact that we were driving behind a truck with a video game amount of propane tanks on it. But we drove it. For people who are not fans of bridges, this would not be the drive for you because the majority of this drive involved us being on a bridge over water. If you zoomed out, it looked like we were driving in the ocean. And after 2 hours of driving between islands and bridges, we finally made it to Key West, location of the
just the entire state of Florida is so strange and basically should not exist, and ironically will not exist in the recent future, in the not so distant future.
The original Margaritaville Prime. That is, of course, if you don't include the attempted Margaritaville in Gulf Shores, Alabama, that was allegedly more like a club. We're gonna keep that just between us. Either way, here we are, Margaritaville Prime. On first impressions, you could absolutely tell this was the original Margaritaville. There was even like a GTA loading screen of young Jimmy Buffett painted on the wall, which for some reason, Eddie was implying looked like him. It doesn't. We got yet again another margarita. And as I was slowing down in my enthusiasm for this animatronic-less place, it appeared that Eddie was having a grand old time. He even convinced me to purchase.
Thanks, Log. Cali's fine, haha. No, California objectively is not fine. It's built on a fault line. There's a lot of earthquakes, and it might also be susceptible to similar flooding damage due to tycoons. Except there's also wildfires on top of that as well. However, having said that, it's not sinking into the ocean in the same way that swampland that was never intended to be habitable is. Did I say tycoons? Typhoons. Sorry. Okay, you guys got me, man. Zoo Tycoon. LOL! The streamer said the wrong thing! Fuck!
A Margaritaville shirt with him. When in Rome, I suppose. So we left that Margaritaville and checked into our third Margaritaville resort. This one was definitely chiller than Hollywood. It had more of like a motel type setup to the building.
They gave us a free margarita when we checked in. We were walking away and the lady was like, "Don't forget your free margarita." Thought it was a joke. They were not joking.
We're getting drunk tonight.
Okay.
I did a dramatic walk-off.
We headed down to the beach of Key West to decompress after a long day of Jimmy Buffett nonsense. As we sat there on the beach pondering the trip thus far, I could feel my sanity slipping. And also, what was wrong with Eddie? He seemed so carefree, unaffected by Margaritaville.
Half of the islands in Florida also should not exist and will not exist and have ceased to exist, as well as close as this year, as a matter of fact.
Margaritaville's lack of animatronic animals, thunderstorms, and ambient monkey noises. And even more so, what was going on with me? I'm the one supposed to be having fun, living in the joy of these restaurants, but it's just not the same. Looking out over the crystal waters of Key West, I could almost see my long-lost friends. The Rainforest Cafe mascots, the Wild Bunch. Cha-Cha the tree frog, Tuki the elephant, Bomba the gorilla. I feel so lost without your guidance. I had no idea what they'd think of this Jimmy Buffett I was spending so much time with. Would they hate me? Was I betraying the Rainforest Cafe on this trip? I don't know. What made Margaritaville so great? Could there really be a themed restaurant just about a guy? I don't know. And I don't know if I was ready to trust him yet. I can probably survive more Margaritavilles, and admittedly, it's nice to see Eddie happy. And we only have like, well, let me see how many I have. Oh, fuck. There's 15 more? We made it to Orlando, Florida, where we would check into our next Margaritaville hotel. And back when we booked this, Eddie managed to get one of the last hotel rooms before they booked up. And the only other types of rooms that were available was their cottages. Now, I had no idea what this meant. Cottages at a Margaritaville resort? Little did I know, I would be walking into the dystopian manifestation of Margaritaville. This was not simply a collection of cottages. These were no cabanas, no Lincoln log cabins. This was a suburb in the town of Margaritaville in the county of Tequila. Pastel-colored houses lined the streets. It was so picture perfect, I thought I was in Nuketown. And if things went south, I might need to hide in a fridge. That's an Indiana Jones reference. Not only that, but when I checked in, they upgraded my cottage, so I got a house. I became worried that I'd never make it out of this town. Like I was trapped in some Twilight Zone alternate reality. So I ran amongst this picturesque village. It was a labyrinth of tropical nightmares. Pastel colors, margaritas, quotes from Jimmy Buffett everywhere I turned.
I see no issue with this. I don't know what he's complaining about. This is fire.
I was trapped. There was no way out. Purgatory was here. I was stuck in Jimmy Buffett hell.
The funny thing is, like, that's like 90% of Florida. Like, it doesn't even have to be Margaritaville. So many parts of Florida look like that. Like, actually, whether it be gated communities or old folks' homes, like, they literally just look like that.
I was trapped in this purgatory for at least a full 24 hours, but I'm not even sure. The minutes turned into hours and time just became a construct. Oh, cool, new merch. Wow, look at this fashionable stuff. This makes purgatory almost better. Wow, look at that. You're telling me all for this burger or the loaded chimeras of food, such as the nacho burger or the loaded baked potato soup. So
I'm only skipping these merch ads from both Eddie and also Ted because they didn't give me any of it for free. You fucking assholes. Yeah, that's right, dude. You can't be stepping into HasanAbi territory with fucking sick-ass Hawaiian shirts when I'm the sick-ass Hawaiian shirt guy and then turn around and not give me one, like not offer me one, not ask if I want to be a part of like the marketing campaign. Like I would like a cool photo shoot. No, oh, it's only Jordan. Like he's so handsome. Gotta have him post for it. Like why not me? Why not handsome? Is that what it is?
Kept it safe and I got fish tacos. Upon finishing at this location, we would depart Universal, and I was getting pretty excited for this because it was finally time to escape the clutches of the Florida supercluster. See you later, you demonic suburb. I hate you. So Eddie and I departed to head further north, driving all the way from Orlando, Florida to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where tomorrow we'd be hitting our next Margaritaville. But before that, this video is sponsored by SoFi. When I was going into college, there was a lot I had to figure out, and getting a student loan was probably one of Heroes Harbor.
It's sort of like we're kind of heroes for doing this, you know? When my tummy hurts from eating too much Margaritaville, I think I deserve a Purple Heart.
And at this point, I'd been trying to keep an open mind, but entering another Margaritaville, which by the way, we were doing on a Tuesday, was filling me with a new type of dread I had never felt before. Is this what Eddie felt like on the rainforest trip? No, that can't be right. This is different. I ordered a perfect margarita, which is the normal margarita, because I just could not handle the sugar content of any of their other drinks at this time. And I decided to take the adult route and order some salmon to give me a semblance of sanity. Now we are on our way to Atlanta to go to another Margaritaville. Fuck. So we headed to Atlanta, Georgia for our second Margaritaville of the day. Everything was going swimmingly. We were making good time on our drive. That is, until disaster struck. As we were driving down the highway, we eventually would hit standstill traffic. And this delayed us for a very long time. This was not good because we had to make it to our next Margaritaville tonight in Atlanta. Eventually we started moving again, but we had lost a lot of time. So we called and confirmed that the kitchen would be closing at 11 p.m., which was awesome. So we finished our drive to Atlanta and walked over to Margaritaville to eat, only then to find out the kitchen had closed an hour early because they weren't as busy. This was a huge problem because even though
because Margaritavilles should always be busy. There, I said it. It's a fucking American institution created by an American celebrity that embodies all of the positive values of America. This man is Americana, okay? He's everything. Fucked up.
The bar was still open. Eddie's goal is to eat at every Margaritaville, so it wouldn't count if we didn't eat here. And we'd be departing from Atlanta tomorrow hours before they'd open again. So if we couldn't eat here tonight, the whole trip would need to be rescheduled. All of the bookings that we made, everything. I didn't really know what else to do in this situation, so I made a gamble. I walked inside and I met with the manager and I said in full honesty, hey, this is gonna sound really, really weird, but me and my friend are going to every Margaritaville in the United States. We really need to eat here tonight because we're leaving early tomorrow morning before you guys open. Is there anything that you can do to help us out? It could just be some chips, literally anything, as long as we eat here it counts. And to my absolute delight, she says, I got you. So she goes back into the kitchen as the restaurant is
Hasan is going Nick Adams for Margaritaville. I am Nick Adams for Margaritaville.
Closing and starts preparing some food for us. We didn't even know what they were making for us either. It was a mystery. But at this moment, we were in disbelief that they were even helping us out in the first place. And after a little bit of waiting and shock, they brought out the food, and it was beyond anything we could have expected. They made us a full set of ribs with fries and chips with some artichoke dip. They even gave us each a margarita. And this food tasted better than anything I had eaten on this trip. The ribs were fall off the bone. The fries tasted like pure kindness. The margarita was infused with joy. We were blown away with just the pure kindness that was displayed to us in this.
We will never know if the food tasted good or not at this Margaritaville, which is why I am rating it a little bit lower. Like, I'm taking off marks from both videos for this reason. Because the reality is that normally, video is not sponsored by Jimmy Buffett. Although it's been heavily influenced by him, right? But who amongst us is not influenced by Jimmy Buffett? Because let's be real, he is America. Okay? He is. America. But ultimately, there is a sanctity to doing this kind of video. You want to know, in many respects, you want to know how good the Margaritaville foods are. Okay? He's a CEO and a rock star just like the rectangular guy? Yeah. And the reality is, in this specific one, because of their own faults, mismanagement, a lack of planning, we'll never know if that food was good or bad.
This moment. And we left that restaurant and just felt so grateful specifically to this manager for helping us out.
We will now continue to go onward to our next Margaritavilles.
No delay.
No delay.
It was a mythical place and he brought it to life. You can.
Without any delay, we reached the Nashville, Tennessee Margaritaville, located right in the center of Nashville. And this Margaritaville took on some of the city's identity, like a person playing live country music in the restaurant. But despite the wonderful moment yesterday, I was still struggling with how many we had gone to. I mean, a big part of it was the lack of safari.
I'm gonna be honest, smart move by Ted. Like I said, even when I was watching Eddie's video, it's a solid move to always go with like a club sandwich and never, ever the motherfucking fish and chips.
Just put safari.
Do not buy the chips, the fish and the chips. You can buy the chips. Do not get fish. Don't get fish. Get something easy. A sandwich is easy. A club sandwich is the easiest, okay? Club sandwiches are a summer breeze. Club sandwiches are a gifted subscription at the top of the hour. Club sandwiches makes you feel good. It's simple. It's delicious. It makes sense. Like being subscribed at the top of the hour so that you don't have to see a 3-minute ad break. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Oh, God, I love club sandwiches so fucking much. Not even funny. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
In front of fries and I'm gonna be good. But you can't do that, Jimmy, can you? And the persistence of Jimmy Buffett to put his plane, the hemisphere dancer, in most of the locations was starting to make me mad. Like, we get it, Jimmy. You own a plane. Good for you, man. Oh, what, the restaurants and resorts and tailgate grill weren't enough? You need to rub in that you own a plane, Jimmy? The nerve of this guy. After leaving Nashville, we drove 213 miles to Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. And I'd never been to Pigeon Forge before, so I was confused when everything around us turned into weird, gimmicky businesses and something called a dinner feud? The fuck is a dinner feud? Is that a business where you go fight people?
What do you mean? Hatfield and McCoy's, man. That's tale as old as time itself, brother.
During dinner. This strange town is where we'd reach our second to last Margaritaville resort. Upon checking in, it was funny to see all of the Margaritaville decorations, but with a clear Tennessee twist to the design. Changes in latitudes, changes in attitudes, brother. We even got a license to chill.
It's engraved into the wood.
I was so worried, dude. Thank God. Can you imagine if we wanted to chill and we don't?
I wasn't that worried about it.
So we walked across the street to eat at our 13th Margaritaville. Another margarita, some more food, and the only thing notable about this Margaritaville was the strange contraption they had, which I assumed was supposed to fill the blender with margarita, but nothing happened the whole time we were there. I was bummed too. I was looking for some spectacle for once. On day 15, we had a big driving day. We departed Tennessee and drove more than 600 miles to a hotel outside of Philadelphia. And on day 16, we got ready to have
2 Margaritaville meals today from, our favorite restaurant, the most chill place on earth.
That's not true.
Created by your boy, Jimmy the Bee, Jimmy Buffett.
Uh-huh.
Greatest American singer-songwriter to ever grace this earth.
I don't know what's happening to you right now. This is
Cheeseburger in Paradise.
Yeah, no, we've had it.
Margaritaville.
Uh-huh.
His other songs.
Our first stop of the day was in Atlantic City, New Jersey, which is sort of like the Vegas of the Northeast. And normally I would not make that distinction, but in order to reach the Margaritaville, we had to walk through an entire
I'm riding my luck. I'm taking my chances.
Casino. So we reached the Margaritaville and
absolute hell on earth, okay? Absolute fucking hell on earth.
He was behaving even stranger. I guess he's trying to be cool or chill. I'm not sure what he's going for here. He also was looking at the menu like he was seeing it for the first time, and not the 14th consecutive time in 16 days. But hey, another margarita, another round of the same themeless food. Eddie tried to steal some of mine like a little rat. We got another photo taken of us. I'm clearly having the time of my life. Look at me. I'm so happy. And after we finished, as is customary.
I thought you loved casinos. Hasan's spring roll craving. Dude, that's such a weirdly specific name. But like, you know what? It's not even wrong. Like sometimes I just crave a spring roll. I don't even think I've ever mentioned it. Like, I don't know how you got to that name. I don't know if you were... Oh my God, you said this last time? Did I? I don't remember that at all. Like, Hasan's Diet Mountain Dew makes sense, even though it's not a real name. You're HasanAbi. We have to know. Okay, dude. Okay, Nardwar Andes. AC has gotten worse since you left, man. I know, not possible, you say. Wait, what? How does Atlantic City get worse than the worst place ever? I don't even understand. I don't think it's physically possible. Like, I legitimately cannot comprehend how it could get worse.
Touch to the Atlantic Ocean, and then it was time to move on.
We're on our way to the next Margaritaville.
Number 15, you know?
I just didn't understand how Eddie could be having such a good time. To be honest, it was kind of pissing me the fuck off. I don't know who he was becoming, but it was clear he had a very different view of Jimmy Buffett than me.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I didn't know that about him. Wow.
What are you doing?
Sorry?
What are you doing?
I'm just very interested in my Jimmy Buffett look. Tales from Margaritaville, New York Times bestseller.
Oh yeah, no, I know about it. You've been reading it for like 2 days straight, but you're making a show of it. You're eating it up right
I don't know
now.
what you're talking about. Ted, you just gotta learn to go with the flow of things, you know? Go with the tides.
You don't, okay.
Sometimes the water comes in and you just gotta go in with it. Sometimes
That's called a riptide.
Riptide or not, it's all gonna be good.
I just am kind of confused on why you didn't give this sort of energy when we were going to every Rainforest Cafe.
You don't understand why I'm enjoying going to beautiful beaches rather than going to
A
every
beautiful
fucking
forest?
mall.
You need to tell me exactly what I should like so much about these experiences at Margarita.
No animatronic screaming in your face.
Okay, that's a negative.
Ted, you just gotta do what I've been doing. Not having a problem at all and not totally freaking out and just being chill and not freaking out and trying to figure out a way to deal with it.
And it wasn't just Eddie that was acting weird, because I think these restaurants are doing something to me as well. Oh, jeez. Oh. Despite this, I had high hopes for our next Margaritaville, which we would find in... the city of New York, home of the Times Square Margaritaville and our final Margaritaville resort. They somehow managed to fit the flip-flop in this one. And hey, check out this view. That's pretty good. We were joined at this Margaritaville with my best pals from college, Katie and Devin. And I'm not sure what I expected from the Times Square Margaritaville, but
One thing I love about Ted is that he just has a lot of normie friends who he hangs out with regularly. And I love that. That's actually, I would say a lot of YouTube guys do this. And I appreciate it. You're throwing up question marks because, again, you're a normie, but it's not that you don't. No, I do as well. But for Twitch streamers, it's not very common. It's not. Twitch streamers that usually hang out with other streamers for collaboration and shit. Yeah, Twitch streamers don't have a lot of normie friends. No shit, you stream 24/7, bitch. I have a lot of normie friends though. If you didn't live in LA, you'd have more normal friends. I didn't even grow up in America, so. I did not grow up in the United States of America. If I grew up here, okay, I probably would have a fuck ton more normie friends. What's a normie? You. A person who watches. Bye, Alex. Where you going? All right, have fun. Don't get an allergic reaction. Okay. Kaya woke up. Kaya, hi.
For sure did not expect this. They had a giant replica of the Statue of Liberty holding a margarita. It was playing music, there were stingrays and lights. Oh, shoot. This is kind of cool. Katie and Devin were having a good time. It was a fancy Margaritaville, so our food was good. Oh, God, I'm confused. Do I like this place? No. It's just the margaritas. Jimmy's trying to play tricks on me. That's what this is. This is just a trick. But hey, alcohol is alcohol. I'm here with friends, and we're here in New York, so might as well have a good time.
Making moves on GPS. Brand new moolah, ain't still fresh. Don't let it fool ya. I get checks. I'm investing half and blowing all the rest, babe.
Oh, fuck. Oh, my head. I woke up that morning hungover and realized, oh my God, there were still more Margaritavilles to go. Although now that I think about it, that Times Square one was kind of cool. I mean, no, that can't be right. There were no animatronics, no safari fries. Is it possible that Margarita... Well, whatever, let's get out of here. Goodbye, giant flip-flops. See you never again. It was time to hit the road. From New York City, we'd be driving all the way up to Syracuse, New York for another Margaritaville. And during a stop, I noticed that something was happening to my facial hair. Not sure what that's about, but before we reached Syracuse, we would meet up with a special friend along the way. My best friend, Tucker Keene.
Eddie. Hey, man, we go so way back, you know? Great to see you.
What's this? I'm on my flight back from Colorado. Nice to watch your video. Can't wait to get home. In Colorado, we'll donate 6,900 subs if you say what? Okay. Syracuse is officially the worst. So proud. I mean, Syracuse is not great. Syracuse not great. Not.
Yeah, it's just, it's very sorry. Yeah, I know.
Fucking asshole. For the rest of our drive to Syracuse, I actually rode with Tucker. See ya, Eddie.
Should I show them the condition in which your car is?
My car is great. I'm just nuts.
You're in.
You know, it'd be funny if Eddie and I got into a car accident. That would be funny. And on your video, you could be like, Eddie fucking rear-ended us. It was such his fault. And
Eventually, we arrived in Syracuse at the Destiny Mall. This was a really large mall, like one of those crazy Mall of America type sized ones. And it actually was the first time that we would go to a Margaritaville in a mall. I didn't know they did that. I thought that was Rainforest Cafe's thing. This was one of the more depressing Margaritavilles we had been to. The blender at the front was in pieces. Tucker started investigating inside it. And when we sat down, half of the restaurant did not have people in it. And it was Saturday. Another margarita down the hatch, and the food was all right. It's probably one of the lower.
Dude, he's okay. Yeah. I mean, you see the change, where he's just like beginning to believe and beginning to love Margaritaville because this is like objectively the shittiest one.
Or ranked Margaritavilles if I had to choose. But that wasn't the only location we'd be going to today. So we waved goodbye to Tucker and his wonderful wife, Emma. See you later. And began our drive to the one and only Canadian Margaritaville in Niagara, Ontario. All we had to do was just get through Border Patrol, and we did on the first try. We've gotten better at crossing the border. Obviously, Niagara is where one of the best rainforest cafes is located, so I changed into an outfit to try to convince Eddie to let us go.
All right, Eddie, I'm ready. Ted, we're going to the Margaritaville.
We can't even go just once?
So without stopping at the Rainforest Cafe, we headed to Canada's Margaritaville. What I didn't know was how much this location would affect me. We got sat down right
Getting Margaritaville pilled? You mean Margarita pilled.
next to a giant projector.
It's no longer Margaritaville. It's Margarita Pill.
Which was playing more Jimmy Buffett propaganda. And normally I'd be frustrated with this, but then something shocking caught my eye. Who are you? I was blessed with a vision of a pirate mascot
Eddie didn't like this guy, but I think it's just Jimmy Buffett, right? But as a pirate.
In this location wearing a Margaritaville shirt. What was the meaning of this? Did Margaritaville have a mascot and I didn't know? And was I falling in love with this mascot? No, that's ridiculous. There's no way I was falling in love with this pirate mascot. That's crazy. I didn't know how to process these feelings I was having, and before I had a chance to try, another volcano alert, but this time, a giant animatronic bottle of tequila comes out of nowhere and begins pouring tequila into the giant Margaritaville blender. They have animatronic.
Okay, this one is way sicker than the other ones, dude. Holy shit. This one, the animatronic actually works. The margaritas
too?
actually
Wait, what's going on? The menu was special as well. I got a spicy margarita and it was really good. We got poutine as well and it was delicious. I could feel something stirring inside me, something I hadn't felt in a while. Was it possible? And as we exited this Canadian Margaritaville, I began to peruse the gift shop and I saw this. A giant Niagara Falls Margaritaville glass. I must resist. Sorry, I got a little excited there. We finished the night by enjoying a fireworks show over Niagara Falls, and man, Canada, you have done something to me for sure. Tomorrow we begin our journey west for our final 5 Margaritavilles.
It's a wrap. Once you buy your, I think the turning point for him is when he first purchased the Margaritaville branded merch. Hiya. It's over. You're sold on the process once you do that. No matter what happens.
The next stop on this trip was in Cleveland, Ohio. And while this Margaritaville was admittedly not in the prettiest location, something about these margaritas was tasting better, I think. The food was tasty, and I left there with a smile on my face. This is weird. I'm gonna have to see a therapist after this because I don't know what's happening to me. After Cleveland, we drove 350 miles to just outside Chicago, Illinois, where that night we'd crash at Eddie's mom's place, because tomorrow we'd be heading into the city. As we commuted into Chicago, these feelings I was having were not going away. Was I going through a metamorphosis too? Something still was stirring inside my soul, but I hadn't figured it out yet. When we got into Chicago, we met up with Eddie's cooler and more charming and sexier brother, Tony. Eddie, this isn't for you. And we also were joined by the illustrious Danny Gonzalez, who seemed very ready to go to Margaritaville. This location had the vibes of an old Chicago bar and grill. Danny and Tony seemed to be having a good time, and again, so was I. The margaritas were good, and I ordered more fried food. Eddie seemed to be having like a stomachache or something, but I'm sure he'll come back around. Although Danny got a little bit worried when the volcano alert came on the TV.
Is that real? Laura, get in the basement. Get the dogs and get in the basement. Just go! Oh, never mind. No, it's just a goof.
And they started playing Margaritaville. That song isn't so bad. So we left that restaurant and surprisingly, I was feeling pretty good. So we headed to the Bean.
Don't touch the bean. I promise you don't touch the bean.
Said our goodbyes to Tony and Danny and prepared to head to our next Margaritaville because we weren't finished yet.
I love the summer rain coming down on everyone.
Is this Jimmy Buffett?
On day 20, we departed Chicago and began our drive to Bloomington, Minnesota for our third to last Margaritaville. My feelings on this restaurant were as cluttered as ever, and this became even more apparent as we reflected on the trip thus far.
Man, especially because this trip is longer, I am really getting tired of these, man. Just kind of glad, that we can enjoy being a little miserable with somebody, to not be alone in that.
I don't know, man. I mean, I was initially really against him and kind of suspicious of Jimmy, but things have happened, and
What do you mean things have happened?
I don't mind it as much.
Are you not tired of drinking sweet cocktails almost every day?
Well, they've got fun names.
If I handed you a vial with a skull and crossbones on it, and I said, drink this, it's called silly juice, you would taste it?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it could be like a little...
And if I said, drink this is poison, what would you do? Are you thinking about it?
Well, I don't know.
Are you thinking about it? If I said drink this
Can you just
poison?
give me some time to think? Well, what if it's like a little character?
What do you mean?
Like, what if it's a little character, like a mascot that came up and said, hey, try this.
Try this poison.
I'd give it a thought.
That's not good, dude.
It's respectful to the character.
You don't need to respect somebody who's telling you to drink poison. God, dude, what? I don't understand what's going on up there.
We've only got 3 more to do. Maybe I'll figure it out by the time we do those last ones. But what we're at 43 minutes. What time is it?
It's 5.
It's 5?
5 o'clock right now.
Okay.
Are you good to drive?
Yeah, no.
That's a little bit weird. So we finished our drive, arriving at the Mall of America in Bloomington, Minnesota at 5 o'clock. And after a little bit of searching, we finally made it to the Margaritaville at 5 o'clock. What we didn't expect was for this Margaritaville to be across the hall from the Rainforest Cafe. You can see it in the background of my last video. We had been standing right across from this restaurant a year before, completely unaware we'd be returning here to go to the same spot to go to the restaurant across the hall. Entering this Margaritaville, my conflicted feelings were reaching their breaking point. I was enjoying myself. How could this be possible without the attributes of the Rainforest Cafe? I began to consume, and this food was tasting so good. I was enjoying myself. The environment was wonderful and tropical and stupid, too. Another margarita at this hour? But what time is it? 5 o'clock? No, that can't be right. It was just 5 o'clock. It was just 5 o'clock. Oh God, I'm realizing it now. It's not just 5 o'clock somewhere. Oh God,
It's 5 o'clock somewhere is Jimmy Buffett? That's like, did he invent that saying? Because like, I feel like that's pretty, no, Kaya. That's like pretty fucking important. Like that's a thing that people say all the time. I've said it. I didn't even know who the fuck Jimmy Buffett was, and I've said it before. Oh, he didn't invent the saying. He just had a song about it? Oh, fuck. Oh. Wait, are Warren Buffett and Jimmy Buffett the same people? Yeah, they are. That's so Jimmy Buffett, after inventing the term "it's 5 o'clock somewhere," also invented Berkshire Hathaway, and is a very successful investor trader.
5 o'clock everywhere. What's happening to me? What a stupid phrase. It just justifies drinking at inappropriate times.
It's not a stupid phrase. No, you're wrong.
Just say that you want to drink at 12:30 in the afternoon. This place is so silly, so ridiculous. How could something like it exist? I reached for my final semblance of sanity, the cheeseburger in paradise, and the question still rattled in my mind as loud as a crashing wave. What is Margaritaville? Oh,
his dog is out of control.
God. Oh my God. I figured it out. I think I figured it out. I had been wandering in the dark. It was with me this whole time. It had been this whole trip. I can't believe I didn't see it before. I had been so blind to reality. The theme, it was all around me. In the air, in the sky, in this kooky character. Hell, even in this roller coaster. It was all so clear to me now. I finally understood what I actually like about themed restaurants. I finally understood why I loved the Rainforest Cafe. And as a result, why I think I love Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville too. It wasn't about animatronics or safari fries or gorillas at all. A themed restaurant was so much more and yet so simple. It just had to be stupid. And it was so stupid. And so I realized Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville was a themed restaurant, at least by my definition. I could finally truly enjoy this restaurant just like I could the Rainforest Cafe. And lucky for me, well, we still had 2 more.
Margarita pill.
On day 21, we began our 690-mile drive from Bloomington to Tulsa, Oklahoma. This was a long drive, but the joy I was feeling from my second favorite themed restaurant, Margaritaville, powered me through it. Eventually, we'd reach Margaritaville number 21 at the River Spirit Casino in Tulsa. And this is also where we'd see our very first Margaritaville Casino, which basically means island-themed gambling and quotes on the walls encouraging that mindset. I'm gonna conveniently ignore this portion of the language we're using here around gambling, Jimmy, because I think we're on the same same page for once, and I don't want to ruin this thing we got going on, okay? This Margaritaville would be our final fancy Margaritaville. Everything we ate here tasted good. And you know I'm getting the poke nachos again. Yummy, yum, yum, in my tummy, tum, tum. That's what I say, that's what I've always said. We were graced with another volcano alert, in which this time the margarita would come out of the volcano and waterfall into the giant blender. Probably a lot of minerals in that margarita. But despite the dinner and a show we were receiving from Margaritaville today, Eddie was not showing the same enthusiasm for Margaritaville anymore. So the next day, I decided to kindly and maturely speak to him about it.
So Eddie, when are you going to change your name?
What?
When are you going to change your name?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I don't know. I just thought, you know, based on the way you're acting, maybe you'd be changing your name to Mr. Hates Fun and last name Margaritaville.
What? I hate
Wow.
fun for just being a little bit exhausted? I don't understand what...
I don't know. You tell me, man. I got to where you were at. I was suspicious of Jimmy. And then I opened up my heart to the margaritas, and now all of a sudden you start hating the Margaritavilles? What's the deal, man?
So I just want to start off. I don't think whatever place you're in is where I was at all during the trip. To be honest, honestly, I want to ask you, you weren't enjoying it when we had like good locations or when we started it, when we were just kind of having a couple of drinks.
I just didn't get it.
I just don't understand how we go to more and more of these restaurants and you like it more, and to be honest, you get weird.
What do you mean I get weird?
All I would need to do is hold up a mirror to you saying that.
Well, unfortunately for you, there's no mirrors in cars, Eddie. Jesus. I just don't understand why we can't be on the same page, okay? We go on the entire trip where we go to Rainforest Cafe. You hate it. You're miserable the whole time. And then we go on this Margaritaville trip. You're loving it. You're loving it. I don't know what's going on, but then I start to like it, and I'm seeing maybe the magic is in the sauce. Maybe Jimmy has something going on. I thought maybe we'd understand ourselves for once, but no. So I ask you, Eddie, why can we not get on the same?
Because it's who we are, Ted.
Oh?
It's who we are. We're different people, okay? You would eat at a restaurant that would give you food poisoning multiple times if there was just a little animatronic to keep you company, okay? And I like to complain about things sometimes. All right, is that so bad? It's who we are.
Well, then I guess that's it.
Yeah.
I guess that's it.
You don't have to say it twice. I said yeah. You said it a third time. Fuck.
Was it true? Were Eddie and I destined to never be on the same page about these restaurants? I racked my brain, trying to think of a way to bring him back to the light. There was only one location left, so I had to think fast. And that's when I realized there was still a chance to save him. The last possible thing that could get Eddie on my side once again. Margaritavilles.
I need you guys to understand something. I've never seen a dog that behaves like this. I've never had a dog that behaves like this. I've never seen a dog that behaves like this, where she's just on her back and so comfortable and loves being pet, like loves belly rubs and loves being scratched like a little tiny baby, even though she's like 50 pounds. Oh. What are you doing? She does this shit all the time. This morning, she punched me in the face like 3 times to try to wake me up. I don't know. Man, her paws are fucking nuts. Her paws are so big and so heavy. Like, look at this. That's the size of her paw. When she fucking hits me with a punch, it's like she can concuss me. Okay, what are you doing? I just don't know. Listen, we've been sitting like this for what, 30 minutes? She loves it. She can't get enough of this. Oh, and then she hides her face. That's another incredibly cute thing. Puts her paw on her face. She's so sweetie pilled. Whatever that means.
Homemade key lime pie, a dessert infused with the soul of the original Margaritaville in Key West. It was the only thing I could do to bring the spirit of Jimmy Buffett back to young Burback's heart. And what a perfect place for our final Margaritaville. Las Vegas, where the seeds were sown for this entire trip. I was ready to implement my plan and bring Eddie back onto my side. However, it seemed like Eddie had done some soul searching as well, because he had a surprise for me.
Stand right there. Ted, we are headed to the final Margaritaville, but what do you say we make one pit stop first? Do you want to go to the Rainforest Cafe and get one drink?
Yeah, I do. That's right. Before our final Margaritaville, Eddie and I were going back one final time to the Rainforest Cafe. And it was so beautiful. Hello, giant pillar of giant fruit. Hello, animatronic gorilla. Hello, Tracy Tree, you weirdo. Hello, fake starry rainforest sky. And hello, thunderstorms. Oh my God, I missed the thunderstorms. It was beautiful, and we appropriately got Cheetoritas, and they were so bad, but so good at the same time. I could feel Eddie and I coming together again, even if it wasn't in the way that I thought we would. So we said our goodbyes to Rainforest Cafe and kept going, because we had one final stop to make, our final Margaritaville. So we entered that restaurant. We sat once again in a boat design booth. We raised our margaritas in celebration, and there it was, in all its glory, a key lime pie. And with one single bite of that tropically infused dessert, we realized what we had done. Oh yeah, we did. We had done it again. Every Margaritaville in the United States and Canada. Through the trials and tribulations, the rainforests and the beaches. We had traveled across an entire continent twice just to go to some themed restaurants. We completed 2 road trips for the stupidest reason ever. And you know, despite our differences, we had done it together.
Vieni qui, tra le mie braccia voglio stringerti così e amarti per l'eternità.
I feel like I'm being gassed about this video. I was just in San Diego for Comic-Con and there was a Margaritaville there. Wait, really? This is what they said last time too, that they missed the Marg. And I don't know how you can ever miss a Marg. Also, the real Margaritaville is the friends we made along the way. So here's what I gotta say. This is the video. Can a mudcrab cut off your finger? Is the video is the reason why Alex left early. Right now, Alex could possibly still be in the United States of America. Oh no. Oh no. She flopped off of my lap. Just straight flopped off of my lap. All right. This is, how's it going? This is the video. This is the reason why Alex had to leave early. And Alexar as well. So remember that.
Now I've got some pretty dodgy stuff in my garage. But there's one tool I use that always scares me.
Wait, sorry.
How you going?
How you going?
Now I've got some pretty dodgy stuff in my garage. But there's one tool I use that always scares me the most.
Sorry, mate. Forgot it.
This can opener, or more commonly known as the Mudcrab. And I've heard some wacky stories about their strength. Like this one fisherman who told me that a mudcrab cut off his whole body from his finger. So today, I'm going to put mudcrabs to the ultimate strength test and see if they really can cut off a human finger. Okay, I want to test out the mudcrab's strength in 3 ways. First, I want to know how much a mudcrab can lift and modify one of those strength grippers all the gym boys use and compare them to a mudcrab's claw. Then, I want to make some replica fingers made out of ballistic gel with bones inside and put them in the claws to see what happens. And then, if it doesn't look that bad, I'll stick my own finger inside. Or, if it does look bad, I'll stick my mate's
Wait, Saikuno? What do you mean?
know how much a mudcrab can lift and modify one of those strength grippers all the gym boys use and compare them to a mudcrab's claw. Then, I want to make some replica fingers made out of ballistic...
Funny. I use that gripper.
gel with bones inside and put them in the claws to see what happens. And then, if it doesn't look that bad, I'll stick my own finger inside. Or, if it does look bad, I'll stick my mate's finger inside.
Hey Alexa, I made something for you.
So I'm going to start with making the delicious gelatin fingers. And to do that, I'm going to use this stuff called alginate to take a mold. And you might have seen or had this stuff used on you before when you go to the dentist and they take a mold of your finger. And that's what I'm going to do. So I precisely measured the powder and then mixed it with water until it changed colour and poured it in a little cup before sticking in my finger.
So I want it to go the same colour as that. In the moment of truth, can I get my finger out? Nice.
Now, I'm not sure why that was such a stressful experience, but the set rate and amount of water I needed to put in changed every time I did it. But they seem to have worked and all the molds are dry. So next, I took the wings off some chickens and then deboned them.
You can buy boneless chicken. Could I have just bought chickenless bones?
And I think that chicken bones are pretty similar to the thickness of my finger bones. But then again, I've never pulled the meat off my bones, so I don't really know. Now, last time I made these fingers, I did an 8% gelatin to water mixture, which didn't hold together too well. But this time, I'm going to follow a professional cookbook, which recommends that for a stronger flesh to do a 20% gelatin to water ratio, which should increase the bounciness and resilience of the gelatin, making it more similar to a human finger that has a chicken bone inside of it. It also recommends I shouldn't use horse gelatin, but instead use Mackenzie's gelatin, which is made, presumably, from Mackenzie. Okay, I started mixing it all, making sure to inhale as many gelatin spores as possible.
That's good stuff.
And this got real thick quick, and reminds me of the texture of cum. So once it was all mixed up, I poured it into the finger mold, and then poked in the chicken bones, and put it in the fridge for 8 hours to set. Which means I've got some time to kill. Speaking of which, I've also really been into a new mobile game, which is the sponsor of today's video, Watcher of Realms. It is an awesome next-gen fantasy RPG.
Yeah, watch. This is the reason why this motherfucker left early.
Which has high-quality audio-visual effects. It's incredibly immersive. I would say it's the new pinnacle of quality to jump into the best mobile fantasy RPG. I will wait for you in the continent tier.
Download Watcher of Realms for free now.
Okay, back to the mudcrab fingering. And now I'm going to make the claw testing scales. And to do that, I just borrowed these grip strength scales from my mate that does roids. And to give you some reference on how strong the mudcrabs are, and not because I want to show off at all, here's my hand strength. With my right, I pulled 89 kilos or 200 pounds for the Americans. With my left, I pulled 80 kilos or Wo La Le Bao Shiu Zhu Gong Jing for the Chinese, and 30 kilos with my cheeks. So I really hope that the mud crabs are at least as strong as my cheeks. Okay, now to modify the scale. First, I just hit this metal bar with a hammer until it gave up and bent, then drilled holes in it and screwed it in. And that's done. And hopefully this gap is now small enough to fit inside the claws of the crab. And I'm very excited to get a digital number telling me how much claw.
Why does he think chicken bones are comparable to human bones, Lamau? I don't know. Why are you stuck on that part? Don't worry, it's not even going to matter.
Force crabs actually have, as all the numbers on the internet seem way too high, with some scientists saying they have 700 pounds of crushing force. But that doesn't seem to make sense, considering how small their claws are. But then again, it might be true, as people have even done theses on this topic, filled with diagrams. And this guy even went as far as jacking off a crab to find out the answer. Okay, that seemed around 8 hours. So I took the molds out of my fridge, and also the fingers, and then cracked them open.
That is good, look at that. They're so good. Oh, my fingernail's disgusting.
I don't know if you can see the details properly in that, but that is
He has the nasty ass fingernails in there too. Oh, that's so awesome. The only man on the planet with worse fucking fingernails than me.
Look at that. And these look disgusting.
He cut them so short. He didn't cut them, dude. He bites them just like I do.
Exactly the same as my real fingers. Now, I might look rushed during all of this, and that's because I am. And I'm unboxing stupid gelatin fingers at 2 AM at night when I have a flight the next morning at 5 AM to Queensland. And I'm going there to meet an Aussie legend and YouTuber named Willem Powerfish, who's going to hook me up with some big crabs. Because as far as I'm aware, there just aren't any muddies in Sydney, besides Carl in my toolbox. Now, Willem is a strange bloke who does fishing pranks and causes trouble at the boat ramp, but his most infamous videos are probably where he walks around a construction site paying tradies to put mud crabs on their face. So he's the perfect man for this video. If I can get all my fingers through airport security, which I'm now realizing might be an issue. But after a nervous 30 minutes, I got through. And I really wish I got video footage of the confusion on the X-ray operator's face when he was trying to figure out what the 6-finger and vibrator-shaped objects were in my bag.
They stopped and they looked at it and they zoomed in and then she...
That's insane. That like... Not the him walking around barefoot chat, which is, you know, that's just Alex. But the fact that they didn't stop him, dude. Australian airports are wild, brother. In America, that shit would have been, the FBI would have been called, okay?
She looked at it and then she just licked her lips like she saw that chicken. Like she saw chicken bones and then just continued and slept through.
But I got through with almost all my fingers intact.
This is
So what's this?
little ballistic finger.
Hang on, is there chicken in there?
It's a chicken bone.
What?
So it was the closest bone I could find to the same thickness of a...
What do you make this out of?
Gelatin.
Can you eat it?
You could eat that.
Really?
You can have a nibble of one if you want.
Alright, now I thought Willem would have some mud crabs ready to go for us, but it turns out we need to catch him. And luckily, he knows a great secret muddy hole hidden away in the mangroves. Only problem was that we had to get across this old...
I love his fits. This guy is just like... I feel like he last bought clothes when he was like a much younger man or something, and he's just has not changed since then.
Falling apart bridge.
Nah, we're not going in. We'll make it.
Oh, it's not that bad. I'm so with heights.
Oh, heights?
Scares. It's not high, but I'm just a massive baby.
Oh, it is quite rough. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Don't cut yourself.
You're doing well. We've only got this and then the...
Who handles the camera for him? Why do you guys always ask these questions? They handle their own cameras. Like, it's Alex and Alexa together.
Rest of the bridge to go. No, the rest of the bridge is easier. Carry all this stuff in, we don't even know if we're going to catch mud crabs or not.
I mean, like, how are you going to come back across with crabs?
And after getting rust cuts on almost every one of my toes, we made it across to the other side, and then headed our separate ways into the mangroves until one of us found a crab.
Well, they got the fucking mud all right. Now for the cribs.
Yeah, is there such a thing as quick mud? Can you die in this?
Which surprisingly only took a couple of minutes before Willem found our first one hiding in a hole under this pipe.
I got to sleep in here.
Is it comfortable?
It's actually really comfy.
No wonder there are all these crabs here.
To get the mud crab, become the mud crab.
Oh. Whoa. Oh, he's ready for you. He sees you.
Alright, so we've definitely found a mud crab.
Look at his eyes.
Look at him.
Oh, he's blowing little bubbles.
Oh, it's in front of my camera.
Oh.
He's trying to dig.
Is he trying to dig?
I think he's trying to get away, yeah.
Should I use the shovel or get my hands?
Nah, use your hands. Like, maybe are you blocking your view?
I am blocking. I'll come over where you are. Can I join you in the mud?
This is your chance to escape, crab, while he's not watching.
He's actually trying right now. He's getting deeper. So,
oh, whoa, he's so deep.
Yeah, he's getting deep. Alright, you're gonna have to come in from behind.
Oh! Ooh. Wait, that's it. What the?
Just grab the back legs.
You got him?
Oh.
Okay, this part is fucking nuts because, like, the test is whether a mud crab could just, like, clamp your fingies, right? But I also do feel like the mud crab could just as easily clamp onto your ball sack. Like, your balls and your butthole and your penis, like, they are way too close to the mud crab's clampers. Some fucking nutcracker shit, you know?
Oh, don't lose him.
Oh, he's slipping towards me. He's slipping towards me. Can I go like that? Yeah. That's working. All right. Hell, he's massive. Oh, look at his eyes.
If these things were in Florida, we would know the answer. I mean, Australia as a fucking country is very Florida coded, so I don't know.
Oh! Whoa! Yeah! Big boy.
That's a horse. That's a big buck. They call them bucks. Yeah, big buck. You're shaking. You all right?
Yeah. Perfectly fine. This is probably one of the scariest animals I've ever touched.
Yeah, they look scary as well, and I think just the pounds of pressure that these claws hold is just phenomenal, man. Like,
well, if you look at that compared to the rest of its body, just look how much meat is in there.
Yeah, that's the best bit.
So much muscle.
Let's get out of this mud.
Do we need any more? I think this is pretty much enough for science, right?
Yeah, I think this is enough for science.
Yeah, like we could bag out if we wanted.
Easy.
Like I reckon there's easily another 800 just in here.
Well, that's all of these air bubbles is actually a crab.
It's a crab. All right. Well,
yeah, that'll be enough.
Yeah, no, we don't want to be greedy though.
It's like a day spa.
Oh, look at these crabs on my foot.
The little crabs.
Wow. Yeah, because you're probably just taking their mother.
That's right. Get off her. Can you even get up?
No.
Yeah, put him down. I'll grab him.
Beautiful.
I'll clean him up.
Holy
What is this guy doing?
There was something sharp.
Oh.
Don't stand there.
Did you bring a change of clothes?
Nah. I didn't know. I thought they were just like, you just catch them in like the sand or something. I mean, mud crabs. That makes sense.
So I have to get back on a plane. Look at my legs.
And this is way bigger than any mud crab I was expecting to find. It was also surprisingly...
Wait, you can transport a mud crab back to your house? Like on a plane? Like they let you do that? Like a live mud crab? Brother, you could do 9/11 in Australia with a mud crab. It's literally like the same. I feel like it's a domestic flight. Yeah, but a mud crab is also like a box cutter. They did 9/11 with a box cutter. It's like snakes on a plane. Now, the Australian version. Huh. Crabs on a plane.
calm, considering that a random bloke had his fingers on his ass cheeks. But maybe that's what mud crabs like. But it could also be the cold temperature, which is a bad thing, which means they might be really chilled out and not willing to squeeze as hard as they can. And one crab is enough for the test. But on the way back to our stuff, we stumbled upon one just sitting underneath this log.
I reckon that's safe to say that's a mud crab. There. He's big. He's big.
That's it.
You got it?
Oh my god.
Oh,
Yes.
whoa.
That is fucking amazing.
That is so big. Dude, he's
massive.
holy shit.
And lucky for us, the second mud crab we found was a little more angry.
Hey! Hey!
That really sucks having a big crab. So the first thing I wanted to test was their grip strength, and I'm hoping they get at least 50 kilos.
You reckon that?
He almost did it! Bro, That is fucking nuts.
Fit in there?
Yes.
Okay, let's just see it's working.
So we just need something to tickle the hair. Might use.
You run out of battery on this thing?
No, okay. And try to tickle his hairs.
Oh, he's grabbing.
He's not biting.
Oh, it's going down. 10 kilograms, 12.
Whoa, 15.
And I feel like crabs have more than 15 kilos in them, so we tried the bigger guy.
Oh, he's got it. Whoa! 30 Ks. 30 kilograms.
30.5.
In like a second.
Yeah, it's interesting. When it hits 30, it stops immediately.
Yeah, he just
It's
like
actually
chills out
and then it stops.
And 31 kilos or 70 pounds is not bad, especially considering that the crab only weighs 1.5 kilos, so it's 20 times their body weight. That's the same as me squeezing 1,800 kilos or Yishin Bai Bai Gong Jing with just 2 fingers. And I did want to see a higher number, but maybe it's because the crabs could tell that they weren't grabbing onto an actual threat, so they didn't want to squeeze as hard as they could. So I decided to move on to the ballistic fingers to see what damage they would do, but first had to get the crabs to let go of the scale.
He's strong, eh?
Literally, I'm pulling as hard as I can and I cannot get that
And
open.
you're very strong.
I'm a very strong man, thank you. Oh, there we go. Something?
Is he opening?
No, that was my pliers slipping. Let me...
Your pliers just break. Well, you reckon he'll crack this bone?
Oh, yeah, he's
pissed off.
This one's...
All right, should I give him a finger?
Do you want to get him out to get a clearer shot?
Yeah.
Oh! It's fast.
Yeah, he's getting psycho.
How do you even grab him?
Come on.
Oh.
So he's biting down?
He's biting down.
Going for it.
Oh, wait, has he gone all the... He's gone
No,
all the
he's
way...
touching. He's gone all the way
on
through.
tradies fingers.
Oh my
Does this
god.
happen?
You never do the finger.
That'll happen.
That'll happen.
And the ballistic gel isn't holding up very well, and the crab managed to get through the flesh and down to the bone in a second. Then, just like a real finger, the flesh nicely degloved.
Oh my god.
What did he... Well, he's degloved.
And I reckon this flesh isn't accurate, as the crabs seem to slice through this like butter.
Oh, look at that.
It would be a good narrative.
He just chopped through it like butter, man. Watch it. Watch this.
That's
That doesn't make any sense.
There's
But the
no
bones
way
are
that's
real, at
real.
least. So we tried another one in the hope that we could get it to snap the bone.
There we go, let go.
No, he's trying to eat it.
Oh, he was. So if we go over to this guy. I want to feel. Hey!
Oh!
Elbow from the sky.
He's playing dumb.
Jesus, man. Boy, this one's
He's back alive,
psycho.
or should we give him another finger? Oh, there we go.
Oh, he's tight. He's
Yeah,
locked
he's-
onto this. He's locked onto the
Oh, he's going for another one.
Look at this. Going for the pliers, man. I can't get the pliers out. There we go.
I mean, he completely ripped the... Oh, yep. Oh! Oh! No, I heard the snap.
Yeah, I heard that too.
That was loud. Oh!
Yeah.
Oh my god. What the f... Well, get away from him. He's going to try to get
He
your other
snapped
finger.
that.
And even though I do want this to be true, I don't think these bones are as strong as real finger bones. Also, most annoyingly, the crabs still seem to know that these aren't real fingers and don't seem to be clenching that hard. They are too focused on trying to nip us. So, after a group discussion, we decided that one of us had to put their finger in.
Just the palm. Do here. That's where I'm going to go. I'm going to go across there.
How do you reckon we get him to let go? Just wait?
Pliers.
Pry him open.
And now, I just had to pick which crab I would like to get mutilated by.
He's got the nicer claw there. I feel like... I'm worried about the curve on that one. No, the thing is, though, I don't know why I'm looking. There's no nice option.
Exactly.
Yeah, trying to find the best crab to bite you.
Look, I've had many people attacked by these and watched a lot of people in...
Dude, their faces are so nasty. Look, it's like... And then you guys are like, Hasan, why don't you like fucking sea critters? Like, look at this shit. It's like out of a nightmare, dude. They're cute. Okay. Some of you motherfuckers need to reevaluate everything you know. Because honestly, you're out of your fucking minds, okay? That's not cute, dude. That's not cute at all. You need to really reconsider everything. Russian 9/11 happened? A drone crashed into a high-rise building? That's not a 9/11, man. Seems like a baby 9/11. You and Mudcrabs have the same kind of cuteness. I am significantly.
I've had many people attacked by.
You're really telling me? Underestimate the number of people in your audience that work as marine biologists for a living? Dude, From Software has many creatures that are terrifying, right? They didn't add anything to the Mudcrabs. They just made them larger. That should tell you something. They didn't even have to like make it scarier. They just made the fucking Mudcrab larger.
By these and watched a lot of people in a lot of pain, and I think your best option is just get in there and then get out. In and out. Shake his hand. Introduce yourself. And because if he likes you, he'll let go.
I just say, hello, my name is Alex.
That's it.
Hand straight in there.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter what hand you shake to him. It doesn't matter. So
Well, the thing is, when I put my hand, this other claw's coming back around
yeah,
there.
because they usually, well, it's a custom for them as well. They
It's
like
like
double
two hands,
handshakes.
double handshakes. You know,
Yeah.
it makes sense.
So I'll hold him. You come in there, stick and shake his hand.
Straight there. I might hold this one so I can.
Oh, you want to do this one?
Yeah.
I was going to hold this one.
You're gonna hold that one?
Yeah, I'll hold this.
Oh.
I'm telling you now, the smaller ones hurt than more than the bigger. Yeah. Hi, I'm Alex. Nice to meet you.
You recording? Yeah.
Do it, pussy. I mean, it's a bit of a spoiler because they were here after they shot this video and their hands were intact.
Hi, I'm Alex. Hi, I'm Alex.
Hi, I'm Alex. I can't do it. Oh, you were so close.
You were there!
I saw it happening.
What if I'm lying to you and they shot this after the fact? What if I'm lying to you and they shot this after the fact? That's why they had to leave early. And I just wanted to take away the suspense for no reason. Just to debate you and have it be much worse when it actually happens.
Come on!
No, I'll just film Alex's face.
Come on!
And you film down there.
Come on! You can do it.
Oh my.
Just do it.
It looks like a devil on your shoulder. He's dressed so ridiculously.
Do it! Do it!
Oh.
Go! In there! Just put it in. Put it in and close your eyes.
Like, do you have the pliers handy to...
No. Oh yeah, there it is. No, they're in there. It's alright.
I see why they had to take the guns away from the Aussies now. You know what? That is so fucking right, dude. That is so fucking right. Imagine a country that does stuff like this for fun, and then they have guns too. I mean, America is basically like this. To be fair, America is basically like this with guns, and that's why it's really bad.
I'll do it if you do it.
I'll do it if you do it. If you do it, I'll do it.
Why is this so hard?
That's what I'll do.
Why the hard? I've done so much dumber.
Well, there you go. This is nothing.
Done.
Okay, you ready? Say the line and hold your hand there because I'll put it straight on. Say the line. Get your hand out.
No, I tried for probably an hour to put my hand in the Mudcrab's claw, but I just couldn't do it.
If you put your cock in there, if you put your cock in there, I'll put my hand in there. I think that's
If you do it, I'll do it. Say the line and hold your hand there, because I'll put it straight.
He's saying fucking I'll put the blue marlin in there. No, I'm not going to put the fucking blue marlin in there.
Say the line. Get your hand out.
Okay, here's an alternative. What if they do this because they don't have guns? Like, if they had guns to keep them occupied, they would then use it. Like, guns would save them. Guns would technically save Australia, because how many fucking people die due to crab attacks every fucking year in Australia, right? How many? They go out, they go mudding, they go out looking for fucking crabs, they go out looking for fucking birds, emus. Just saying. Imagine if they had guns, they wouldn't have to go out and do this kind of shit. Because they'd be fucking dead. They'd be fucking dead.
They're leaving us here in the mangroves if you don't do it.
Will you do it?
Gotta say the line.
Hi, Mr. Crab. I'm Alexa. It's nice to meet you. Oh.
Let the crab go.
No, he's gonna go. He's gonna get me with the other one. Don't let him go. Don't let him go.
Let the crab go, Alex.
Don't let him. Oh, he's fuck.
Okay, you gotta tell us.
Someone get it off.
Hang on, you gotta
No.
You gotta tell us how much pain do you put out of 10? What is
It's the worst handshake I've ever had. It's the he gets angry. Don't move the other hand, because the more you move that one, the more this one goes.
But if I let go of this hand.
Alright, so basically.
No, don't give me another. Okay, now that's bad. He's pitching real hard now.
I'm not gonna give you this one. Let go.
You are.
I promise
Just take it off.
I promise
I'm holding him. It's fine.
Okay, so what we want to do is.
Yeah, that actually gained.
Hang on.
No, don't take it off. Don't take it off. No.
Should I get something?
He said he literally thought at this point that he would fucking, like, that, you know, it was irrecoverable.
No, please. No, it's actually.
Okay,
I've done it. I've done it. Get the pliers. This is.
Okay, here's the pliers. Yeah, put this in
It's
there.
getting worse and worse.
Just make sure you hold this guy.
Numb.
Handcuff for the constable.
We got a problem.
No, it's good. He was releasing a little bit. We're almost there. I have to go back across the bridge.
Put him down.
No,
that's how he
No.
release.
But then the other hand might grab you.
Put him down.
Just
no,
watch.
it's pitching so much harder.
No, he'll let go.
No,
Just keep a
no,
hand on that.
I don't want that.
Yeah.
No.
Just try it again. Try it again.
Should we? Yeah, let's get that in there.
Try it again. Look at that angle. Oh, he's so deep in me, mother.
Oh! Oh my God. It's like, it's what the fuck? How is he not bleeding? I don't really understand. That looks so bad.
Oh,
he can't put the pliers in there.
I'm stuck.
66 pounds of force on such a small area is no fucking joke. On top of that, it's also like teeth. Think about it. Low surface area on top of, like, it's a pinch, but it's also being pinched with, like, literally, like, teeth. Very, very, very small surface area. It's serrated, yeah. Oh.
Stuck with this.
Yeah.
You can go?
Yeah, slowly. Get
Get out of there.
This is the worst bit. Man.
Oh.
I should pull.
Fucking that. Why did they skip 4 minutes? Like it's the top of the hour or something. You know what I mean? Except at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you want to know how this resolves, whether or not Alexa loses a hand or not, well, then all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime, baby. That's right, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, that's all you need to do. You need to subscribe. Someone is dying, Hasan. Yeah. Yep. When he came to your house, did he still have the crab on his hand? This is after. This happened after he came to my house. So we don't know what happens here. And he hasn't told me, so. Or maybe he did, but I'm not telling you. If they close the claw on the other side, it usually releases the claw that is closed on the hand/finger. Really?
All as well?
Nah. Oh.
Do you let go?
Oh.
They can't. Oh, that got worse. They can't kill the crab. Because if they kill the crab, it maxes out, I guess, on the grip or something. And it's just stuck. This kills the crab.
Come on, get him off! Oh, B, dude, dude. It didn't even break the skin. That's so f***ing good.
So there you go. It turns out mud crabs can't cut off your finger. And they probably have enough strength through it, but their claws are designed to pinch and grab, not cut.
I cannot believe after all that, you're more scared of the bridge.
I bet you it's easier if you remove its claw, not harder. Would you let a crab grab you near your pinky ring placement? Fuck no. Absolutely not. No, he was saying... Okay. So for the record, this video was shot obviously before. He just needed to shoot extra parts. That's why I had to go back. But he talked about it on stream, guys. They talked about it on stream, remember? I don't know why half the chat does not remember that they literally talked about all this shit. Including the other claws designed for cutting, though. They picked up the crushing claw, not the cutting claw. Wait, really? Do they have two different ones? Anyway, regardless, what they said was if you kill the crab, if you actually end up killing the crab, it gets stuck. And it's even harder to take off. Like, it gets locked. I don't know why.
Much worse.
Also, it turns out Alexa's pain wasn't necessary, as Willem already has a couple of videos doing exactly this. Like this one, where this tradie puts 2 mud crabs on a single finger and didn't get any real injuries. But that's not to say there can't be serious injuries, and Willem waited until after Alexa put the crab on his hand to tell me this, but it turns out some people that have been bit by mud crabs have lost limbs. And not from the force of the claws, but from infection. And I don't know why we didn't think of this, as obviously if you dig something out of this disgusting primordial soup and then let it stab through your skin, you're going to get all sorts of crazy bacteria into your body, like Vibrio vulnificus, which has caused many amputations and even killed people. But luckily Alexa doesn't know this, and I'm not going to tell him. I'll just make a video if he dies. Thank you so much for watching. If you like this,
Their claws can still bite even if they're removed? Yeah, I don't know why I didn't mention that. They can even regrow their claws? Wait, what? That seems like too much, honestly. Magnificent Muddy. Western Australia Department of Fisheries. Green mud crab. Brown mud crab. Has one small blunt spine, or no spines at all. Claws are light brownish, orange coloured. Claw spines have reduced their blunt prominences. It's got lobes, long narrow lobes between the eyes. Walking legs. Walking legs, mate. Very faint pattern on the legs. Fucking hell. The ads ended. Did he die? Yeah, he's dead. That's why the vibe has shifted a lot. A Voss lock grip. Mudcrabs can be fast and strong, and their big claws can make catching them extremely dangerous. Once locked on, a claw will remain in a vice-like grip even if it's been detached from the animal. Take precautions when handling a mudcrab. Wear a heavy-duty glove. Use tongs or distract the claws with a stick. Mudcrabs use their claws to defend themselves and will even shit a claw to escape. In many cases, a new fully functional claw will grow back. That's crazy. Look at this one, a Japanese spider claw. Ah! Ay, ay, ay. That is fucking nastiness, dude. No thank you, man. No fucking thanks. I'm going to skip the Chris one. I want to watch this parasocial relationship one. From idle obsession to sympathy for fictional characters, why do we form one-sided parasocial relationships? And how does this manifest in East Asia? Interesting video. Hope there's some. Oh yeah, there's some visual aid.
It's common for people to feel attached to idols, celebrities, or fictional characters. Even though these interactions are very one-sided, the feelings we have for them may be as strong as if we genuinely knew them. These attachments, marked precisely by how one-sided the interactions are parasocial, and a lot of industries capitalize on this. Before we dive into the details, let's see a few extreme cases from East Asia. Keep in mind, I'm highlighting some of the most infamous depictions of parasocial relationships, and this isn't representative of what the majority of fans are like. But these are true cautionary tales of when obsession goes too far. China, 2007. A man jumps into the sea, hoping his suicide would guilt Hong Kong actor-singer Andy Lau into meeting his daughter, an obsessed fan. His daughter, Yang Li-jun, was so obsessed with Andy Lau that she had quit school as she spent all her time thinking about her idol. Her dream was to tell Andy Lau how much she loved him. To support this dream, Yang Li-jun's parents sold their only house to fund her trips to Hong Kong. Her dad had also attempted to sell a kidney to the local hospital, but was refused as it was illegal. Yang Li-jun did manage to finally meet Andy Lau at a fan club event celebrating his birthday, but she didn't get a chance to have a conversation with him. This was devastating to her as she wasn't able to fulfill her lifelong dream of telling him how much she liked him. And this led to her father tragically choosing to end his life. His suicide was accompanied by a 12-page letter pleading with Andy to meet his daughter and to give her just 5 minutes of his time. Andy Lau's agency denied the request, with the actor stating that he hoped she could move on with her life.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, 100% in his situation. Wow, denied? What are you guys, fucking insane? Yeah, dude, he should say yes, so then everybody starts killing themselves. That seems like a good idea. What the fuck do you mean, chat? Of course he's gonna say no. That's so wild, dude. Yeah, no, yeah, he should say yes so that, like, random motherfuckers think, like, that's the best method.
It's reported that Andy Lau had to seek help from a psychiatrist, not just from this lone incident, but also from other fans who would send fan letters in only to threaten self-harm if they could not meet him. In Korea, obsessive fans are known as sussing fans. A quick list of some infamous incidents include female sussings, shaving their head and cross-dressing to infiltrate male bathrooms that their idols were using, renting the same vans and parking in the same place to pick up or to really kidnap these idols, and also setting cameras in hotels that their idols were staying at. Extreme cases also happen in Japan, like the case a few years ago when...
Okay, maybe I shouldn't be watching this. Bro, this is literally fucking... This is scary ass shit, dude. What the fuck? Okay. This is what chuds think is happening to children? Yeah, no, it's actually happening to Twitch streamers. Hey, get out of there. No, Kaya. Haven't you told... No. You are Spoiled. Yeah, walk away. Old little brat. Back to your chew toy.
An obsessive fan zoomed into the pupils of an idol to find out where she lived. In these very extreme cases, the fans go too far by stalking or harassing their idols to obtain interaction at the cost of causing harm to others. The vast majority of parasocial fans, though, understand that their comments of support or the feelings they have may never be directly acknowledged and are okay with that. And that's what we'll be focusing on. But before we dive in, we need to understand a bit more about this phenomenon in general. First, the idea of parasocial or one-sided relationships isn't anything new. It was first coined by Horton and Wall in 1956, and at first it was just the idea of parasocial interactions, which lasts for however long the viewing experience was, so there was no such thing as someone living rent-free in your mind. But this concept was then expanded to also include long-term relationships formed between viewers and media figures, which extends past that initial media exposure, as this was known as parasocial relationships. The most interesting part of this phenomenon for me is perfectly summarized by Derek and others as they state. Although people consciously know that parasocial relationships are not real relationships, in many ways they feel psychologically real and meaningful. So if these relationships are all one-sided, how do people get attached and what do they get out of it? There are some theories we can look into to explain why parasocial relationships can be fulfilling, like the uses and gratifications theory. In a nutshell, this theory states that people don't just passively consume media and watch something for the sake of watching something, but rather they seek out media to satisfy psychological needs. For example, wanting to be entertained, wanting to learn something, wanting a sense of social interaction, or a lot of the times in my case, wanting to procrastinate and ignore something that really needs to be done. At this point, if I'm not stress watching Netflix, I'm doing it wrong. But I do want to draw special attention to one of the common psychological needs that we mentioned earlier.
Jesus, the first parasocial relationship? Yeah, Jesus should have been like, all right, guys, fucking chill out. You know what I mean? Instead, he leaned into it, so he's at fault a little bit.
The fact that media is able to fulfill a sense of social interaction. This is pretty important, as if someone is feeling lonely and they don't really have a way to satisfy that need, consuming media is a very low barrier and easy way to fill that need. Something else that is super interesting is to consider our evolutionary instincts. For example, we have a tendency to like those we encounter more frequently and to become attached to people we often see. This helped us bond with our tribe mates back in our caveman days and helped us recognize who was and wasn't a threat. But nowadays, we can see and recognize so many people's faces despite never meeting or interacting with any of them in real life. So someone who's watching a TV show may consciously know that these people aren't real, but our evolutionary instincts don't make that distinction. So our feelings of attachment and closeness still form, just as they would for a real person. With the rise of social media as well, the occurrence of parasocial relationships becomes even more evident. If we think about it, back in the day, we only ever saw celebrities in whatever movies they starred in. Press conferences and interviews were where we could catch glimpses of them in more normal settings. But now with platforms like Instagram, you can easily follow somebody and see what they're up to in their daily lives, where they went and what they did without breaking any laws. These constant updates from celebrities and idols also makes their presence a lot more sticky to fans. So parasocial relationships are much more likely to be formed via social media rather than traditional media. Because parasocial relationships often occur between fans and characters or celebrities, it makes East Asia a fascinating place to examine, since many of their big cultural exports like the idol industry or the anime industry is fueled by fandom. And we'll see that as much as parasocial fans exert pressure onto idols, like reacting badly if they date, threatening boycotts and so on, parasocial relationships.
Oh my God, Swifties, like literally. Swifties are the white version of idol culture. I mean, I guess we kind of knew that already. That's what they did. Also BTS, but recently it slowed down. Yeah, because they join the military. I mean, that's always been around. It's always been around in most lukewarm take. You crack the code. Ariana 2 or Nicki Minaj with Barbs. Except the Barbs don't really give a shit about who Nicki Minaj dates, from what I understand.
relationships are also used to escape pressure. And all of this reflects really interesting social cultural norms. To start us off, I want to look at China first, the enormous power these fans hold and what these fans get out of their one-way relationships. Often we see fans as people who support their favorite celebrities and play more of a background role. But what if this relationship dynamic changes and fans are the ones who actually can influence celebrities? A term more specific to China when we're talking about parasocial fans are parakin fans. Parakin fans are fans that engage in fantasized kinships with their idols. These fans will often call themselves sister fans, brother fans, mother and father fans to their idol.
Most Swifties aren't like that. Y'all just notice the craziest ones. Man, I have a podcast with one, okay? I know what Swifties are like. Conservatives are in a parasocial relationship with Hunter Biden? True. They're like, Hunter, we need more pics of your dick, please. Like, Hunter Biden's work of art is like if 50-50 Cupid, you know what I mean? Hunter Biden's Cupid is his penis. You know what I mean? So, like, they want more. They want more work.
These terms aren't really seen in the West because I feel like we kind of just skip that step entirely. Like, you guys...
I literally pay to receive message from Sejong, and I'm not that crazy. Your name is Sejong, simp. I don't know who Sejong is. You've been a 56-month subscriber? What does that mean, you pay to receive messages from Sejong? What does that mean? No, I get the joke that this person was saying. They're saying, like, they're not as crazy as the Hunter Biden stands, but I don't know what... That's the same as the one app? Wait, what is that? Hasan, don't bully my fellow K-poppies. Wait. K-pop has, like, the message your idol thing. Idol culture is AI chats that are paid content. Wait, really? Like Cameo, you pay, celebs send out generic messages? What the fuck? So it's like OnlyFans. They have a paid messaging app for K-pop idols. So it's not like it's not like Cameo. It's like OnlyFans. OnlyFans, you're doing like mass blast for the most part. And people think it's like individual, but they're usually sending it to everyone. We have to explore this. OnlyFans, but messages. That's what OnlyFans is. So that part is weird for sure. Asia is next level with fan service. I mean, yeah, except sometimes they don't even message on the app, so you pay for nothing. 2 EXO members got canceled for not messaging. What the fuck? Yo, that shit's crazy. Damn, I give you guys way too much, dude. You can say any dumbass shit in this chat and I'll fucking reply to it. What the fuck is wrong with me? I guess some Twitch streamers do that by charging you for TTS and only responding to TTS.
You guys call yourself mom and dad fans? That's kind of weird. Anyways, I can bark. Notice that all these titles are all related to family, which leans into China's society and culture. For decades, China enforced a one-child policy, and as a result of this, the generation between 1980 and 2015 grew up without siblings. So this kinship they form with idols could provide a sense of fulfillment for this generation who was missing siblings, and be of comfort to aging parents who are your mom and dad fans that might be feeling lonely after their only child grows up and leaves the house. Parakin fans branding themselves as family, as brothers, sisters, moms and dads, also often allows them a sense of entitlement over their idols. As a result, these fans are much more liberal in terms of voicing their opinions of how idols should act and what they should do. When idols are caught in dating rumors or are revealed to be dating, the mature response is to of course be happy for them. But not all fans handle this news well.
That's insane, brother. That's actually fucking so crazy. There's a whole ecosystem of stans, yeah.
Regardless of how fans react, it's the idol's life and their choice. So very rarely do we see idols actually breaking off a relationship if a portion of their fans don't agree. However, this was exactly
Oshinoko is an anime about the Japanese entertainment industry and addressed a lot of these issues. I heard about this. I heard this is a great anime. It's very popular now. There are even streamers in the mass harassment campaigns people in these positions have to endure. Wow. Really? It's so strange. I had no idea. I told you to watch it and you called me a weeb. You are a fucking weeb. But also, wow, really? That's crazy. That'd be so shocking.
the case for one Chinese celebrity. In early 2019, actor and singer Jeffrey Tang was caught dating actress Gina Jin shortly after their co-appearance on a TV program. The sister fans of Jeffrey believed Gina to be too old for him. She was only 5 years older, and a
That's crazy.
significant distraction to his career, which they believed was about to take off. These Paragon fans put out a strike online and threatened to leave him. A week later, Jeffrey announced his breakup with Gina on social media. Paragon fans hold a lot of power because they are able to act together as a collective. Often there is a clear division of duties and responsibilities, and Paragon fans get things done. These fans might organize campaigns, aim to get their idols trending online, and even pay for billboards for special.
Okay, but 5 years older is a lot and it was a significant damper on his career. Man, shut the fuck up. I know you're joking. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. For a second, I thought that was real because that was so convincing. Theme song for Oshinoko has been the most popular song in Japan for months. It goes so hard. The song's called Idol. Bro, it's almost your B-day. Want to hang out? This fucking guy. I asked if he wanted to come on the stream, and he said no. And now he's in the chat saying, it's almost your B-day, want to hang out. That's insane. The parasocial chatter. Guys. The Osho Noko anime is popping off hard. It's going to be bigger than One Piece. Yeah, I doubt it. Sorry, I don't want to work for you, lol. What do you mean? Like, we'd just be fucking watching videos and shit. It's not like you're gonna be working for me. God damn, dude.
Events so the idol can get more exposure. For example, Chinese fans put Cai Shukun on the Nasdaq Plaza when he debuted, and this didn't cost the agency anything. The fans completely funded this. Promoting idols in public places isn't just a Chinese fan thing though. It's definitely very common across many Asian fan bases. But imagine how expensive a billboard is and how much collective effort it requires to do something so large scale for an idol. And if we're talking fans coordinating efforts and resources, then I have to bring up the infamous milk wastage incident in 2021. China had an idol debuting reality show called Youth with You, where after months around 120 contestants.
Is she Chinese? Is that why she's talking a lot about China? Because, like, she even said the one child policy led to this, but, like, they have it in Japan, they have it in Korea, in, like, worse ways even in some respects. And I feel like they didn't have those policies, so why the fuck do they have it? You know what I mean? I know it's the first section. I'm just saying that, like, she mentioned that the one child policy was part of the reason, but I don't think that's the only reason. I think it's isolation born out of capitalism for the most part.
Were whittled down to 20. After the final voting round, the top 9 contestants would debut in an idol group. Viewers could vote up to 3 times a day, but if you wanted additional votes, you had to purchase a specific yogurt product from the main sponsor and scan a unique QR code under the lid of the yogurt to get that extra entry. Evidently, dedicated fan clubs honed in on this extra entry clause, and together 48 million yuan or 7.5 million USD was raised for the top 9 contestants to secure them their final spot. However, these purchases came under fire when videos were posted online of workers pouring yogurt down the drain in a process to farm the QR codes. Consequently, state-run news agencies.
Bro, it's kind of cool seeing, like, Asian countries behave this way because, like, I feel like this is some shit America would do. You know what I mean? Like, it's fun to see other countries be just as fucking unhinged as us. You know what I mean? Like, this is some shit that you would 1000% see in America.
Agency Xinhua criticized the program and the voting process, stating, "This is seeking profits and attention through waste and squander, showing a lack of respect for labor." Throughout all of these cases, we can see that Paragon fans do a lot for their idols because of how emotionally invested they are in them. We'll now break down some of the biggest reasons why Chinese people get into parasocial relationships and become Paragon fans.
Also, it's illegal to waste food, no? I thought, like, China had some strict laws about food waste and shit. So I'm surprised that the government didn't crack down on this and shut it down.
Just like how all human behavior is driven by intrinsic and extrinsic motives, the reasons behind how someone becomes a Paragon fan can be split similarly into buckets of being self or idol oriented. Within these two categories, Paragon fan motives are split even further, and this is where we can gain some insight into the why. One big motive for Paragon fans is escapism. This falls under self-oriented motivation, so you do this for yourself, and it describes fans that engage in parasocial relationships to escape from a lacking reality. Another motive, also falling under self-oriented motivation, is identity acquisition. Being part of a fandom can be a huge time commitment and shape a big part of who you are. Paragon fans, as we mentioned, provide incredible support, but it also comes with certain expectations, pretty much like the kind you'd expect from family. Now, these sentiments aren't exactly like telling your favorite idol, "Why don't you go be a doctor instead?" But instead they might say, and this is an actual comment by a mom fan in regards to their idol, "I expect them to act in more meaningful, deeper movies." When I saw that he was going to take a role in a really shallow and naive movie, I posted so many comments in my group expressing my strong objection, as I didn't want to see any self-destruction from him. Later on, I realized a lot of fans shared my opinion, and he finally turned that part down. Paragon fans therefore believe that it's their responsibility to tell idols when they think they're stepping out of line, and that
Some of your chatters in this chat act like this. I know. This is a huge component to... Oh. Bro, chatters act like this. Chatters fucking act like this about my dog and the way that I've, like, trained Kaya thus far. That's insane when you think about it. Especially when, like, I was objectively correct in the way I've been raising her. And I've done such a good fucking job raising her so far. And they're watching this thinking it's not them. Yeah, I know. Also, without paying you that much. Yeah, that's the worst part of this fucking one-sided parasocial relationship is that, like, I get all the fucking harassment, I get all the stalking, and none of the fucking buku bucks that these guys are making. Yeah, I make a lot of money, but I'm fucking balling on a budget in comparison. What the fuck is this? At least the Paragon fans pay their fans so much. Yeah, what is this?
they're doing this for their own good.
All right,
There
I'm gonna
are
take
some
Kaya
other
out.
motives which are also very interesting to look at, but I'll give you one-liner summaries for them, otherwise this video would take years. So, self-achievement. You help make it as easy as possible for your idol to succeed. If you're a part of the PR division where you're always in the replies, clarifying things, being helpful, introducing new fans to their content, you belong here. You feel satisfied when your idols succeed because you're happy for them, and the group's achievements feel like a team effort to you. Entertainment satisfaction is exactly what it sounds like. You follow the idol and watch shows they're in because it's fun and you enjoy watching them. Physical attraction. This is a big one, and it's one of the main reasons people like their idols. I know you might really like the personality too, but when they have a 10 out of 10 face, that never hurts. Companionship. Interacting with your idol through social media and following their schedules makes it feel like they're always present with you, which may be comforting if someone's feeling lonely. These are all reasons why someone might become a Paragon fan, and honestly, a lot of them sound pretty relatable. The main takeaway from Paragon fans though is that yes, they are dedicated, but that love is conditional. There are expectations to be met. From what we've seen so far, Paragon fans exert a lot of pressure onto idols, but there's also an interesting flip side to it. Now I want to dive into how parasocial relationships help in terms of relieving people of pressure and of the same expectations placed onto them by society. To do this, we're going to take a look at Chinese culture in a lot more depth and dissect a frog game. To To understand what kind of pressures exist in Chinese society, we'll first need to understand two important concepts. The first is filial piety, and the second is a term called 人情. Filial piety, the act of showing respect for the older generation, was advocated by Confucianists and is at the core of traditional Chinese culture and China's social structure. 人情ties into this and is essentially the exchange of favors. Because China is a 人情based society, the emphasis is really on if you receive a favor, you have to pay it back. And this is core to everything in Chinese culture, in terms of ethics and relationships with family, friends, and colleagues. Because paying back favors is so important, you can see why there's also such a strong emphasis on young people paying respects to the older generation that's come before them. And this respect is often in the form of taking care of the older generation, but also doing what they say in a way that shows filial piety. These expressions of filial piety and 人情 could go even further, with some saying that the young generation has a responsibility to carry on the older generation's wishes instead of doing what they want. At least that was how things were. There's still a very, very strong culture of filial piety, but you'll find sometimes young people aren't as willing to be filial. From a historical standpoint, two significant eras arose in China that were critical of Confucianism and challenged the idea of filial piety. And I'll go through this very briefly again, like a 90-second crash course. The first was the May 4th movement, which happened in the 1910s. It criticized Confucianism for its traditional values and advocated for modernization. The May 4th movement pushed for individualism, gender equality, and intellectual freedom, things that they believed Confucianism oppressed. The second major era that was critical of Confucianism was the Cultural Revolution in the 1980s. This was a social political movement led by Mao Zedong, the chairman of the
Why was chat being bad? What'd they do?
CPC, with the aim of purging
This
capitalism.
video is called Parasocial Relationships in East Asia, a look into obsession. Yeah. Some of you have a parasocial relationship with Mao Zedong, and you need to reevaluate that.
Traditionalist elements from Chinese society. Mao Zedong emphasized loyalty to the state and encouraged the youth to rebel against traditional authority.
Yeah, he said Mao said have a parasocial relationship with the state instead.
Figures, including parents, teachers, and elders. So, in essence, rejecting that idea of filial piety, which is key to Confucianism. Now, I'm going to say something that might confuse you. We just mentioned these major historical movements that challenged Confucianism, but Chinese society still, at its core, operates on the basis of Confucian values. Take this recent example. To reduce the pressure on welfare systems, the government has introduced laws where adults have legal responsibility to take care of their parents, which further reinforces this idea and expectation of filial piety. So, what was the point of talking about all these movements that challenge Confucianism if it's still so prevalent in modern day China? Well, it may not have fundamentally revolutionized the way Chinese society is today, but its impacts can still be recognized. Education reforms, cultural movements diminishing Confucian influence, and the introduction of Western values has led to a rise in individual autonomy, leading to young people expecting to live a free and independent life. The younger generation might be thinking their parents are of the same status as them and shouldn't tell them what to do. Or they may fulfill some expectations, but they can't accept living a life following their parents' ambitions and want more freedom in choosing a life for themselves. Regardless of how young people think, they can't shake off these obligations, which is where a lot of this pressure is coming from. Okay, so now that we have some context behind Chinese society, the concepts of 人情, of filial piety, and the evolution of these expectations, I can finally talk about this cute frog game. Oh, actually, before we talk about the frog game, let's quickly pretend we're living in China as a young person. The reality is that there's fierce competition and a lot of pressure. By the way, shameless plug to my last video where I dive into how bad all this pressure really gets in China, but watch that one later. Because of all this competition, pressure, and expectations placed, it's not uncommon for individuals to choose to live out their life and their dreams vicariously. Cue our favorite frog. Travel Frog is a game developed by Japanese studio Hit Point Co, where players take care of their frog, but not much else. The frog goes on adventures of its own and comes back home sometimes to see you for a bit before they're off again. While the premise is quite simple, it absolutely captivated the hearts of Chinese players and is one of the most famous single-player games in China. Many players formed parasocial relationships with the frog through this game, and we can actually see here the impact of culture on the attachments that are formed. Studies show that Japanese participants usually feed female players which developed parasocial relationships with the frog see the frog as their husband. And this is likely because work trips are a big part of Japanese culture, so the frog going away is similar to the work trips that their husbands take. Compare this to China, where many players regard the frog as a son to take care of. This was so fascinating to me. So then, the popularity of Travel Frog and the parasocial relationships being developed prompted a lot of reflection over why players like the game.
With a travel frog? Okay, that shit's like, at least when it's like a human or like a sexy human, like an idol or whatever, that kind of makes sense. You're listening to their music or what. A frog, dude? That's wild.
Game and why they felt such a strong bond with the frog. A study by Zhou Nansong in 2021 used focus groups to look exactly into this.
I'm not going to fucking address you guys going feels weird, man, Hasan. I don't know who told you to spam it when I come back. I'm just not going to address it. You can keep spamming it all day. I don't give a fuck.
To start off, participants were asked what they liked about Travel Frog, and many players responded that they yearned for the stress-free and independent lifestyle that the frog in the game had. When the frog wanted to go somewhere, it did, without regard for anything else. The follow-up question to these participants then was, why didn't they live this lifestyle if they wanted it? And the responses directly reflected a lot of cultural context we mentioned earlier. One player said that they wanted this lifestyle, but was unable to pursue it because of the expectations that were placed on them. It's common in China to see the older generation have some sort of roadmap for when they think young people should get married and buy a home and have kids, which restricts the autonomy of the younger generation. Another player responded that there were many practical problems which limited her, as she raised questions like, if I left, who is going to take care of my parents? If I traveled all the time, how would I be able to keep a stable relationship? How will I make money and how will I save money? These anxieties around family obligations, financial security, and marriage prospects all tie back to cultural values, how families should be, and what responsibilities young people have. Even though these players yearn for the frog's independent, carefree lifestyle, it's something that might be out of reach for them due to societal pressure and the practicality of it all. However, they're able to project this desire they have onto the frog, watching it live a carefree life and travel around, instead of giving up on this wish entirely. If we take this one step further, this wish can then explain why a large amount of parasocial fans from China view the frog specifically as a son. Based on the idea of Confucian filial piety that we mentioned before, children were expected to fulfill their parents' wishes and to bring honor to the family. In the same vein, players project their hopes onto the frog, and given the specific cultural context, it's easy for Chinese players to see the frog as their child. I also need to highlight here how unique the parasocial interaction is in Travel Frog compared to other games. Usually in a game, when you input an action to move forward, the character responds because you're playing through that character. But in Travel Frog, you're not the frog. Sure, you can do things, but the frog has a will of its own. This delayed feedback gives the impression that the player is not in control, and the frog does what it wants, which is exactly what many of these players desire in a parent-child relationship, as echoed by this respondent.
Or the NPC situation, right? Like the human beings being treated like NPCs, or even on Twitch streaming. It gives an element of like artificial intelligence or an element of like autonomy to the character that you're witnessing. So it's not like you're controlling that. What are you doing? Wait, dummy. You're gonna get hurt. Like that character has like the semblance of agency. So it's much better for humans to control a character with a semblance of agency than it is to just control a video game character. You can control a video game character all day, but this comes across more fun, more unique, more different.
Who says, I named the frog with my English name. The frog is like my son.
Why are you breathing, bro? You just fucking started. I started fucking your mom. Suck my cock. 4-month subscriber. Have a good one. Good job! Good fucking job! While we're watching a goddamn video about fucking parasocial relationships. Bro, stop yelling. What the fuck? You take one too. I'm in the mood.
and it also is like myself. It has its own things
I'm in a
to
mood.
chase after. Through Travel Frog, we can see how parasocial relationships with the frog represents cultural influences through the manifestation of each of these players' desires. Beneath the parasocial relationship that is developed with the frog lies a criticism of their current lifestyle and expectations placed on them. Our exploration of parasocial relationships in China revealed a push and pull of pressure and expectations. We discussed Parakin fans whose devotion can translate to extraordinary pressure on idols, and we looked at parasocial relationships formed through the game Travel Frog, which revealed a simple wish from the players to escape the pressures from everyday life. So we looked at how invested fans and players can be when they form parasocial relationships, but we didn't really go into how this might be encouraged. The truth is, when fans are this dedicated, there's a clear economic benefit to be had. And when we think about dedicated fans, the first thing that comes to my mind isn't China, but the K-pop scene. So let's take a look at Korea and how they've mastered the craft of not just getting fans, but in cultivating parasocial relationships. Most of you probably clicked into this video thinking of the Korean idol industry, and that's a testament to how passionate their fans are. Central to the K-pop idol.
There ain't no way. There ain't no fucking way there's actual chatters in here who are trying to fucking... Oh my God. Okay. I can't even catch it. Sometimes the mods grab it before I can say anything. What was that user's names? What was that username? I want to see what he said. Lashing out at viewers during critique of parasocial reveals streamers lack a sense of control over their audience and their internal state. You are so fucking stupid, dude. You're so fucking stupid. It's quite literally the exact opposite. You're watching someone create a space and set very clear defined boundaries on said space. You've been a fucking Twitch watcher since 2015, you fucking loser. Oh my God. Shut your dumb ass up. I hate it. I hate it when dumbasses come in here and watch me set boundaries and go, this guy's got no control over his own audience.
Idol's relevance as a lasting cultural product is the cultivation of parasocial relationships. Parasocial relationships, as we mentioned earlier when we looked into Paragon fans, don't necessarily have to be bad. Often we form these non-reciprocal bonds as a way to fulfill psychological needs which might not be able to be met. Parasocial relationships tend to our need of belonging and a need of validation. When it comes to K-pop though, and as someone who has created a stan Twitter account for 3 weeks back when COVID started, this is my takeaway. Being a fan is fun, but being part of fandom is work. Twitter, I swear, at one point was owned by ARMY, who are the fans of K-pop group BTS. This chart, looking at 2017, shows the top most used hashtags in the world. The top 4 are all BTS related. This graph, I know, is a bit
everybody. What the
but the power of K-pop fandoms has only grown. It's not just K-pop fans though, but fandom power in general. In fact, in the most recent Twitter report, they literally called out fan world as something to look out for. We looked at Paragon fans when we discussed China to capture the unique parasocial relationships that were formed.
Thank you,
there.
Egg Lover Guy,
Jung
for the
proposes
50 gifted
term
subs.
Fancom as a system by which fans manage their idols, but it's less so about their expectations and more so about taking actions to enhance their image. For example, fans actively participate in social cultural events like fundraising, donating to charity, and undertaking efforts to make sure these idols flourish. These fans may also often participate in a lot of free PR for the company, like promoting artists on social media threads, or translating material so more people can access the idol group and become fans, and generating discussion around their idols so more people are aware of them. Fancom practices also include fans feeling compelled to maybe police the content that is on social media if there is something detrimental to the idol's image, like spamming good keywords and hashtags to trick the algorithm into making those keywords trending instead of the supposed scandal. And something interesting about the way fan culture is evolving is that instead of these fans just passively observing the idols perform in the traditional landscape, fans nowadays actively cultivate this parasocial relationship.
Bro, where are my fucking fans doing that? Okay? That's what I ask. All my fans do is get me canceled. They make inside memes from this stream in the outside world. Then all my fucking haters take it seriously. And they get me canceled.
Taking actions themselves that enhances this idea of their idol. This then touches upon a concept called participatory culture, theorized by media scholar Henry Jenkins. This refers to a culture in which individuals are not just consumers, but also participate in the creation and distribution of media narratives. A related term is prosumers, combining the term consumer and content producer, as nowadays fans often interact, edit, and revamp content like producers would. Fancom practice also includes trying to support the idol by breaking streaming records or album purchasing records. In fact, research by Liang in 2016 indicates that fans' purchasing behaviors for their idols represents a kind of self-identity, bringing them not only a sense of belonging within their fandom, but also a sense of satisfaction. That might explain why fans in parasocial relationships are often linked to overconsumption. We saw this in the milk wastage incident in China, but a similar occurrence applies in K-pop too. By design, K-pop albums have photo cards, which are exclusive pictures of the idols, and whatever photo card is put in the album is random. If you have a group of 6 people and there's only one random photo card, you might end up getting a member that isn't your favorite member. So the idea is someone should buy 6 copies of the same album just for a good chance of drawing their favorite member. In addition to that, album...
That's insane, bro. It's so manipulative. They're making you get 6x the number of albums, dude. That is so fucked up. They're like, hey, they put Gamba in the album purchases. Yo! Brilliant. Fucking brilliant, dude.
Albums also come in different variations. So your favorite idol could have taken 3 different poses for their photo card, and now the really dedicated fans might try to complete the collection of their favorite member. More rare than photo cards and much more similar to a lottery system are chances to participate in...
Where is EXO, the biggest EXO stan? I forget her name. She's in the chat right now. Don't even start on how stans manipulate streaming. What do you mean streaming? I'm always boosting your thirst traps. Keep me out of this. Thank you. I'm here, King. Dude, you read me like twice earlier? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I like how this is the only thing I know for stream. If you go to Target K-pop albums... She's playing EXO music in the video, by the way. Chat, you're being brainwashed. Sometimes Hoswit does that for you as a joke. If you go to Target, the K-pop album's got to be locked now because people just steal the cards out.
Fan calls. Fan calls give fans a chance to talk to their idol in a one-on-one call for around a minute. But to be chosen, it's a raffle system, and one ticket is usually tied to one album purchase. This lottery system encourages fans to buy tens or hundreds of copies of the same album to
Bro, all I'm learning is I give too much of myself out there for no fucking reason. Okay? When I could be monetizing everything. Okay? Holy shit. I sit there after a fucking... First of all, I make no money off the TwitchCon meet and greets. Number 1. Number 2, I do it right after I got Twitch almost killed me. And I still did the meet and greet. When I could be fucking charging Gamba on one meet and greet. Crazy. Messed up. And you're out here doing chat voice for free? Yeah.
their odds. What this results in are perfectly good albums going to waste, as often they'll just be left on the side of the road. One person took to Twitter to express their frustrations from seeing another K-pop group's albums being dumped, as they call for this person to be responsible for their own waste. Tweets like this highlight the problem of overconsumption, waste, and the environmental impacts of implementing random photo cards and lottery fan call draws that are all tied to album sales, as the fans that are contributing to wastage the most are the ones buying exorbitant copies for one of those reasons. Whether it's luck-based draws or idol fundraising events, it's clear that fans can provide tremendous financial support, and the stronger the attachment between fan and idol, the more fancom practices there are. Therefore, if you're an entertainment agency and you're launching an idol group, which isn't cheap, and you've invested all this money and time to train them up, you want fans to feel attached to them. You want fans that will root for them, clear paths for them, gather them attention, stream, spread word of mouth, and financially support the group through buying albums and merchandise. In the beginning of this section, we mentioned that Korea's big entertainment companies had really mastered the craft of connecting audiences with their idols to help cultivate parasocial relationships. So let's take a look at some of the strategies agencies might use to help parasocial bonds form. First, before the companies even show the new idols, they'll often make an announcement followed by teaser clips to create a sense of anticipation, kind of like seeing the...
I'm confused. Is the group actually good? I mean, they make decent music half the time. But the real reason is the personalities are so perfectly crafted. Here's the reality. No real human being is like a real idol, okay? It's not like the BTS guys are unique and they're like godlike. No, it's just what they put forward, what they show you is basically calculated in a lab by Kai, get out of there, by scientists. For example, I'll show you the inverse of this. Streamers are the exact opposite. We're always on. There's a lot of like familiarity that you might have, but it's not calculated because you're live and you're reacting to real stimuli in the real world. So it's basically impossible for you to be super fake all the time. You know what I mean? Whereas with like VTubers, you can at least hide it a little bit better and create this persona. That's why they have idol culture in VTube. Because you're not really seeing a real person react in a real person style way. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know VTubers are streamers, but they're not like a real human being that you can see. They can kind of fake it if they're in a shitty mood. You know what I mean? So, my point is, it's like limited familiarity in perfectly calculated little teasers that cause people to go this way, to go crazy. It's perfectly curated for your tastes. It's crafted by a bunch of very smart people that know exactly how to market you. You know what I mean? And it's unblemished. So that's how people both have the familiarity and like the perfect structure, like the structure of perfection that marketers build for these characters who don't have relationships, who are basically like, it's kind of like the NPC TikTok streamer versus a video game character that you can control. You know the video game character is fake. The NPC on TikTok, you know that's a real human. And you can manipulate it, right? Jimin or BTS or EXO or all these idols, they're real humans. And you know they're real humans, but they're perfect. So they give you so much of their lives, way more. You get way more familiarity with them than you would with like a Hollywood celebrity. But they show only perfection to you. Perfection because every single person that's on that team knows exactly what kind of stimuli you will react to in a positive way. And it's hyper curated and hyper specific to your taste, which is why you respond the way that you do. Try to get out of there. Oh my God. Does that make sense? It's a fully controlled, fully curated, fully manicured experience. Which is why you go, holy fuck, these are like not human. They're like demigods. Because, for example, if I streamed the hours I streamed, but also somehow had the capability of like showing my best, putting my best foot forward, showing like the best version of myself to you all the time, never angry, never cursing maybe. Whatever you thought was like the perfect version of me. Sometimes shirtless, always good at everything. You know what I mean? I try a video game, I'm cracked at it. I'm always on. I'm performing always. While also responding to you every now and then. But always great. No stun locks. You know, you would lose your fucking mind. I would be like a product. Be much more successful that way, I think. So, but it's impossible, I think, for after a long enough time, a human being can't do that in this format. Other than VTubers. VTubers can do it as best as they can. Which is why I think VTubers have like more ride or die fandoms. One of the BTS members is basically a streamer, so your point contradicts itself with his existence. Do you think every single thing that you see from BTS members is not perfectly crafted for you, even after 27 minutes of this video? There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying these people are different than the way you see it. They're different than the way you consume them. But that's like why BTS became mega huge. They were super sincere with their music and everything. Okay, guys. Sure. Look, I love BTS, okay? I stand you in. Please don't get mad at me. But you're hooked. Somewhere out there, someone in their management is also still controlling certain aspects of their personality. Please controlling certain... Celebrities do this. Every celebrity does this. Mason was here. I know him very well. Wonderful person. He was like, oh yeah, well, I'm trained by my publicist to not answer certain fucking questions. That's media training. It's so that they don't show like sides of themselves that might seep into territory that might not be marketable. Okay? It's literally what management does. That's what their job is. You understand? Like, there's a reason, for example, a lot of celebrities stay the fuck away from politics because they don't want to alienate any specific group of people that are treating them as a commodity. Especially when we get to... Yeah, because of your viral One Piece post, I responded to many of your haters and explained how difficult the position was as a live reactor to such a toxic, volatile space such as politics. People really aren't charitable to why you do what you do. Yeah, they don't understand it. They don't get it. And they'll never get it. Why? Because PR is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Marketing is a multi-billion-dollar industry. It's an industry that exists to not look like it exists. Its sole purpose is to make you think you made a particular decision about a product. And yes, it's not just about buying the Grimace Shake. That also is about purchasing idol cards, or that's also about watching a particular movie because your favorite actor's in it. In a way, yes, you are no different. Many of you are no different than the dudes who think they're messaging the OnlyFans models and not some dude in Indonesia. The reality is, every aspect of the commodity they're consuming in Hollywood, in America, in American capitalist Hollywood, whether it be music, whether it be film, a lot of that is perfectly crafted. That's why there's no bad angles in the product. But you think they put blemishes in a fucking Dua Lipa music video? You think Dua Lipa doesn't have bad days? You think Dua Lipa doesn't have days where she feels tired? Don't look that great? You just don't get to see it. You know what I mean? K-pop has taken that formula and streamlined it, perfected it, and even added a gotcha component to it, it seems. Like idol culture, stan culture in Asia. But to think, I think a big part of the problem with someone like myself as a Twitch streamer, okay, is that people are so used to that perfectly manicured media personality that they think is actually just being real. Really real. You know? No blemishes. They're so used to that. They're so used to being conditioned by that they think dumbass e-celebs who fucking sit in their goddamn living room live for 8 hours are just bad people by design, because all you've seen from the celebrity world is perfect people, is good people. You know what I mean? You're very patronizing about this, though. Yeah, I agree with you, but I still think they still go to make they seem more human. Like them still show their faults, even if it's controlled. What? What are you saying? That still means curated. I'm honestly shocked you even need to explain most of this. How does everyone's first thought? Okay. One thing that people keep saying in here is like, well, you don't get it. Idols actually show a lot more of their lives than fucking Hollywood celebrities do. Yeah, that's why they have stans, dude. That doesn't change the reality that like every aspect of their lives, from all the clothes that they're wearing to how they might be perceived in a certain light, is all manufactured. Their faults are like them hating ketchup on burgers? Yeah. Suck a cock for free healthcare? This is an important question. I said yes before. I've answered this question. If all Americans get, if we get, Kaya, get out, Kaya. Hey, get out of there. Oh my gosh, keep smelling around the fucking treadmill. I get scared. Anyway, even this. You just saw me yell at Kaya. That was real. That was a real moment. There's no, like, if I was cutting a YouTube video, I probably wouldn't post that in the YouTube video, because I know that some people will look at that and think that that's mean, or think that that is like animal abuse even, and they would get it in their minds. It happens every fucking day. The parasocial backseat dog dads and moms in the chat do this to me all day, every day. They can do this to me because I'm live and it's blemished and it's real. I don't think you will ever see, unless something massively is fucked up and like there's a breakdown of trust, or there's some kind of hack or leak. I don't think you're ever going to see a BTS person get to even that point with an animal. That's why Daily Dose says more people want to be YouTubers than Twitch streamers. Yeah, because on YouTube, there's still one layer removed from the audience. You can put your best foot forward. That doesn't even necessarily mean it's fake. It's just, it could be you, but like closer to who you are than like a Hollywood celebrity, but still not everything you're doing. Whereas in this circumstance, I'm basically a zoo animal. The only thing you don't see is me pissing off camera. So there's nothing I can change. That doesn't mean that like live televised events can't be perfectly crafted. Television has been doing live events for years and years. Of course they can. They just have actual fucking teams that put it together. Producers, live editors on the spot, hair and makeup teams. You get it? The problem is a lot of people think, delay. The problem is a lot of people think what they see on live productions, whether it be K-pop or whether it be anything else, is how people are. That's like how perfect people are. That's normal. That's just how they are. They show me everything. They show me everything about their lives. They're not lying to me. They're not manufacturing an image. So then you start comparing that to any other kind of celebrity, including a dumbassy celebrity like a Twitch streamer, and you go, well, this guy's a fucking real shit in comparison to my favorite idol, Jimin, who's perfect. And I've even seen him on a live stream. He's perfect all the time. Well, yeah, he is. But he's supposed to be that way. So I'm gonna be real with you. You won't get anywhere with this. Like, I bet right now 20K of them are making a thread titled BTS most real uncurated moments of thread. Just smile and wave while you can. So here's the other side of this though. Well, exactly 30 minutes, right on the dot. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. $5 or free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. This is exactly why entertainers get canceled. Some conduct which contradicts their manufactured image surfaces. Exactly. That was the point I was going to make. Like, Chaeyoung. Stand twice. My favorite. Okay, my favorite twice member now. My twice bias. Chaeyoung was captured, caught twice, no pun intended, wearing either QAnon merch or even a Vivienne Westwood shirt that featured a swastika on it. Okay? That was devastating. That was shocking. Chaeyoung is perfect. She's my idol. I love her. Perfect. But what happened? She was imperfect. And that's what happens all the time. When the perfect curated image somehow has like a blemish on it. That's the reason why people lose their fucking minds over it. If Ezra Miller went and beat up another person tomorrow, nobody would turn around and go, wow, that's really fucked up. Why? Because you expect Ezra Miller to beat the shit out of families all the fucking time. That motherfucker does not have a PR team. Okay? They are unhinged. They, them menace. I'm using an example that's exaggerated. It's obviously extreme. But the point is, the reason why people get really fucking crazy over fans, like the reason why fans get really, really, really crazy over minor blemishes is because every other aspect of their lives are so perfectly crafted and cultivated. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's get back to this video. I can't believe I've gotten on so many different sidetracks on so many different side quests, but it's a very good video overall.
The trailers before movies are released. Then, before any official debut, companies will often show behind the scenes clips so fans can see idols in day-to-day situations beyond the stage. Companies may also often publicize the idol's journey in getting to where they are to highlight the idea that celebrities aren't necessarily where they are now because they're naturally talented, but because they've really put in the hard work. This makes us want to root for them and see them be rewarded for all their efforts, as well as playing into an aspirational ideal that anyone can become an idol if they're determined and willing to work hard. Compared to the earlier days of K-pop, where groups were promoted with an air of mystery, now it's all about relatability and accessibility. The creation of VLive, an online live streaming app for Korean stars to connect with their fans, was therefore a game changer. Fans would be notified to join the live stream whenever it occurred and interact with their idol in real time. They could leave messages in the chat and there would be a chance that the idol might see their message and respond. The ability to share the same moment with the idol or celebrity allowed for greater intimacy than ever before. Some other examples include rules like dating bans, where new idols are expected to remain single to appeal to teenage romantic fantasies. These are all some tactics that can be used, but obviously I'm not here to reduce fan support as a result of X or Y or Z strategy. It's just from a company's point of view that things are a lot more transactional because of the potential of parasocial relationships. So far, we've looked at parasocial relationships between fans and idols, all real people. But parasocial relationships can also develop even if these people aren't real. For the final part of this video, I want to look at how parasocial bonds may develop between us and fictional characters. I will be looking in particular into the gaming and anime industry, and it's fascinating how real our feelings can get even when the characters themselves aren't.
This literally, like, I feel like part 4 and part 3 combined is VTube. That's why they're so poppin'. That's how I feel.
I chose to look at Japan for fictional characters because of how well known their gaming and anime industries are.
I don't like
anime
the video
is
anymore.
Probably one of Japan's most widely recognizable cultural exports, whilst Japan's gaming industry was the world's 3rd biggest market in 2021 with a value of 29 billion. Obviously, Japan also has a thriving idol and entertainment industry too, but I'll be focusing on just anime and gaming for this section. With anime, the first big difference in examining parasocial relationships is that a lot of the times we form form bonds with the characters based on shared values. Yes, most of the times characters will still be really good looking, but fans will point out traits like liking a character's tenacity and determination as they navigate through all their obstacles. I mean,
bro, this took a turn, as in turn it off now, please. This got too real. You know what? That's so funny. All the fucking nerds in the chat that were shitting on the fucking K-pop stands are now like going, despair. No, actually, this is good enough. The video is long enough. I mean, the last 9 minutes, who needs to watch that? Come on now. I mean, let me have my figurines, okay? Nami, dearest, she actually loves me.
When you think about it, this makes perfect sense, since through storytelling we get a lot more depth to the background of a character. Research shows that when everything else is equal, we tend to prefer kind and likable people, so it makes sense that the words used most frequently to describe our favorite characters are determined, loyal, perseverant, bold, distinct, kind, and self-sacrificing. The last one is a bit concerning, but I guess that's just a trait that many main characters and heroes have. To illustrate this point further, in 2020, a survey asked around 7,600 elementary school students across Japan who they most looked up to, and Tanjiro from Demon Slayer was the #1 most voted answer.
That's fucking insane, dude. Hey, yo! That's so crazy. Tanjiro, really? That's insane. They watch in mid? Okay, first of all, it's a great, incredibly well-drawn anime. That's wild that you would just call that mid. Yeah, it takes some time to get to... It takes some time to get to fucking... an area where the story climaxes, okay? Specifically 17 episodes in for the first season. Oh my fucking lord. But like, great combat, great, beautifully drawn. Demon Slayer is word, and Tanjiro is a good role model. Plus, yeah, Tanjiro is a good role model, I think. Anyway. Demon Slayer was insanely popular for a couple years, so kind of understandable. Dude, wait, when did they do this? When did they do the survey? 2020?
Determination as they navigate through all their obstacles. I mean, when you think about it, this makes perfect sense, since through storytelling we get a lot more depth to the background of a character. Research shows that when everything else is equal, we tend to prefer kind and likable people, so it makes sense that the words used most frequently.
From what I understand, like a lot of people at least choose Luffy. Bro, come on. Like, I love One Piece, but like, do you really think Luffy is a good... Do you think Luffy is a good role model, bro? Luffy is the ultimate, like, reacting to things because at his core, he's a nice guy. So he's reacting to external stimuli in the correct way, but oftentimes through sheer luck type situation. Maybe it gets different later in the series. And I love Luffy's I love the series politics, as you guys know, as I've talked about so many times over, but like kind of stupid. What do you mean, bro? That's like a good thing though. Like that's good. He's pure. He's pure. There's a purity to it. In the beginning, almost childlike. And then later on, that purity still maintains itself through him being strong-headed, stubborn, but dumb in a good way, with a kind heart. Anyway. He's talking about anime characters like K-pop. He's talking about an idol. Ha ha ha. It's full circle. I mean, not necessarily, because we're talking about media interpretation. Like, I know Luffy's not a real person. You know what I mean? It's much more interesting for me to dive into what the creator of the content's personal politics might be, or what they are trying to represent in a particular story. You know what I mean? I know that this person, there is no one out there that has like, you know, they didn't eat the gum fruit and then develop a way to fucking stretch their arms out, like, but can't swim. You know what I mean? Iroh is an actual insane role model. From dark background to what he is now shows that even the worst insult can change your life to get better. I mean, I think Avatar The Last Airbender had that so nailed down. Like, every fucking character was incredible at being a role model. Also, you're not even talking about Uncle Iroh. You're talking about Zuko, I think, right? Like, every single character played a perfect role in being a great role model, and very diverse show as well. In a way where people didn't even really think about it like that. Anyway, there's definitely a difference, though, from you know, doing media literacy or media analysis versus like thinking that what you're seeing in an idol's life is real and like how they're feeling in any given moment. The way I think about it is this. You will rarely ever see an idol in a truly negative, mean light. You know what I mean? Even though we all have those moments throughout the day, because those imperfections are what makes us human. Even if you see them 24/7 on a fucking live broadcast, you don't see them 24/7, 7 days a fucking week. And therefore, like, there are so many moments that, like, every single moment that you see an idol, they wanted you to see them that way. Yeah, big thing is that they don't have strong opinions about things. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's why I keep comparing it to myself. Someone like myself who has a lot of haters and a lot of lovers alike. But the reason why I have a lot of fucking haters is because I have strong opinions about pretty much everything. And so do you. That's what humans do. Let's keep going.
To describe our favorite characters are determined, loyal, perseverant, bold, distinct, kind, and self-sacrificing. The last one is a bit concerning, but I guess that's just a trait that many main characters and heroes have. To illustrate this point further, in 2020, a survey asked around 7,600 elementary school students across Japan who they most looked up to, and Tanjiro from Demon Slayer was the #1 most voted answer. Moms only.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've always wondered why. Wait, people say I look like Yami from Black Clover. What is this? What the fuck? Born as Tsukihiro Yami, is a descendant of the Yami clan from the Hino country. As a child, he fled the country's shipwrecked Clover Kingdom. Wait, it literally, first thing it said was that he's slightly hypocritical on the fandom page. It says, Yami is uncouth, reckless, slightly hypocritical, and prone to delivering death threats at the slightest provocation. How is that me? What the fuck? Okay, the death threat thing makes sense, but nevertheless, he's powerful and well-respected. The Magic Knight who was able to recognize Asta's merits. He's typically a stoic man who believes more in actions than words. He is very hot-headed, who can be easily angered by small matters, such as being bumped by another person or interrupted when talking. Yami also has a penchant for intimidation, whether he uses threatening words or physically harms his target. He also tends to immediately go straight for a more physical solution to any problems and confrontations, such as when he destroys a part of the squad's headquarters, the calmest subordinates. Despite being very bullheaded, reckless, and unrefined, Yami is an experienced and perceptive warrior, picking apart his opponent's strategies with a glance, and is constantly trying to come up with counters for them. Furthermore, he also prefers instilling tough love to his subordinates by giving them dangerous missions. He believes that this is the best way for them to overcome their limits and grow stronger. That's you with chatters, but not you IRL. You are very kind IRL, even to your enemies. True, I am very kind. I think. Oh, Mason said I look like Yami. Oh, that's very nice of him to say. Such a great show. I don't know.
Only came in at number 2. Amongst the reason as to why Tanjiro was chosen, the most common response echoed that he always tries his best without giving up, whilst other reasons included he is always nice to everyone, and if I think about Tanjiro, I can do my best. That's literally so wholesome. But it's not always the nice characters that can steal our heart, although they seem to be fan favorites. Any character that pulls us in, makes us feel what they feel, and go through things good and bad with them can leave a lasting impression on us. In a way, this is a reflection less on parasocial interactions and more on good writing. If we finish a book or a show and the story just remains in our head, then the author did a great job. What about if we look less at characters and stories and more on actual fan behavior? In relation to anime, you have fans that enjoy the content and then fans who show more attachment.
Abi Tanjiro tam bir Kur'an kursu çocuğu. Vay amına koyayım. Abi Türkiye'de Weeb var ya artık inanılmaz. Böyle bir konsept inanamıyorum yani böyle bir şey. It's so weird. It's so weird seeing a Turkish person make a profoundly Turkish reference about a fucking anime, because it's just so wild. Like it's accurate. There's basically no way for me to legitimately translate it, because you don't have the cultural reference. I guess like a church boy, like a kid that's like really into church. Like he's saying he's like a Quran course kid. That's what he's saying about Tanjiro. Ben animeyi ilk Türkçe izledim. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, what do you mean? Tsubasa. When I was growing up, we had Tsubasa in Turkish dub, but that shit sucked. I hated it. Kaptan Tsubasa. That was what was popping in Turkey, because Turkish people love football. Yeah, a goody two-shoes.
And more parasocial behavior. A term that's relevant to the more obsessed side of things is the word otaku. When looking at fan behavior, a study was done by Hasan and others in exploring anime fan obsession, and they measured it on 3 scales. The first was fanship, the extent one considers themselves a fan of something. The second, fandom, the extent of them identifying with the community. And finally, on obsession, where respondents answered a series of questions like, I spend all my free time watching anime, and I can sometimes be obsessive watching anime. When compared to non-otakus, self-identified otakus scored higher for all 3 measures. What exactly then is an otaku? The Google definition of an otaku is someone who is obsessed with computers or pop culture in Japan to the detriment of their social skills. Not exactly a label you'd give yourself with pride. And several scholars paint otakus in quite a negative light, such as Nakamori, listing characteristics like fanatical introversion, friendlessness, having a gloomy expression, and sitting alone in class, which is not a great look. Unless they choose to just sit next to the window, then all of a sudden I think they might not be an otaku, but just every edgy main character we know instead. 2 more terms most often jokingly used to establish.
Bro, this is a really well thought out, well crafted video, but also I partially feel like she's a bit of a stan too for a lot of shit with like subtle references that she keeps dropping in there. Like, you know what I mean?
Establish attachment to the character are the terms waifu and husbandos. Waifu refers to a fictional character an anime fan considers to be wife material, or the wife, and husbando is the husband equivalent. A lot of the times these terms are used jokingly, but it is a term of affection and greater attachment to the character. And a really interesting observation that Hasan and others made in their study was that fans who have a waifu or husbando report relying on the anime fandom to achieve optimal distinctiveness. What is optimal distinctiveness? this, this refers to the balancing act, where we want to stand out and be unique, but not too much, not to the point where you feel alone, or to the point where you're sticking out like a sore thumb. So for anime fans with a waifu or husbando, they're more likely to use the anime fandom to balance this need. This likely could tie back to the responses from these fans on how they perceive the anime fandom to be more unique, and how their strong sense of belonging helps distinguish themselves from other people. Looking at anime allowed us to see how parasocial bonds may be formed differently when it's in relation to fictional characters. But watching anime is still quite a passive act because you're watching something happen. Does this differ then when we compare it to gaming, for example, when the players
Saw a tall guy at Anime Expo who bought 3 fucking swords and an entire One Piece manga collection? That's not funny, okay? That's a normal thing that people do. That's why you go to the Anime Expo. It's not called Anime Don't Buy Stuff here, okay? It's called Anime Expo, okay? Do you understand? You're supposed to buy anime stuff there. I don't know why. I bet that guy was fucking super cool. Did you know that? You didn't. You looked at him and you were like, oh, wow, like this guy's probably weird. He was probably an otaku or something. No, he was the most normal guy there, okay? And the coolest. Fuck you. Yeah. Anime Expo. Short for anime expenditure, okay? Fucking guy over here doesn't want me to... Not me. Doesn't want the other tall, very handsome, very buff guy supporting small businesses, dude. Don't know why I said me there. Clearly that wasn't me. I would do such a thing because it's not weird, but I wasn't doing that.
actively interacting with the content. Unsurprisingly, it kind of does. And when players form parasocial attachments, their spending behavior is also likely to increase, as we see patterns quite similar to how K-pop capitalizes on fans having parasocial relationships. Within Japan's gaming industry, one of the most profitable genres are gacha games, grossing billions worldwide in recent years. Gacha games are mobile games where players can spend money, both real or in-game currency, towards a gambling system so they can get characters. Within the community, this is also known as pulling for characters. Players usually pull for a character based on their desirability as fictional people. Lax and Mackenzie state that this desire to obtain a character is due to a parasocial relationship that has been developed based on the character's aesthetic, their personality, or other factors. Gacha games are often seen to be a form of online gambling because when players pull for a character, they have to spend in-game currency, and it's not guaranteed that they'll get the character.
Oh! I'm actually okay with this.
For example, in Japanese game Grand Order, the chance you'll get one of the rarest characters is 0.7%. So
I'm so happy that I've never gotten into these fucking games. Holy shit, dude. I could see myself just dumping everything. You know what I mean? God, I have such an addictive personality. My ex spent $5,400 on one of those shitty ass games. I still miss her. Damn, dude.
So to reliably get the character, you should expect to spend around $458 worth of in-game currency. And from a survey sent out to almost 1,000 Japanese Grand Order players, 20% revealed that they've spent this much to pull for.
Yeah, think about it. Like, I did it for Valo skins. You know what I mean? If I was in a fucking gacha, I would go crazy.
A character before. And a third of these players who've spent $460 already didn't even manage to successfully pull for their character. Something that might separate gacha mechanics from more traditional online gambling is how odds are often personified. Some gacha communities refer to successfully pulling a character they wanted as them coming home.
I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't really expect you're gonna come home.
Reflecting that the character has recognized the player's desire and come to where they belong. The other genre of games that I wanted to draw attention to in this video in relation to parasocial relationships are otome and idol games. Otome games are story-based games targeted towards women where one of the goals would be for the player to form a romantic relationship with one of the male characters. Idol games are usually more popular amongst men. It's usually a training simulation game where you can complete games, rhythm challenges to train up your idols, and the end goal is to make them into the biggest idol in Japan. In both these types of games, it's easy to form attachments to these characters and consequently develop parasocial relationships. A focus study was done with 20 Japanese participants that regularly played games to better understand if a player's preference on an in-game character had anything to do with how they saw other people in real life. Since dating sims often portray an impressive array of characters that are visually very good looking and have unique storylines where the romance develops, having similar expectations for
We gotta play one of these fucking games, dude. Like dating sim of guys.
for real life would make things a bit difficult. When it comes to the male
Playing Otome. Otome.
players, many of them responded that they had similar preferences for game characters and people in the real world. One male player who liked idol games said that he was influenced by these game characters and that his standards for girls in the real world may be elevated because of the expectations the girls in the games met. Some female players then revealed that based on the games they played, they often dreamed of the romantic scenes in the games to be real and to happen to them in the real world. There were then both female and male respondents who stated that they weren't as affected.
Oh, Dream Daddy? No, that one's like too memey. I want to see like a real one.
In the sense that them liking game characters didn't affect what kind of people they liked in the real world. Most of the responses in the study were quite balanced, which as you would think represents the large majority of the gaming demographic. However, whilst researching, I did come across some almost impressive levels of dedication some fans had, like this fan celebrating child's birthday, or
Yeah, I don't think this is like an impressive dedication. I think this is terrifying.
or this man who actually unofficially married Vocaloid Hatsune Miku in 2018.
Yeah, we remember him.
I feel like that's about as dedicated as you can get, and honestly, good for him for finding happiness with Miku. For that child fan though,
Mystic Messenger had me answering anime boy phone calls at 3 a.m., but I don't know if that can be streamed. Why do you admit this? Why? Why are you admitting that? I mean, thank you for admitting, but also, I like the dating mode in Yakuza 0 to 2. Wait, there's a dating mode in Yakuza 2 and all the way from Yakuza 0 to 2? The fuck? I'm about to finish 2 and I still haven't seen it.
I just want to know, are you adopting? This video has gone on for a long time, but to be fair, we did talk about a lot of things. We looked at parasocial relationships through an East Asian context.
Majima everywhere? Yeah, is it? Are you talking about dating Majima? What is this? Snowbreak containment zone just dropped and it broke my brain already. I have 5 JPEG girlfriends, please. Snowbreak, please, FPS. Tears of Themis is mobile only. Mihoyo. Snowbreak, please. Mira is so perfect. I spent $2,000 on Hello Kitty Gacha, please. Snowbreak, please, though. Snowbreak. Tears of Themis is the boy dating sim, though. I have no idea what this person is saying. Sometimes when I see stuff like this in the chat, I just imagine the other person on the other side being like a perfectly reasonable, you know what I mean? Like a marketing manager, goes to the gym 7 days a week, shredded, just a perfectly normal guy, and then just so deeply unhinged online, just writing the most psychopathic shit. For real, I'm not okay, but I'm a normal person that worked at an anime bar and got into gacha. Okay, you worked at an anime bar, you're not a normal person. What is this? I love Temis, but legitimately not a good otome game. Lol, Ikemen Sengoku is a fun otome where you date Japanese warlords from the Sengoku period, including Tokugawa and Nobunaga. What? Go through the otome games on the Switch store. It's so funny to watch the previews and think about the games. Do it on stream. You won't even have to buy anything.
how this
Maybe.
attachment might form, as well as what behaviors fans might exhibit towards real people and fictional characters. Even though a lot of the time what we'll hear in the media about this topic are the really extreme cases, and this is also what I did in the beginning of the video to hook you in, parasocial relationships at its crux is about fulfilling a need, and typical parasocial relationships aren't harmful. That being said, like everything in life, there needs to be a balance. If it's veering towards an unhealthy obsession, that should prompt some reflection from us. I also think this topic is just one that's going to become more and more relevant as more things move online. Social media has already eroded a lot of our face-to-face interactions, and then COVID exacerbated our reliance on the internet, so more of us probably have parasocial relationships than you'd initially guess. For me, my most recent parasocial rabbit hole was actually getting really into the 2015 OKC Thunder squad and feeling sad about KD and Westbrook for 3.
What? Not KD hugging Westbrook, bro. Why did he choose to leave? What? What? Bro, that's like way weirder than being into fucking anime, dude. That's so unexpected. She's an NBA head. No, being an NBA head is one thing. Being parasocially invested in 2015 NBA is entirely different. 2015 OKC? Are you fucking joking, dude? This is what I mean. So many people are parasocial to sports. This is literally the oldest, one of the oldest locks. One of the first times I developed a massive hater fan base. It wasn't America Deserved 9/11. It was when I said sports weebs are the same as like regular old weebs that go to fucking anime conventions, but that kind of standum is completely fucking normalized. I said that many years ago. I said that I think even before I said America Deserved 9/11. That was the first time I had like my big wave of fucking people being like, fuck this guy, I want to kill this guy on Twitter. I think I said something along the lines of like sports weebs are the same as any other fucking fandom, but it's so normalized. It's so normalized that, people don't treat it in the same way. That is a take that has not been repeated since. Yeah, I mean, I stopped because they were fucking sending me my IP address. You know what I mean? It was fucked up. But people got so mad, which is odd because it's like, dude, what do you mean? You're the same. You are literally the same. Sports weebs are worse because they often beat their wives when their new episode isn't good. That's funny. At least with sports weebs who were fascinated by super athletes, you anime weebs are dedicated to drawings, not the same law. You know what's really funny? That what you're saying is that right there, that defense right there immediately puts you in the same exact category because anime weebs would fucking literally say, what do you mean? You're fascinated by a real human being with real emotions. We're at least fascinated by like godlike deities that are completely made up and impossible to achieve in the real world. And also, that is the precise same fucking thing that like a BTS stan would say about sports weebs or about their own standum. They would say, what are you talking about? Jimin is an incredible dancer and has a beautiful voice and also is the kindest person I've ever seen. Okay. Also, you're talking to someone who does think LeBron is godlike. So I don't know what the fuck you mean. Like, I do think that LeBron James is a freak of nature and very difficult to achieve that kind of deity-like status. So yeah, I'm not going to lie. I think we can all agree that standing the 2015 OKC lineup is probably weirder than anything anyone else could have come up with. And it's like the type of information that a CIA black site would not be able to get out of me. If there was such an information in my body, I would take that to the motherfucking grave. You know what I mean?
3 days straight. But what about you? What are your thoughts on forming parasocial relationships, and do you think you've ever experienced it?
LeBron will never play ball with you. I don't know why you say that. That's well, one, even if true, very hurtful, and two, more likely than you think. You know what I mean? Like, it could I live in LA. It could happen.
Let me know. I'd love to hear what you think, or if any part of this video really stood out to you. For me, I found the study on Travel Frog and the types of parasocial relationships formed there so interesting. Thank you for watching all the way until the end. Make sure to subscribe if you enjoyed, and I'll see you next time. Bye!
Bro, you just said fuck sports like 100 times. Not balling with you. I mean, I love sports. I love doing sports. I just don't like watching sports that much. You are closer to LeBron than Chatter is to you. I mean, yes and no. Because I am a very accessible person. Like, if you go to a fucking TwitchCon meetup, you're going to definitely 100% see me. Whereas, I don't think LeBron James does shit like that. But I think that's a good note to end it on, you know, positive note. I'm going to run the last 3-minute ad break here. Okay. Love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow, as always. We'll watch the Inside the Forgotten America video tomorrow. That's a fun one to watch. Okay. No Padilla. Dude, come on, man. It's 9 p.m. on a Sunday. I want to go to sleep. Birthday stream soon. I mean, tomorrow is the 24th. My birthday's on the 25th. So, soon, yes. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this